everyone, my name is Mitz, and here we are back at Higurashi When They Cry. So, this is going to be the final chapter for this installment, and boy oh boy, there was a giant bombshell dropped off of this last episode, honestly, with Takano actually being the main culprit behind everything that happens in this entire series, in looks of it. With the help of the mountain dogs, anyway, with that. Just because that she was the main instigator for it doesn't mean she didn't have any outside help, which we only found out in this installment, even though there's smaller hints scattered here and there, and to make go with a lot of red herrings and all that, which I'm still trying to put my mind around whether it's fair or not, but just mostly just my misgivings, honestly, and honestly, that's pretty much nothing else. It does line up with almost everything, even like motive-wise for her, since we haven't really talked too much about, we haven't seen a lot of her action during the question arcs, but from what Keiichi has seen and talked to her, honestly, and what extended knowledge you get from her and the answers arc, she definitely is someone who just wants to instigate things and see how more complicated things get, just for her plan to go and fold. Lily, as shown that the very second she realized she's been told that the prepared body she was planning to take the place of was actually killed the day before the plan happened, and she decided to go, nope, keep going. Let's just see where this goes. Let's make this things more complicated and see how everyone goes absolutely crazy for it. It makes sense there. And it makes sense that they were probably the people that actually went all the way and actually got rid of Teppei's body after Keiichi did. It makes sense that Takano would know generally where the body would be, where Keiichi would come from, especially since Keiichi literally also inadvertently was also carrying Tomataki to his death, honestly, without him knowing, probably because of him trying to play off his own murder attempt, honestly. But the only question in my brain is that Mountain Dog definitely took care of the body, but also they somehow take over with either Sadako was hallucinating, the uncle being there in the morning, the day after he technically quote-unquote died, or Lily Moundogs took over and disguised himself as him just to drive it home to Sadako that he's still alive, and she's never getting away from him, just to drive her more insane for some reason. And I don't know, that's the one thing I do not know much about the H173, I guess, virus disease, about if they what was it, cause a lot of different hallucinations and all that, just for the case of she could actually misinterpret who actually it was and who it looked like, unless they can make a very convincing disguise and all that. I don't know why they go to that extent though, just for all the whims of Takano, but maybe there's one small clue to help put it out there. Maybe it's in this line of place. But yeah, there's actually a part of me that still wanted it to be eerie, not just because I just so long for him to be a goddamn bad guy, but it feels dramatically since he was so interconnected with everyone, like the main cast so far, including very close to Satoshi, that would make Shion and Sadako almost very much rightfully pissed off if he was the one involved, honestly, and make things oh so much more worse and kind of complicated to think about for them, which I'm kind of curious to see he was meant to be the original villain for the very beginning of the series before a last minute change happened, which I'm kind of just curious to see what idea that Ryukishio 7 had an idea for Takano instead, honestly. I guess we'll all see how it all transpires. Especially now Rika is telling him the rest of the gang of him from the sound of it, the resets happening all throughout. So you told him the next day is happening. Okay. They definitely should know, or at the very least she told a little bit of it, honestly. When I woke up, the first thing I saw were Sadako in the calendar, and I'm keeping an eye on you, Sadako, because, god damn it, I don't even think we ever saw hide nor hair of you even speaking a word last time, when Keiichi and Reina and the Mions and the Shions were actually trying to figure out what was going on with you. Sadako was never nearby, and we have not heard a single word if Sadako's been taking those shots ever since then. Or if it's kind of almost too late now, actually, thinking about it, since she was in the care but didn't take those shots, honestly, as it goes so far. Oh, good god. I just did the worst from her. The first one to wake up is supposed to tear yesterday's date off the calendar. Sometimes we both tear the calendar by mistake, so the date always ends up 2 days ahead. Sadako likes to tear the calendar, and that makes her wakes up early every morning. Nice. Okay, that's actually that's kind of cute. That would usually make me smile, but I felt devastated as soon as I saw the 22 on the calendar. It's going to happen today, June 22nd, the day I die. I'm just more curious, like, how, like, how different, different times you just realize that, oh, your day of reckoning has, extended to another day or so. Like, I'm pretty sure, wasn't it different? Like, you said you're gonna die the 25th, I think, last installment, right? So, huh. I'm actually just curious to see why exactly they want to target to kill you, unless it's because you are subtly, like, slowly picking up on small things which many more people wouldn't have, and just like Takano thought that you definitely have some sort of supernatural ability, honestly, and just get rid of you before the whole gas takes over. But why get rid of you, honestly, then, if, unless you fully believe that you would have actually guessed the gas had happened anyway? And that's why they killed you before the gas could come, or they could make any preparation, I think? Maybe. Maybe. Still lots of interpretation right now. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, Rika. Morning, you two. You two? Are you still asleep? Meep. There's someone else living in this house than you and I. I just said good morning to that person as well. Hey! Don't try to spook me like that! Do it more. Sadako won't be able to sleep without holding my hand tonight. Sometimes I feel like Sadako can't see Hanyo. It's as if the three of us are living together. That'll be a lot of fun. Well, technically, she kinda knows. Well, she heard Hanyo stomping, so there's that. She technically knows the house is technically haunted, in an unorthodox way anyway, so don't worry about it. It was time to go to school, but my body felt heavy. Today, I was gonna die. Knowing that, I didn't even feel like going to school. The more I repeat the same life, the more precisely I can detect my day of death. I always die on the day I feel this way. It's just you have this little gut instinct of oh yes, I'm gonna die, honestly. And the very more sinking anxiety feeling you get it gets closer to that day, huh? Oh boy. Rika, we gotta get going soon. I'm taking the day off today. Rika, I heard from Keiichi-san. Are you troubled by something? Oh, you didn't say anything to him. Kinda, but not really. What else is there left to do? Today's the day. It's too late now. But part of me still feels like doing something. I've been in this world only a few days. A few days? It's been 2 weeks! My emotions went up and down like a roller coaster. Sometimes I felt motivated to fight. Other times I felt desperate and gave up. Even though Keiichi and everyone else showed me such strength, I lacked the iron will to fight against my fate. The most confidence I ever felt was when the dice all came up 6. A fortunate coincidence that was just handed to me. Fucking Kasaya's... Akasaka, actually, no, never mind. Just Akasaka just never came back. He just left. He's fucking useless. I was hoping to gain the courage to fight against my fate, but here I am today, conceding the destiny. I thought Katie told you to get rid of those stupid words in your brain. Stop it. I said stop. I said stop. This is the third voice in your brain. We say stop. Keiichi told me that we can make a miracle happen if we work together, but there was something he didn't teach me. He didn't teach me to believe in that. If I don't believe that I can make a miracle happen, I won't be able to make even a crack in the wall of fate. It seems so simple, yet so difficult. I couldn't even decide whether I should be in the stage or stay off of it and remain as a spectator. I told Hanya that I hadn't decided what to do after this world is over. But that's the spectator's point of view. For those people on the stage, this world's the only one. For them, the end of the world means the end of their lives. And now just realizing, technically, does Rika even know there's a gas disaster happening? Like from, well, the collection of this installment at the very beginning of this one, she technically remembers, I guess, broadly speaking, I guess the installments we've seen, and also then a few small differences from them, honestly, and nothing else. Does she actually remember any? Does she actually know about a gas disaster happening at any point? Or that's gonna completely blindside her? Okay. That's why they do anything to change their fate. That's why they can make a miracle happen. I never worked hard enough because I always knew that I could reset my life. I thought I was just one pathetic girl who couldn't change her own fate. That's why I ended up here again today. It's as if I slept off my summer homework and woke up on the last day of vacation with nothing completed. What should I do? Should I not work on my assignment, knowing that I'm not going to make it on the time anyway? Or should I do whatever I can, even though I may still get in trouble? Perhaps a miracle will happen. Perhaps the homework will be done overnight. Yes, the pencil will just, like, lift up on its own self and do all of it for you, honestly, while you're having a good time playing outside. Yes, of course. Miracles don't happen to homework. I have to do the homework on my own. Without effort, nothing will ever get done. Without effort, not even one question will be solved. Rika, I think you should spend your day doing what you want to do. You can drink by the window all day, just the way you like doing. Just swirling that little glass of wine and brandy in your little champagne glass, honestly. You're suggesting I shouldn't do anything since I know I'll get in trouble anyway? For Hanyo, it's not about the homework, it's more about the vacation itself. The vacation will be over, no matter how much I want to continue. In her eyes, it's pathetic for me to make a big deal of not completing my homework, and contemplating whether I should still work on it or not. On top of that, I'm saying that I might as well die if my vacation's gonna be over. If I was in her situation, I'd be laughing hysterically. Keiichi told me to seek everyone's help in order to finish my homework, but I'm not taking that offer. Not only because I don't want to cause them trouble, but also because I don't want the teacher to know that I got help from them. Oh, you're still with the homework analogy. I was like, what is Chi since I did anything to do with this? If I was just gonna have regrets, I should have worked on it from the beginning. If I had no intention of working on it, I should have just relaxed, stopped stressing out so much. Well, I could do the beginning of that for the next loop, but don't worry about it. If I didn't care about what other people thought, I should have asked for their help in the first place. Those are the three options I talked about with Hanyo yesterday. I didn't choose any of them. I've been living for over 100 years, but I still can't decide. My 100 years were wasted. Sadako, I'm not going to school today because I have a cold. Is that so? Do you want to take your temperature? I need a rest today. You told Chi that I'm not coming because I'm sick. It's just a reinstated of him on what happened to goddamn Sadako. And she's just gonna be wondering, oh my gosh, what's happening between the two of them now? Oh no. Rika, are you really sick? Keiichi-san told me that you're worried about someone that's trying to kill you. I'm very concerned, do you realize? Thank you. You should go now, you'll be late. Sadako looked back at the clock, then at me again. I'm very happy right now. I'm happy that I'm back with everyone. I'll be with you again. So, if I lose you, I'll be living in a very sad world. Just think about that. The world without me. Yes, the world without you would be a very sad world. I never thought about that. I thought the world ended when I died. oh yeah, okay, yeah, there's that. Never thought about the world after my death. That was never my concern, so you don't know anything about the gas disaster or anything like that, so yay. So please, take care of yourself. It isn't just me. If anything happens to you, everyone will be sad. Sadako. Rika, I'll leave you alone for today, but please talk to me if you have something on your mind. It's kind of upsetting how you won't talk to me. Sadako seemed like she wanted to say more, but she looked to the floor instead. I know what she's trying to say. I realize how selfishly I've been living. It was wrong for me to look at this world as a stage play, but it's too late. It's too late now. Sadako left the house in a hurry. Hanya and I were left alone inside the house. I can tell you want to be alone. I'll disappear until you call for me. Thank you. You're still yourself under 100 years. You're not 100-year-old transcendent. You just have to think about your life as a young girl. I don't want to force you to think like a grown-up. Not your fault, Hanyo. Just being arrogant. Well, call me if you want to talk. You're not crying anymore? Just blind optimism now, let's go. You're not gonna beg me not to give up my life? You're a stubborn person. I know it's better not be too persistent with you. After all these years, you know me very well. I know you're already aware, but let me say this. Today is the day. Yes, wow, thank you for putting the damper in that mood even more further. Thank you so much. Do your best. No matter what you do or don't do, this world is going to end today. Your world, technically speaking. But if you wish for it, you'll see a brand new day, just like when the morning comes. You might find yourself back in June of this year again, but it'll still be a brand new day. Well, when I was younger, every day seemed so boring. Every morning I thought the same things had happened again after I woke up. This just means that it'll end up being true. Well, let me just tell you to live this day productively. I'm not going to say anything else to you. Productively. You choose your actions wisely. I knew today was the day, but it's still difficult to hear that from you. It's gonna come to an end again, huh? Yes, it's gonna end again. Just like always. Hanyo disappeared, and a complete quiet in the house. And the loop and the cycle will begin once again. How should I spend my day? How should I end this day? Absolutely get wasted, apparently? That's what you like to do? Should I work on my homework, knowing that I'm not gonna make it on time? I just realized something. How did you even get that bottle, actually? Why does this only hit me now? Where did you get that, actually? Did you sneak it out? Did you, like, go into a store and actually, pick one, like, a wine bottle off the shelf and, like, just say to the owners, I'm taking this, and just walk out the door and they said no other words about it? What? I know they give you stuff, but that too? Okay, then. Okay, then. Okay, then. I'm not gonna question anymore. I only have half a day left. I have to do my best. I should think about what I can do. This world is supposed to be a happy place. People are enjoying their lives. I should enjoy my life more too. I'm just expecting now that the second Sadako, like, just tells this to everyone else, like, they really just rush back home to, like, to the Rika's house, just busting the door, like, what is wrong with you? I don't mean in that I should have lived my life in blind optimism. Toxic positivity is bad. It means that I should have enjoyed my life by fully experiencing both happiness and sadness. If I did that, I wouldn't be as worried about what to do after my death. I should have simply lived with all my might. When time comes, it'll be over. Today, I will live. That's a very important phrase. But it sounds meaningless when I say it, because I can repeat this meaninglessness, this meaningless life as many times as I wish. Well, we're outside. Megaphone, Keiichi, speak loudly through the microphone. Get out of here right now! God. While Sadako was at school, I washed the dishes. Hana would usually stay with me when Sadako wasn't around, but she's not here right now. It's been a while since I was all by myself. I never thought anyone could feel so lonely while washing the dishes. My first question is, why are you washing the dishes? This is your very last day. Why are you? Is it just that therapeutic to you? I'm not sure. It is to me too sometimes, but okay. I'm gonna die today anyway. This world is ending today. Why should I wash these dishes? Exactly. That's because I'm thinking about Sadako had to move on with her life after tomorrow. I will encounter a new Sadako in the new world. But I realized something after hearing what Sadako told me earlier. After I'm dead, I wonder how Sadako will move on with her life. The worlds I left in the past all went on without me. I wonder if Sadako will be able to cook without me. I wonder if she can go shopping her own. Oh, I wonder actually there's some worlds, honestly, where oh god, I'm getting reminded of the second installment, honestly. Like, what if, like, literally what if there's, like, some variation of that where, like, most of the cast die, but, like, the disaster didn't happen to the town then? That or just only, like, for example, only Reina's, like, survived, honestly, like, from, the last installment, honestly. That'd be so depressing, honestly. I wonder how she would have fared, honestly. I wonder if she can go shopping on her own. I wonder if she can wash her clothes by herself. It'll probably take her a long time, honestly, after everything that happened, at least in this world. That all her friends, like, tried so hard to save her, and all of a sudden, you died, and I think she'll be in a rut, honestly, as well, honestly. At least for quite a bit. Or quite a while, honestly. I wonder if she can wash her clothes by herself. I've been avoiding thinking about this, but Sadako and my other friends must have been overcome by sadness. It's too late for me to think about this, but I start feeling like I want to cry. I'm feeling like this because I don't want to leave this world. This is the world that I've always wanted. It's my hope that I can continue to live in this world beyond June 1983. After a long journey, I finally ended up in this world. But I was only able to truly live in this ideal world for only one night. The night of Watanagashi. This world will be shattered again after I die tonight. We finally see Sadako, and all their friends assume their happy life has returned. However, I'm gonna die tonight. They'll mourn for me. We worked so hard to make a miracle happen. They're gonna lose their happy world in just one day. Am I gonna start a new life in the next world, so nothing happened? I'd lived 3 days in my new world, but 3 sad days are gonna pass in this world. That's no good. No, I can't think straight anymore. I can't stop the tears from flowing my eyes. I hugged Sadako's pillow and cried. I can smell her scent. After I die, Sadako will probably hug my pillow and cry just like this. Is everyone else gonna cry for me too? I'm sure they will. And what? They'll be sad. Not about my death. They'll be sad not because I'm dead, but because I never told them about what was troubling me so much. Of what was unfinished. I wonder if they're gonna feel regret. Probably for, like, they couldn't reach you in time, I guess. Will they wonder what they could have done to open up my heart? What they could have done to help me in my time of trouble? Will they wonder what they could have done to save me? I felt miserable and frustrated. I held Sadako's pillow and continued to cry. Next moment, I heard the phone ringing. God damn it, Rika, get here to school right the fuck now! I tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't stop ringing. It started ringing 5 times in a row. I picked up the phone, hoping that my friends would call to check on me. However, I heard a weird guy's voice coming from the receiver. Hello. This is Okanogi Gardeners. Is this the Fruity residence? Okanogi? It was Okanogi from the Mountain Dogs. It's the first time I received a phone call for him. I'm calling because I have something urgent to ask you. I called the school, but they told me that you're sick today. You didn't realize that you left, apparently? Okay, then. Are you feeling alright? I'm not alright. This is the day I die. I knew you had no idea, but I still couldn't help but feel upset. Oh, if only you have the idea, Rika, honestly. Oh my gosh.
It's only a cold. I just want to rest today.
Really? Well, that's a very fortunate coincidence.
What? I had no idea what made him say that he was glad I was sick. Why is it fortunate for you that I'm home?
Well, we got a tip from Tokyo that someone was planning to murder you. Okay.
What do you mean?
Tokyo was investigating the murder of Tomotaki-san, Takano-san. Their investigation concluded that there's a high possibility that Dr. Erie's pulling the strings.
Erie's behind everything?
I mean, it's right in his name. He's very eerie. That's not how you meant to pronounce it Japanese-wise, and I'm keeping with it, honestly.
This is the first time I've heard something like this.
Hmm.
This isn't something that happens at random, it's the very first time. It means it's not just a coincidence. I'm hearing this now because it's something that I did differently in this world.
Maybe because you let slip of him the whole murder thing, honestly, and the kill from your friends. Maybe.
I've done many things differently in this world, though. I can't tell which decision led me to this result.
The butterfly effect goes very deep in this world.
However, maybe this is something that could change my life drastically. Okanogi continued to explain to me. I've been budget cuts to the research, and they were scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Erie was strongly against that because he was embezzling the research money by requesting bigger and bigger budgets.
Embezzling? What?
He was embezzling research money by requesting bigger and bigger budgets.
Is that technically embezzling? I don't know what technically classifies as a definition of embezzlement. I know technically speaking the first thing comes to mind is using money you're given for like one project or something, or like one service, and then using that money to go to something else. That's embezzlement. But does that really count as embezzlement in my mind? Okay.
Because they were going to cancel the research, he tried to sell the research data and make a lot of money out of it.
Okay. That's the cover story, I guess.
Is that really true?
I know it's hard to believe, but it is. I always thought he was kind of suspicious myself.
I think I can say with certainty that Erie's not that type of person. I've been around him for years, and as far as I know, he's not a bad guy in the conventional sense. He doesn't even have the guts to be one
in this several centuries of world, honestly. But what if the next one he turns bad? What if the next one?
He pretends to be cold-hearted for the sake of his research, but he can't shake his regrets. He's simply a nice person. It's hard to believe that he was embezzling money from Tokyo. I'm starting to be suspicious of Kano, but she's actually a nice person too. She seemed mean at times, but she could also act as innocent as a child. However, I'm starting to suspect her because Oishi told me the body they found in Gifu might not be Takano's body. Okanogi works for Takano. Means I can't trust Okanogi. In other words, I can trust Erie because Okanogi is clearly just trying to set him up. On the other hand, if Takano isn't guilty, it could be making a huge mistake, and this is the whole delusions thing of like trusting the people you actually the delusions they spout, honestly, verbatim then. That whole thing all over again, the conspiracy theories and so on last time. It always seemed to me that Tomotaki and Erie were good friends. If Tokyo suspected that Erie was embezzling money from them, Tomotaki would have treated him far more coldly. Well, anyway, at the very least, Tomotaki of Tokyo didn't have such a bad impression of Erie. The Erie of the Erie Institute and Tomotaki of Tokyo were good friends.
Erie of the Erie Institute.
Tomotaki of Tokyo and Takano Tokyo were good friends. Takano Tokyo and Okanogi of Tokyo were superior and subordinate. But Okanogi of Tokyo says that Tokyo is suspicious of Erie.
You're just making a giant list of them, like red lines, honestly, here.
This doesn't make sense. Everyone seems to be good friends at first glance, but the links don't connect from start to finish. Erie thinks he's a positive relationship with Tokyo, but Tokyo is suspicious of Erie? That's just odd. The chain should be connected, but one of the links is twisted out of order. It's breaking the loop.
Tokyo is conducting further investigation at the moment. We also have information that Erie is trying to use you as a bargaining chip. For that reason, we've been told to tighten up your security, starting today. That's why I'm glad you're at home right now. There are 20 security guards patrolling the Fruity Shrine and 3 ships. Okay. You may not notice, but they're there for you.
That's a lot of security. How long are you gonna guard me like that?
Until Tokyo feels you're no longer in danger. Till this whole case is resolved.
That should have been good news for me, since today was the day I was supposed to die. I mean, this is exactly the kind of security I wanted. That's why I let Takano into this richest storehouse.
Honestly, probably just made her feel happy she could get into the storehouse before the entire place went down to smoke, honestly. That's why she broke in every single time. She was already planning this ahead of time. Doing this all for goddamn, like, hobby and research before the whole town just goes under. Okay, that's kind of... Okay, wow, huh. Huh. Get photos of everything she can, honestly, before everything goes.
However, I have a bad feeling about this.
Tokyo should be my ally. The entire city. Not the people inside it, but the entire city itself.
The arrangement is just like Erie's relationship with Tokyo. Everything seems in order from my end, but when you trace it the other way, it feels like something's off at some point. I have this uncomfortable feeling because I have a few uncertainties about Tokyo. Tokyo and Erie have strong ties, but they're suspicious of him? Is Erie actually a bad guy? Or is Takano still alive, and is she the one that killed Tomataki? Those questions made me more uncertain about seeking help from Tokyo. I thought Tokyo as a single organization would move with a single intention. In reality, they have multiple different intentions.
If anything, the 4th installment, honestly, showcased that very much more closely. If, like, those people were the people that akin to the Mountain Dogs, and actually it makes sense that's why Erie, like, didn't say anything about it. Like, didn't say anything bad about the kidnappers then, honestly, just because, it's because of the Mountain Dogs, so I'm not having a bad relationship with them in Tokyo, though, so wait, Wait, why exactly then did the Mountain Dogs then decide to help with the dam project then? Was it because of Takano's own insistence for some reason, though? But then... That makes things actually even weirder then. Why say the town, honestly, if Takano did that? Someone else actually asked for their help, honestly? Because the sound of it, Erie didn't help, like, ask for the help at all from the sounds of it. Like, just... I guess... behaviorally wise of how he talked about it, it wouldn't make any sense at all, actually. Especially since even the Mountain Dogs didn't really want to talk to, like, call Erie anyway, so... Huh. Who called them to kidnap that kid, and then trying to put in a word for the damn product to be put in a public view, and slowly dwindle it down? And were they the ones... It was a lot of things they need to connect, honestly, but, spindling threads going all over the place. There's, like, a giant, like, sort of twisted knot somewhere in the very center we need to snip off.
But in reality, they have multiple different intentions. In other words, there must be multiple? What's the word? I see in the political section of newspapers all the time. Ah, right. Factions. Are there 2 factions in Tokyo? One that wants to remain friendly with Erie and one that looks down on him? That would explain the irregularities I'm sensing. Maybe I've been talking to Oichi too much. If he hadn't told me that he was suspicious of Takano, would I believe Okanogi without a doubt? Well, maybe not. Even without Oishi's theory, Okanogi still sounded very suspicious. Erie was loyal to his research on Hinamizawa syndrome, the HS. Tokyo understood this, so his relationship with Tomataki wasn't particularly strained. Plus, Erie isn't the kind of person who would commit embezzlement. He's a law-abiding citizen with a good moral character.
In the surface level, anyway.
Of course, he has some ambitions as a researcher, but that only goes as far as common sense expects any researcher to do. It's nothing like the criminal aspiration that would lead to major embezzlement. A great number of the Mountain Dogs are going to be guarding me. That's what I've been writing in my previous lives.
Just, like, seeing just her spiral down this, like, a logic thread, honestly. What tips it over?
but for some reason I couldn't be happy about it. Or you know, actually, you're gonna figure out exact logic thread. Honestly, here and just go, good instinct. Let's go. I can't trust y'all. Leave me alone. I'm gonna hold myself up in this house and get all the pillows and blankets in this place, and I'm gonna make a giant pillow fort into the closet right now. You'll never find me in here. To start shooting off Nerf guns just at the people breaking into the house, then to kill you. I couldn't help but feel depressed. If this house is like an empty bird cage, then they'd be the fox with feathers stuck to its face. I don't know if I can really trust the people who are protecting me. I try to recall more about Okanogi. Mountain dogs have been protecting me for years. Okanogi proved his skills in many of my other lives. Then I'm something of a special existence. If something happens to me, it would be a disaster. And if they want to propagate a disaster or anything like that, That's why if like someone finds their her body early on, they'll think it's a harbinger of doom, honestly, and then when the gas disaster happens, and they don't want to make sure like anything is going away from them itself. It makes sense then. Is that the reason why then? I wonder if like the whole thing with Tepe's body then, was it just another thing they wanted to they want to discredit Keiichi from seeing Takano, honestly? Is that the reason why? That's something taking my brain, but Since I know that he technically killed someone and Takano would like let a factoid slip, the best way to do that would actually make it seem like Keiichi was absolutely insane by finding the body, getting rid of it, and pretending that the uncle was still alive for an extra day before they decided to flood the place with gas. So if Keiichi ever mentions that at any point, before they change their plans or anything like that, they'll put on record that Keiichi went insane before the disaster happened. And technically that kind of worked, even if when he survived, honestly, after disaster went and gone. So yeah, they didn't have to worry about anything that happened there. He did die though. I can't remember how he died though in the third installment though, on top of my head. Did they the interview tapes, honestly, as well, also weren't found until, someone in, the journalist died, too, after the interview. Oh. 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 I might link all together, honestly. If something happens to me, it would be disaster. Theory Institute is there to keep Hinamizawa Syndrome under control, and the Mountain Dogs are there to protect me from evildoers, the dastardly Saturday morning cartoon villains. So why would they betray me now? I thought about it for a while, but I had no idea. I just know one thing for sure. I can't feel comfortable with the protection of the Mountain Dogs alone. I want someone other than Tokyo protecting me, but I bet such a person wouldn't believe me. Wait, what about Oishi? And keeping in touch with Oichi since the other day. Phone call time. Let's go. Let's go on this little telephone gossip train now, right now. He still thinks the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa were all plotted by the village authorities. If he believes that, then he might believe my life was in danger too. For him, I'm a special person with lots of useful information. The Mountain Dogs hate the police, though. Don't worry about it. When I asked them to assassinate Sadako's uncle, they refused because he was being watched by police. It's more like, I thought it was just more like because they couldn't get away with that crime, honestly, because of their interactions. But if they could just call the uncle just like Keiichi did, and the police were none the wiser then, why couldn't they have done that and lured him away somewhere and then killed him? Keiichi literally called the police in Okamiya then, and nothing bad happened there. And the police didn't even realize Tepe was gone until literally that very night, actually. That's yeah. Okay. It was the same night they make sure Takano's disappearance and Tomotaki's death without a hitch though too, so they'll be doing double team, honestly. Don't know how extensive the Mountain Dogs are in their organization anyway, but if they came from Tokyo, they're probably a bit then? Lots of humming in this episode. Lots of humming. When I asked them to assassinate Sadako's uncle, they refused because he was being watched by the police. I don't feel relieved that the police are guarding me along with the Mountain Dogs. That way the dogs wouldn't be able to harm me, even if they were working for an evil faction of Tokyo. Besides that, if my suspicions toward them turned out to be baseless, more protection couldn't hurt. I'm sure the double security will keep me safe. So, mountain dog protection, police protection, and, if you tell your friends, that's, a safety net protection. I understand. I'll stay home for today. Yes, please do. And please don't go into the city and try to pick a fight with delinquents. Meep. Sorry about that. Anyway, please take care of yourself. I have a cold, so may I at least go to the clinic? You never know what might happen, so please don't go near there for a while. I don't want them to inject you with anything suspicious. What? You would never do something like that. That's what we want to believe. But you need to be careful until things are cleared up. But no choice, huh? No? You totally picked up the local dialect, Okanogi. I use a normal Tokyo accent. I can't do inflections and accents right here, okay? I'm not that skilled, okay? Another thing that can fix it when asked, though. After all, it's my job to blend with the local culture. The fact that they're bringing this up here, too. Literally pretending to do the voicing and all that. They brought that up too, disguising stuff. I finished speaking with them. As soon as they hung up the phone, I opened my phone book and looked for the number to the Okinawa Police Department. It was nearly noon. I felt like the pages of the phone book were sticking to my skin. It was that hot? Okay. I must have been in a hurry. I really don't want to die. I want to stay in this world. I don't want to leave this perfect world. I'm trying to do something. Anything because I don't want to die. I'm trying to live with all my might. I'm trying to enjoy my life. First time, I'll spend my last day positively, while drinking wine until I was drunk. Again, where did you get the bottle? I know I said I wouldn't ask, but still.
Hello, this is Oishi. Sorry for the wait. I was getting ready to leave for Gifu Prefecture. I was gonna browbeat them until they owned up to botching the case.
Gifu? You're talking about Takano's body?
Oh, yeah. My colleagues are convinced the body's Takano, but I'm still not satisfied. That's why I'm going there myself. When the body's on Takano, this is gonna be a whole different story. But I'll search for her as a material witness, see? Fortunately, I have a lot of connections in the Gifu Police Department. I'll go have a nice, long talk with them.
It looked like Oishi was proactively moving forward with the investigation. That body really is Takano. That'll be sad for her, but it'll give me reason to trust the mountain dogs. If that's not Takano, then it would tell me that she's part of the whole incident. No matter what the result is, it would give me some kind of hint. But only if I'm still alive.
And if you remember it, if you get the phone call, like, really when this person breaks in to kill you, you won't remember this detail either. God damn it. I'll make it faster.
But really, it's unfortunate. Oishi's leaving for Gifu. He can't be around to protect me.
Unless he calls in some favors, you would just ask.
Oishi, some stranger called me today. I don't know who it was, but he said he's one of the villagers.
He didn't tell you who he was? I see. Please go on. You incited him for the interest. You already put the bait out into the water. Hook, line, sinker. What did he tell you? What did he tell you?
He told me that someone's gonna kill me. He said they'd kill me tonight at the earliest.
Is that true? I see. That's not outside the realm of possibility. Lots of humming. I see. I have to leave soon, but I'll send some officers over there. I'll tell them to keep you safe. You're home right now, right? You have a cold or something? Just say yes, nod your head or something. Something audible. Just stay home and lock your doors and windows. I'll send someone over immediately. Phone calls! Hi. What's wrong, Oishi-san? You'll be late for your appointment. I just got a call from Rika Furude. Someone called to warn her that she was going to be murdered. Someone was trying to kill Rika Furude? But why? Thought she was like the village mascot. It might be a warning for contacting me about the incidents in the village. I don't know if they're really trying to kill her, but she's just a young girl. I'm sure she's very frightened right about now. Plus, we lose her trust right now, that might hurt her relationship in the future. 2 or 3 officers are enough, but please send them over at once. At least there's that, even if they don't entirely believe it, there is that whole thing as well. Connections, yay! I'll also get a hold of her local officer and have them reassure her some. Yes, sir.
Rika Fruity might have some kind of hint regarding the mysterious death of Hinamizawa. Only she couldn't let her die. We should head back to Hinamizawa as soon as we get the Gifu Police Department to spill the beans. This is going to be a pretty tight schedule for our business trip. How long does it take to get to the prefecture, honestly? This will be a piece of cake. What kind of cake, though? Because depending on how much the cake it actually takes, how long it takes to make, honestly, then you never know how complex the cake is. It can't be that simple as a piece of cake. This is Skylark, local police officers on the shrine property. He's heading towards R's house. Roger. View observation. Encountering R. Show the officer inside. R called the Okinami Police Department. She requested protection of her own. Did you tell him about us? Told him that she got an anonymous call. I'm sure that's made up. The Okinami Police Department is sending a few more officers to her location. What? Doesn't she trust the mountain dogs? And this is trouble. It's going to prove more difficult to continue the mission. The mission? Yeah, it's going to happen today. Is it possible that she somehow found out? We're probably safe. Just tell the team to beware of the officers. We don't want them to become suspicious of us. Roger. Who is Roger in this team? I want to know. HQ to all head units. There are police officers around the Fruity Shrine. Please be mindful of them. And I know that's a dustpan on the goddamn door right there, but just every time I see it, it looks like a giant goddamn block of cheese. Cheddar. God damn it. We may have to postpone tonight's mission. I'll call her, but I'm sure the major will order her go anyway. Everything's already set up for R to be discovered dead tomorrow morning, so we can move to the next stage. We don't want the police to suspect us. Yeah, I was already planned ahead of time for now, but... The reason why eludes. If they start suspecting you, just leave quietly. Oishi had called the officers pretty quickly. The officer who was in charge of the area arrived within 10 minutes after I spoke with him. He asked me what kind of phone call I received today. I said to make up a whole story for him. It'll all be over if they check my call history. I'm sure Oishi won't bother doing anything like that. Cover all your tracks, be extra cautious. You're learning. You're learning, Rika. I'm so proud. He thinks I'm worth protecting because information about the incidents in Hinamizawa. That and your status, honestly. There's that too, honestly. So, the fact you're also born, like, in this lineage, honestly, too. It gives you a safety net, too. The policeman is one of the villagers, so I know him very well. More officers are coming here for Okinami department. The police officer told me to relax because he stayed with me until then. Just about to have a nice friendly talk over tea. Oishi must have thought I was frightened to death of getting a threatening phone call like that. In about 30 minutes, 4 officers in plain clothes arrived to the shrine. Plain clothes. Nice. The local officer returned to his police box. We've heard the whole story. We'll guard the shrine, so please call us if something happens. Judge Oishi will be here this evening. I was relieved to hear that Oishi would be coming here. Thank you very much. At least one person will be downstairs. I'm sorry, but is it okay if we use your restroom? No, not at all. Also, will you give us one of your spare keys, just in case? Sure, you can use the restroom too. Just don't take the toilet. My house on the second floor of the storage building. The first floor contains emergency supplies to the village. I'm happy to know that at least one police officer will be there for me. So let's be here, down there, unless they're secretly a mountain dog spy in waiting. The officers confirm their positions in the map of the shrine. One will be the storage building, 2 more will walk around the shrine property. Also, one more officer will be standing in front of the stairs that lead to the shrine. This world's Oishi is certainly reliable. This world's, honestly, emphasis on this world. In my other lives, Oishi tended to look at me as his enemy. Or in this world, he thinks I'm on his side. I'm sure it's because we all became friendly with him around the time we saved Sadako. Pretty much, thank you, Keiichi, God. Look, goddamn Mahjong saved our asses, god damn it. Ugh. God damn it. Who knew that playing Monopoly with a friendly policeman, honestly, would get you out of so much trouble then? My good god. It was unfortunate at the time, but perhaps this return of Sadako's uncle was a necessary event. If Okanogi was right about Eri, he wouldn't be able to come near me with 20 mountain dogs and 4 police officers protecting me. If Okanogi's the bad guy, they'd be discouraged from acting by the presence of the police. Not too different from giving garlic to a vampire. This is the best protection I've had in 100 years. Even so, am I still gonna be killed tonight? It's the only thing you can do, you know. I need to do whatever I can. I should struggle as hard as possible. Wiggle out of this invisible net you're in. I won't give up. I won't even think about my next life. This is what enjoying life is all about. This is what living seriously is all about. Like that sentiment. Anya, are you there? I'm calling you now. Come all the way across from wherever you were. Where you're across the entire world right now, just appear right here. Appears out of nowhere. I'm here. Just immediate teleportation from all the way across the entire Atlantic. What sights have you seen over there? What do you think about all this? I have to admit, I've never seen anything like this before. Is it still wrong for me to expect something different this time? Well, I'm not gonna hope for anything. I'll just accept whatever the result is. The ends justify the means. Hanyo's still acting like a bystander. I knew she was gonna say something like that, but part of me was hoping she would say something more positive. It's more neutral. Upon hearing her say what she did, I felt a little disappointed. I wondered why Hanyo refused to be anything but an onlooker. I always thought it was normal for her to be that way, because she's a special existence. Like, look, if you convince Hanyo to actually be a fucking proactive person right here, then we have supernatural miracles instead of in-person miracles. Then, right, from another plane of existence. Then she should help, because from the sound of it, she's only been a bystander this entire time. Honestly, too. I always thought it was normal for her to be that way because she's a special existence. I also convinced myself that I had to be an onlooker too, since I was a similar being. However, I can't just let go of everything and become a bystander. I can't become like her. I can't stop hoping for a better life for Rika Furude. That hope was betrayed so many times and my heart was crushed countless more. That's why I stopped expecting anything to turn out the way I wanted. So is Hanya the same way? She's led a longer existence than you have. A century, you say? She's lived longer than that. Probably even like triple. Not even that. Just like 5, 10, or just like the beginning of the goddamn time in existence. Honestly. Are you also afraid of being hurt? I've only lived for 100 years, but I know how frightening it is to have high expectations. Hanya should also be aware of that, since she's lived far longer than me. I always thought of that Hanya was a special existence. But except for the fact that she's invisible, everything about us is the same. Well, I mean, she has horns, but, you know, still. She has the same thoughts and feelings as everyone else, yet I still saw her as a special existence. That's why I just assumed that her mind worked in a different way. I've been living far longer than you. I know that there's more sad things than happy things in this world. Your hopes will always be betrayed. That's why I don't want to be hurt anymore. So you're not expecting anything from this world either. I still have some hope that this world might be different. But you think I'll just be killed again? That's not what I'm thinking. Hanya looked uncomfortable. You're just in a rock and a hard place. I'm trying to cognitive dissonance all in your brain. Nothing's gonna change, honestly. At the same time, how do I change Rika's mind so she doesn't go give up again? God damn it! Please don't do this, Rika. Please, Rika. I bet that's what she's thinking, and some along those lines anyway. She had no doubts that I'd be killed again that night. That's what it means to not have hope. But she can't just own up to it because she doesn't want to hurt my feelings. Same as Sadako. You're waiting for some stroke of luck or some miracle to come and help you. You're afraid of fighting. You think that being patient is the same as being strong. That's how I was until a little while ago. Hanya looked down and bit her lip. She couldn't deny what I said. I know that you've heard it over and over. Miracles will not happen unless everyone works together. It means you have to believe too. A miracle will never happen unless everyone believes in it. Well, I just said sounded as though I was blaming her for the miracle not happening. For over 100 years, apparently, you're almost like giving that, like, almost suddenly giving her that little guilt trip over there, but still. Maybe I was too harsh to her. Sit quiet. And Hanyo continued to look at the floor, shaking. Then she looked up at me and spoke. I noticed sadness, but also a little bit of anger in her eyes. I can't even touch people or talk to them. I think I'm just like everyone else, even though all I can do is watch. Do you just know how it feels not to be involved in anything? There's a slight severity in the tail end of Hanyo's speech. Except for me, she can't communicate with anyone in this world. She hates to be reminded of that. I'm sorry. Let's stop this. I don't want to have a fight with you. I don't want to spend the rest of the time alive in an argument here. I don't want to argue with you either. But let me just say one thing. You're my friend. I don't want my friend to tell me not to expect too much of my life. Yeah, I'll apologize for that. But you should try respecting my opinions too, you know. She can be stubborn at times. Hanya seems weak in the outside, but she actually has a very strong moral code. Unless she wouldn't bend for anything. She apologized to me, but she wasn't being honest. She still wasn't expecting anything good to come from this world. She still thinks I'm gonna die pitifully.
How do you change a god's perspective about this then, so the miracle happens then? Okay.
That's why she refuses to believe in miracles. I've been living with her long enough to read her mind.
Several times, honestly, different lives.
I feel bad for her in a sense. She's been living too long and lost all her hope. Hanya told me to call her if anything else happened and soon disappeared. I'm sure she's still around.
Probably just trying to think things over, honestly, by this point.
She's probably still watching me, as if she's watching a TV show.
She just goes completely invisible to everyone now.
The time of my death is slowly approaching.
Or you think so anyway, unless you flip over the hourglass even more again, so more time approaches. More sand at the very top of the hourglass.
Will I be able to survive this time? It's been a long time since I faced this fear without drinking wine.
Just like shakily reaches out toward the wine cabinet. No, not this time. Can't submit to the addiction. Not right now. No. Completely sane mind right now, please. Ah. I thought we were gonna go over to Keiichi's perspective, or like, everyone at school. Huh.
I was left with nothing else to do after washing the dishes and cleaning the room. Men, dogs, and police were protecting me. Just in case, I figured I should leave something behind for Sadako. Should I write down some recipes for her in the notebook? Would you be happy if I leave a will for her?
Yes, leave down a giant manifesto, honestly. That's what I would do, honestly. Just leave an entire list of things of my life, honestly. Just to make a short, like, little autobiography, honestly. Get all your feelings and emotions down to one piece of paper.
I laughed at my own foolishness. No one would be happy to read a will. If I died, they'd be devastated and wonder why I didn't talk to them. That's exactly how I felt when Sadako didn't ask for any help when her uncle was abusing her. I wonder, will I be killed before Sadako even comes home?
I wonder how Sako's gonna take if she comes home and like the police officer's like there on the first floor, honestly, or like there's just a separate way to get up to the very top of the floor, honestly. Like oh, hi there, officer. Why are you here? I'm a guest. Rika.
My memories of these days are never very clear. The day I die is always vague in my recollections.
I wonder just because like the trauma of like of your death would be, or just because the first few times you realize just depression and all that. Like, yeah, if you're in this kind of state, memories like or like I don't know the science behind it, technically speaking. Like memories do form, but it's hard to recollect them, honestly, because you're not fully like putting away in your back of your mind, so you can recollect it, remember it later, honestly. So yeah, really depressive state. It's hard to make memories or like remember certain things, honestly, that you were told or had to do, anything like that. It's harder.
It's fine if I'm murdered before Sadako gets home, but if I'm murdered after, then will they kill her along with me? I don't want that to happen. It's bad enough already that I end up killed. If Sadako is murdered along with me each time, that would be too much to bear. How much have I ignored other people's sadness with that rash idea that that world ends when I die? Thinking about that made me truly ashamed of myself. I turned on the TV to try and reduce the silence, but it didn't help at all. Worse, not only did the TV not help my fears, it felt like it symbolized Hanya and my allies, making me feel even more unpleasant. It was past lunchtime, nearly 3 p.m. School should be out soon. I'm not there today, so they probably won't do a club activity. Sadako should be home shortly. It seems I'm gonna survive until she gets home after all. If she comes home and asks me what's troubling me, I might end up telling her the truth. If I talk to someone, that person will be deemed away by the mountain dogs. That's why I never spoken to anyone about it. I didn't want my friends to get into danger. But if Sadako was also murdered likewise in every world because she was involved with me, then we're doomed to share the same fate then. It's better to know the truth than to be killed without knowing what's going on. But I'm under very strict security right now. I might be able to survive in this world. If that's the case, I shouldn't talk to Sadako about it. It won't be so easy to talk to my friends after all. Moments later, her surprised yell of Sadako coming from downstairs. Yes, I knew it! Rika, who the hell is this? She returned. I don't think she was scared to see a stranger in her home. Rika, get the goddamn knife ready! I had to tell her that the police were here. That would be tantamount to telling her that someone is out to kill me. I don't know how to explain it to her how much I should tell her. However, my thoughts were interrupted by the noise of a crowd. Sadako had come home alone. It's the whole entire school. I'm home! Hey, Rika! What's up with the officer downstairs? Oh, hi, you all came together. Did you get a megaphone? Just scream into Rika's face. What is wrong with you? I like the image of that. Why is that guy guarding your house? What the heck did you do? Everything. Me-chan, that's not the right question. What happened to you, Rika-chan? There were some strangers on the shrine grounds, too. Are they also police officers? This isn't normal, you know. We don't know what's troubling you, but we're all here to cheer you up. It looks like something bad is going on. Oh. I couldn't stop laughing upon seeing everyone rush to my house while asking the same questions. Sensory overload. Made me feel as though being depressed all day had just been a waste of time. Recap. What on earth is so funny? You need to explain to us what's going on. There's nothing to explain. I'm getting murdered today. Just so casually. What? Everybody knew that I'd been telling people about how I was going to be killed, but they were surprised to hear it from my own mouth. Hey, Rika-chan, I heard that from you yesterday. You told me that you would think that someone's trying to kill you, but I thought that was one of your jokes then. Now, though, you're not fooling me anymore. You have to talk to your friends. Keiichi spoke with a harsh tone, as though I'd been upset. As my friend, he must think that it's unforgivable that I didn't talk to him about it. He wasn't the only one feeling that way, though. Every single one of them was looking at me with worried expression in their faces. Rika, everybody here say to me, I want to do something for my friends as well. I'm glad to hear that. Remember what you told me? You told me to have the courage to fight. But just look at you, you're not even fighting yourself. Sadako pointed out something that I've already realized. I had no one to argue back. You told me that you put us in danger by talking to us. But all of us are already involved, no matter if you talk to us or not. That's right. We're your friends. If you're in danger, all of us are in danger too. When Sadako was in danger, we all fought for her, remember? It's the same thing. If your life is in danger, I think it's time for Sonozaki family to step in. We're way more reliable than the police. Isn't that right, sis? That's right. You have to talk to us. What kind of trouble are you in? Who the hell is threatening to kill you? The entire town itself, except for you people, apparently. Based on how you're acting, I'm assuming you don't even know who it is. If you did know, it wouldn't be as big as a problem. Meep. You're also smart. You know everything, even though I haven't talked to you yet. This is not a time for jokes, Rika. You must talk to us. What's happened? What's this all about? Time loop stuff. What? You don't call the police unless you're really in danger, no? How dare you talk to the police before talking to us? We are more trustworthy than the police, I'll have you know. Is the cause thing you're uncomfortable talking to us about? Rika would never have any issue they'll be uncomfortable to talk about. Calm down, Sadako. Rika-chan is the leader of the Furuta family. She's worshipped as the reincarnation of Oishiro-sama in the village. She might have been in trouble for a long time, even though we didn't know about it. Maybe she just didn't want to talk to us about such trouble because we're all trying to have a fun life here in this village. That's probably what it was, right? Almost. You're almost right there, okay? You're almost right there. Has something to deal with more supernatural stuff, though. Put that in your brain. So it has something to do with Rika-chan in the village, huh? Must involve those crazy old people who worship Oishiro-sama. So it must have something to do with the curse of Oishiro-sama. I know. I bet it's related to what happened to Tomataki-san Takano-san. Why would Tomataki-san's murder cause Rika-chan's life to be in danger? That's too big a leap. It's crazy to think that someone's trying to kill her anyway. Rika-chan is bound by more obligations than we know, and she probably couldn't talk about them. I'm right, aren't I? It's not a very fun topic, which is why you couldn't tell your friends, right? Everyone has goddamn hammers because you're slamming it down to the nails on Rika's brain apparently right now. I cannot believe this. Is it really true, Rika? Is it really true that you're involved in Tomataki-san's murder case? Involved? The way how you phrase it like that implies very not so nice things. I remain silent, but with my mouth open. I plead the fifth. I hadn't answered any of their questions, but they continued to ask, and had eventually hit the nail on the head. I was more surprised than anything. But then again, these are, after all, my beloved clubmates. Oh, you can never fucking predict them, apparently, so yeah. At the very least, me, anyway. I laughed once more. My issues and my secrets are so devastating to me. They stopped sounding like such a big deal when everyone talked about them together. They knew exactly what was going on without me saying a word. Not even about gesticulating around. In that moment, I realized just how powerless I am. I had to tip my hat to them. Do you have a hat? If you don't, get one. I think in Rival Reina's hat, apparently. I think you will. Everything seems so foolish now. And so I decided to just tell him everything. If you want me to talk, I will. I'm sure you won't believe me. We will. As long as you tell us the truth. We'll never doubt it. Everyone's expressions turned grave as they vowed not to make light of anything I told them. And so I'm gonna tell them everything. I want to see if they really will believe me or not. And the police officer is just gonna listen to this from downstairs, honestly, listen to everything. In that case, I'll tell you. Or just, the police officer is right there in the corner listening to all this, like, after everything's said and done, he's like, okay, maybe there's something else, maybe it's a bad idea to do this shift after all. I think I'm being targeted by the same people who killed Tomataki and Takano. Then, are they the true culprit behind this series of mysterious deaths? I don't know about that, but it's possible. I don't understand. How would Tomataki-san Takano-san's murderer also want to kill Rika? Or she thinks Takano is the culprit. Yakunogi thinks that Eri is the culprit. Either way, it sounds like someone from Tokyo is trying to kill me. I can't tell if it's Takano or Eri, but I do know that to them, I'm like a trump card. In order to explain everything, I need to tell them about the relationship between Hinamizawa, Tokyo, and the Eri clinic. I don't think they'll believe me. It's such a ridiculous story. Who would ever believe it? Not my friends. And the police officer downstairs just listen to all this like, holy shit, actually, this makes a lot of sense. The mountain dogs, you say. Let me just make this phone call to the police station. But who would ever believe it? Not my friends. You'll all be in danger if I talk to you about this. Are you sure you still want to hear it? Of course. If you're in danger, we're in danger then too. Everyone nodded at Keiichi's words. Well then, I'm gonna see how everyone reacts. I'm gonna ascertain what friendship is all about. With a nod of my own, I opened my mouth and began to explain. There's a disease unique to Hinamizawa.
A mass hysteria disease, apparently.
I'm not sure what it's officially called, but I've always known it as Hinamizawa syndrome. Everyone glanced back and forth at each other without when I mentioned the term. They never heard of it before. The name Hinamizawa syndrome has actually been around since before the war.
Oh, well, okay. Wait, Hanya told us, apparently, I'm assuming. Or from, not that the clinic did. Someone from there.
It's the general term for the severe homesickness and the mental instability that people from Mizawa experience when it's at the village. People in Hinamizawa have refused to leave the village since the era of Onikafuchi. The villagers believe that they've been cursed by Oyashiro-sama if they left, and people who did often came back because of that curse. In general, it used to be thought of as only severe homesickness. But during the war, soldiers from Hinamizawa became mentally deranged in faraway places. That does sometimes happen in war. What was unique about the soldiers from Hinamizawa was the way that they killed their own comrades and committed suicide at the end. One doctor became curious of these cases and studied those soldiers. That's when they found it was actually a disease only found in Hinamizawa.
It's a mystical disease, apparently, from like an old doctor who helps save everyone all the way back in those olden days.
According to this doctor, their strange behavior was not the result of their culture. It was a mental disease triggered by external circumstances. A mental disease with external cause is different from a psychological illness. It's a result of some kind of physical disorder. It causes people to become mentally unstable when something triggers it. There are 3 categories of externally caused mental diseases: traumatically induced, substance abuse induced, and chemical imbalance induced. Chemical imbalance induced, like when you're born with born a certain way and your brain can't fire like the right chemicals throughout, or your body can't make the same stuff. Traumatically induced disorders are cases resulting from damage to the brain or from trauma or infection that influences the mind. This is the reason personalities can change as a result of head injuries. Substance abuse, as the name suggests, refers to cases where drugs, especially alcohol or stimulants, have influenced the mind.
I'm actually really happy we're getting all this because there was a part of me, brain actually, is just learning a bit more about it, because it's hard to tell whether just like like how does it actually get into the body though? Like how did Keiichi still got it even though he's an outsider? Like was it is it like getting be injected with it or literally anything else? Is that injection he got the doctors from Erie actually was meant to be a vaccine, or like did someone actually like swap that around the clinic honestly just to make things even worse actually? Especially you have to kind of like smooth things along to I guess keep a close eye on him then. That time then. They were keeping tabs on him then. Huh. That makes a lot of sense then. Substance abuse, as the name suggests, refers to cases where drugs, especially alcohol or stimulants, have influenced the mind. The last category is chemical imbalances. These are cases where some ailment in the patient's body causes abnormal secretions of bodily chemicals, which then influence the brain's functions. This may sound odd, but it's been said that people tend to become depressed when they have a cold. We all experience the ways in which physical sickness can cause a buildup of negative emotions. However, with chemical imbalances, the cause is more direct. People's emotions aren't born from our hearts. Well, that's what you think. Everyone should know logically that they're the result of chemicals secreted by the organs in our bodies as necessary. So when the organs operating the secretion of those emotional controllers malfunction, it causes them to secrete abnormal amounts. The thyroid gland, for example, secretes hormones that regulate emotions. When the gland is defective, the balance of those hormones becomes unstable. This can cause people to not only have a physical sickness, but also mental sickness, such as depression. People don't get mentally ill just because of mental problems.
Human beings are made out of meat.
Okay, you're gonna put it that bluntly then. Okay, how dare you trust the brain? How dare you trust the hunk of meat inside your brain to name itself?
We get mentally ill when that meat is defective.
That's a way to put it.
A doctor studying Hinamizawa syndrome also came up with a theory. He suggested that there is a pathogen endemic to Hinamizawa that, if a host stray too far from home, affects the chemicals in their brain and causes them to hallucinate. The villagers' belief in Oyashiro-sama is certainly related to this endemic disease. People in Onigifuchi village knew about the syndrome.
So technically that means anyone who comes in contact with this place and lives here, then that means if you wanted to leave, you just die and just go crazy, and then when you leave here, oh my good god, that actually just sounds like hell on earth then. What the fuck, actually? My good god.
They knew they couldn't survive outside the village. They also didn't want anyone else to enter the village because they would get infected too. They took this disease as a curse, not a sickness. The most significant symptoms of this disease are antisocial behavior and extreme persecution complex. The eventual suicide caused by defects in the lymph nodes are also another unique characteristic. The usual behavior of terminal patients is that was inspired the legend of the demons coming out of the swamp and attacking the villagers. Basically, sick villagers developed severe persecution complexes and wound up killing other villagers.
Huh.
After a long time, survivors of the disease started to comprehend its rules.
I was wondering exactly how the point actually was a disease or anything like that. If they actually connected the dots with the people whom I'm assuming would have pretty much no motive at all, or like would have little reason to.
They discovered the disease is incurable once you contract it.
It's incurable.
That's why they started barring outsiders from entering the village. Also, once you become ill, you'll begin developing a persecution complex. This can happen to anyone in the village. The doctrine of Oyashiro-sama says the blood of humans and demons was mixed together. The Oyashiro-sama has control over the violent blood of the demons. People said that you'd be cured if you didn't follow Oyashiro-sama's rules. It could also be understood to mean that as long as you followed Oyashiro-sama's rules, you could cope with this endemic disease. This is what was meant by the scripture in Oyashiro-sama's legend that said they appeared, unified the humans and demons, and made them live together in this village.
Live with your parasites living inside you. Live with them. Live with them. Cooperate with them. Shake hands.
Then there was the most important part. The rules to prevent symptoms from appearing. Those rules are the taboos, and people were strictly taught that Oyashiro-sama would curse them if they broke those rules. The horrible, bloody traditions of the village were probably performed in order to force people to respect these taboos. There are several ways to keep the disease under control, but there are two main conditions for doing so.
So those, like, rules, I guess, breaking the storehouse, I guess, were one of them then, I guess? Or literally just was that literally just a rule, like, for the disease itself, or just they didn't want anyone to learn about the history of the town, honestly, and it's like everything all over again?
The first one is to prevent suspicion. The villagers are suspicious of someone, it can trigger their persecution complex, which can lead them to developing terminal symptoms. That's why they made sure to have such a tightly knit community so that people wouldn't suspect each other. Since the terror of Oyashiro-sama's curse is emphasized, many don't know this, but she's also a god of marriage and neighborly love. However, this condition is not as important as the other one. Indeed, Oyashiro-sama isn't even recognized as a god of friendship in Hinamizawa anymore. There's only worship as such in Okinamiya's Hirasaka district. Okay. It must be a jarring thing to learn, like, from there's a culture shock there, from they asked about Hinamizawa and all that, and learn about how they worship them. Okay. Now, for the other condition. This one is much clearer, and was practiced much more strictly. If villagers leave Hinamizawa, they will fall ill quickly, proportional to the distance from the village.
So that's why Keiichi, I guess, went even more, I guess, like, insane, honestly, from outside there. Wait, I was told the anime, honestly, that Reina...
that Reina was fine though. Like, after the whole police thing. Does that mean that she decided to live in Okinomi, honestly? That's close to you can actually be without him, without going too far in the village, but and this is a whole zone where even Okinomi was also, like, or parts of it as well were quarantined off, then you wouldn't be able to be nearby it then. From the sound of it, like, she seemed fine in the anime, at least that outro thing from when Akasaka and Oishi were rescuing things together. I actually do want to check out that I guess that part out actually in the anime, if nothing else. That sounds really interesting, that addition. If villagers leave Hinamizawa, they will fall ill quickly, proportional to the distance from the village. Villagers nowadays will not get as sick rapidly if they leave town or even go out of the country for a long time. However, long ago, they will fall ill as soon as they left the village. You can't even go get groceries without him being guided sick. It's very unfortunate that Keiichi got infected so soon as he moved to the village. It's also very unfortunate that he got sick just because he left the village for a few days to go to his relative's funeral in that one world. Oh, yeah, I remember that too, honestly. That exacerbated a lot of things then. That's why Hanyo felt so bad from that time and kept on apologizing over and over. Although, no matter how much she apologized, he never heard her voice. This turned to a long discussion, but these rules etched around Oyashirasu's curse represent the ancient wisdom of how to cope with the Hinamizawa syndrome. So literally when that spread to the rest of Japan, then that led to almost everyone getting fixated in the town itself, and that going all the way across the land. Oh my dear God. Okay then. You have they literally just made it. They literally just made a disease that makes people go crazy just because you're not near the source. Oh, holy shit, actually. Is there any way to use his mental disease for military purposes? The aforementioned doctor insisted there was, but the military didn't listen to him at all the time. They're interested in developing a weapon that can make a dramatic change to the war efforts. They didn't have any money to spare for the research of this strange disease. We gotta worry about the nuclear bomb anyway, the way that it is. This way, research on Hinamizawa syndrome was abandoned. Then the war ended. Japan started its reconstruction under American leadership. However, some powerful people in the political world didn't want to accept the American way of thinking. Yeah, I would think. Some of them were fired by the GHQ. They still stayed on as advisors to the government, since Japan has a culture of respecting the elderly. Eventually, music changed. This is the where shit gets real. A political organization was formed, the object of which was to restore Japan to the way it was before the war. Follow all traditions, apparently. Well, it makes sense here to not make sure everything actually gets destroyed. That's actually a good case to make, honestly. If everything is like being slowly abolished and with American trying to American Western thinking being put onto Eastern, yeah, I can actually understand that a lot. In the beginning, this organization was a very small group, just a gathering of 2 or 3 individuals who share the same ideals, blowing hot air at a restaurant. Those 2 or 3 hit it off with each other and grew to the size of a class reunion. That group became a rather sizable organization, eventually becoming a political one. Well, it would be more accurate to call them a secret society. Oh my good God, the Illuminati of Japan is formed! God damn it! This secret society eventually came to be called by the name of the place where it was based. Tokyo. Okay. There are many mysteries about Tokyo and in Tokyo itself. One thing I know for sure is that it was composed of old men from Japan's political stage, ones with strong power to directly influence the government and vast assets that meant they could work from the shadows. They're also connected to various corporations. The goal was to return Japan to the way it was before the war. Of course, that was a pretty ridiculous goal. Nothing more than an idea in their minds immediately after the war, back when they were still bowing their heads to the occupation forces of those white barbarians. Once Japan's post-war reconstruction began, Tokyo, in quotes, steadily became a shell of its former self. but it didn't totally become a shell. It culled the fat. Japan regained its peace, and years passed. However, some people still continued to believe that Japan had been better before the war, and they were determined to return the country to those times. I can actually, like, yeah, I can totally buy the whole thing. I can already imagine there's some people still today, who say, hey, things we, like, I guess changed in the laws, I guess even now, it's better back then. And those people I don't really like to talk about, honestly. I don't want to interact with them ever again. Those Tokyo plotted how to restore pre-war Japan from many angles. They approached the problem economically, internationally, and militarily as well. Japan has no nuclear armaments due to the 3 non-nuclear principles. Oh, the 3 non-nuclear principles. Oh my good god, where are we going with this? In other words, this country is to brown-nose America as long as they hold nuclear weapons. The number 1 priority of Tokyo was to be independent from America. It's I know what they're trying to do with their whole the name of Secret Society being named Tokyo. At the same time, it's making things confusing when they're talking about actual Tokyo or this Tokyo. Oh my good god. Number 1 priority of Tokyo is to be independent from America. They want this country to be on equal footing, and to obtain a weapon of mass destruction that isn't nuclear in nature. Okay, that's actually a really interesting idea then. That was the reason why they started thinking about utilizing Hinamizawa syndrome. So they decided to use that to target people across Japan who didn't agree, they think don't agree with what they want? Okay. And again, harking back to China, like the fourth installment, honestly, they can probably do that only, like, very slowly. That or someone figures that something weird is happening and stops it. They, like, the doctors actually notice something weird going on with them, with the disease going on inside then. However, they couldn't study this disease openly. In order to utilize it for military purposes, they had to hide the existence of the disease itself. So they enlisted one young researcher, Kosuke Iri. I need to make it clear that Iri isn't some far-right supporter of the secret society. He's just a young, capable doctor and an earnest researcher. He published an innovative thesis, but other academics thought he was too radical. However, that convinced Tokyo that he was the only researcher suitable to study Hinamizawa syndrome. As someone young and ambitious, Erie's thrilled to take on the product of studying this rare disease with a large budget, a large staff, and his own facility. Was he stationed here actually just because of that? Or was he always in this town to begin with? Yeah, okay, he was stationed there actually soon enough before the damn product even happened, okay. But researching the disease would mean that he'd end up infected too. No one wants to take such dangerous research, or just, like, take a gas mask with you back and forth to work and, yeah, have fun with that. He really was too young. Well, his other option being wearing down his youth, working hard the night shift for local practice, he wanted to answer the expectations of the sponsor who carefully selected him. In the end, Iri was able to uncover that, as hypothesized, that Hinamizawa syndrome was a unique infectious disease. He developed both a treatment and a vaccine. Iri was extremely talented. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense now, honestly. And he called for, I guess, the original strands of the disease being destroyed, but they still kept it intact, though. But they still made, I guess, vaccines and all that in strodes, though. Well, yeah, that's by that measure, honestly. They have vaccines, honestly. They still have a strand of the Hinamizawa syndrome anyway, in a pure form. Well, it's mixed together, but they still technically have a bit of it. Vaccines are usually just they give you a tiny, manageable piece of it so you can overcome it in your own body, though. So, I guess that means, like, well, they said it was incurable before. Does that mean it's different now, or they just, like, you can alleviate the symptoms, honestly? Like, you can actually, you can head up that way to the world, honestly, or, Well, they said they had to take many different shots, though, so, yeah, probably it's not that good, honestly. Oh. And now I'm wondering if Sadako, technically speaking, did she, like, they said it was, like, you know, from birth and things like that. Was it, like, chemically imbalanced? Like, people get born with, different things with ADHD, honestly? Like, that? Or, like, both, like, that and also traumatically induced, honestly. And then, Thinking about, wait, huh. The very thing that brought up substance abuse, honestly, with the third thing there. My mind immediately harkened back to that one guy who took the fall from, possibly, quote-unquote, Satoshi's murder, honestly, of the aunt. But, that's still a bit weird in my own brain, honestly, if we don't have anything more of that. If we're not gonna figure it out here, maybe, there's maybe, like, one or two clues, like, something that it focuses in on for the last installment, or, that's only one part of the game that we're meant to figure out on our own self, but the rest of it's, like, put stuck in center of, like, a clear answer. That or just Satoshi disappears out of nowhere, people find his, body, or, like, know he's dead definitively. The Erie Institute was formed to study disease. Erie was nominally the head of the organization, but Tokyo still sent out a supervisor, because when all was said and done, he was just a researcher. The supervisor was Mio Takano. Takano's job at Takano's job at the Institute was to act as a go-between for Tokyo and Erie, manage the research progress and preserve its secrecy. The latter was the most important part of her job. She would do her best to prevent people from finding out that Erie was researching the disease, or even the disease exists at all. The Mountain Dogs were formed for that purpose. They're under Takano's command, and their job is to prevent the Institute's secrets from being discovered. The Mountain Dogs are one special forces unit specializing in unconventional warfare, and known by Tokyo with its vast influence on the SDF. Tokyo had set their eyes on the likelihood that a small, elite squad of covert operatives would be a trump card in the anti-nuke era, so they vigorously investigated those options. And this was a worldwide trend. Since the Cold War, everyone avoided sending troops directly to their enemy's doorstep. Japan was also trying to be part of that world. The result, by 1983, even the police had been forming secret special forces units. Prefectural Police Squad 2, the ones who intervened when Reina laid siege to her school, changed their name to the Zero Company, and drew into an anti-terrorism squad that handled hijackings around the Kansai airport area. Well, okay. The National Police Agency's Squad 6 was formed as a counterterrorism squad for Narita Airport, too. And they were changing their name to 7th Company as well. There's a lot of different things I'm learning about Japan if all this stuff is true. Okay. Oh my good god, I can already tell from the smaller font. The theory is that in a world where nations possess nukes they can't use, small elite special forces disrupting metropolitan areas would be the new way of waging war. So in 1977, they developed the SAT's predecessor, the Special Task Force SAP, to serve as the National Police Agency's trump card in securing the peace. I'm slowly just I'm not processing this information right now. My brain's not registering all this information now. Oh boy. Likewise, the Japan Coast Guard established their special task force, the SST, in anticipation of unconventional warfare at the coast. There are several known special forces units in Japan. When they hear a phrase like special forces, most people tend to think of a movie or comic book. Spies. However, those units actually exist and are protecting Japan in secret. During the famous incident of suspicious boats off the coast of Noto Peninsula, the news reported that the helicopter squad trained in gun battles was headed there, but was recalled because the suspicious boat sank. But that was because the Coast Guard's SST acted. However, the news never mentions the SST or any other special forces unit. Because they had the press in the palm of their hands, rolling around like little marbles in their palms. Conspiracy theories time, let's go. Overboard, let's go. All these units were established after Tokyo made a suggestion about it to the government. Researching military tactics in the name of peace and order worked perfectly for Tokyo. But since the mid-century anti-war movement made people resent those forces, those special units have been kept secret as of 1983. Furthermore, these units are not all fall under the jurisdiction of the police. There are still many other military units that are kept secret from the average citizen. Mountain Dogs are actually one of those special units. They specialize in kidnapping, espionage, and preserving secrecy. Yes, they handled that expertly in the 4th installment, I'll keep saying. You might as well just call them an assassination unit. Yay. I'm gonna deal with that. They were around during the dam conflict as well. Tokyo worked to put an end to the dam project because the impact it would have on Erie's research. Oh. That makes a lot of sense then.
So pretty much like they had two different factions in the government saying, damn product must be held. No, we got research this Hinamizawa thing anyway. The Mountain Dogs were the one to kidnap the Minister of Construction's grandson. Makes sense. Most people believe that the Sonozaki family was the center of the movement, but in reality, the Mountain Dogs were responsible for many of the things that Sonozakis were accused of. In that sense, the existence of the Sonozaki family was an advantage to the dogs. They can be the scapegoats, and because they keep up a part anyway for their power, honestly, they keep the facade up to them, they were behind it all. And if they say they weren't behind it, that would leave a giant question of, who exactly was it? And lead to probably a bit of panic and suspicion on that part either, too, and I'm breaking the curse's rule anyway, so yay. Their main job after the dam conflict ended has been to continue keeping the disease hidden from the public. There was those two people that were around the dam site where Keiichi was fleeing from Reina. Why were they there in this area? Were they picking up actually things buried around actually, or There's still a missing body piece, honestly, in that one guy who went missing too. So what happened to them too? With the spread of information networks in the modern age, the media jumped onto any unusual incident and quickly aired it to the wide nation. Tokyo doesn't want the disease to be known nationwide since they're trying to utilize it for their own purposes. The main task of the Mountain Dogs is to kidnap people suffering from Hinamizawa syndrome. Okay. They pose as gardeners, but in actuality, they patrol the village to make sure nothing strange happens. They're the ones who demon away people who go missing. Oh, okay then. Wait, so, oh. Wait, that still leaves the question if I guess Sadako's parents then. Did they actually, fake that they... that doesn't make any sense though, but... One drowned and they decided that they found the other, whoever it was, and just made them go missing too anyway? And the same thing with them, the dad? Rika's dad? did they actually, poison, or did, they did mention Rika's, dad was, was going down with an illness of some kind, and, died, and shortly after, her mom went missing. Apparently with a suicide note apparently attached, but they couldn't find her ever again, so, oh boy. Okay. They're the ones who demon away people who go missing. They're probably also involved in some of the mysterious deaths, too. Back to, uniform. The last important person is Jiro Tomatake. I don't know his real name. He was an auditor who was sent from Tokyo 4 times a year. He came to check on the progress of the research, and outline requests from Tokyo. He discussed the research budget with Erie too. He also got the observation report on Erie from Takano. That was his purpose. Erie started out by studying the autopsy results of dead villagers, and he discovered many answers from that. But does that mean Erie actually saw? Erie technically saw all the people who were also whisked away from every single year then. So he was way much more than know how the mysterious deaths and anything else. Oh my good god, does that mean, oh my good god, Satoshi's fucking dead. Oh my good god. In 1979, the Mountain Dogs kidnapped the culprit behind the murder of the construction chief, who was a terminal patient of Hinamizawa syndrome. The nature of the disease is dramatically clarified. The research made rapid progress after that very first murder. Yay. Oh, and and the whole thing about you get influenced by the delusion that gets shared around like a mass hysteria, honestly, from someone you trust, honestly, that led to everyone doing the whole group, honestly, going to kill that manager and cutting up into pieces, honestly. That's what led to that then. Their research made rapid progress to that, and they discovered a vaccine, medication, and other methods of treatment for the disease. At the same time, they continued to investigate how to utilize it for military purposes. One of the interesting findings of the research was that the pathogen can only be found when the patient is still alive. Oh. On top of that, they couldn't detect the presence of the pathogen at all unless they use a certain inhumane method. Wait,
What the fuck? What the fuck did they do to Sadako? In other words, it's virtually impossible to detect the pathogen by normal means. It left almost no trace, and the unusual symptoms it produced seemed like voluntary behavior, so they conclude the disease could be used to their advantage. However, Tokyo has been going through some changes. It's been almost 50 years since the war ended. The leaders in the shadows behind Japan's government who ruled from the center of Tokyo began growing infirm and opening up seats, steadily passing their leadership to the new generation. The whole organization has started to shift. Of course, the purpose of Tokyo is to do the same. It's still a secret society, the ultra-nationalists who want Japan to be the top of the world. However, their ambition to start a war with America and take over the world has diminished. Tokyo's directed its priorities towards the economy, international affairs, and education. Like, I guess, like, there was this sort of thing of them trying to fit in with the rest of the superpowers in the world, too. They mentioned that, too. They already hinted at that at one point or another. Doesn't mean those ambitions are gone entirely, however. I just realizing again, you're just giving this entire history lesson also to everyone in this room, honestly, still. Several seniors still alive retain those ambitions. Tokyo continues to finance military research, but for the present-day Tokyo, Erie's research is actually something of an embarrassment. The new Tokyo is no longer interested in this project. They announced that they're going to cut their budget as soon as those seniors pass away. Oh, it's leading to all of this, and they're trying to use them, the Hinamizawa gas disaster to, take it with them and take it over, so they're really dividing factions in Tokyo itself then, too. Oh. However, Erie objected to that plan. He strongly appealed for the continuation of his research. This is what Okanogi was talking about. Erie's in disagreement with Tokyo. Erie's research has been making great progress. They discovered various treatment and testing methods, and he's even started to develop a treatment plan for the whole village. If they cut his funding, Erie's research would end up without any results. So then everyone, even though there's like some way to alleviate symptoms, everyone still had the affliction then. There's no way to properly cure it, but just ways to diminish the effects then. Tokyo had a discussion with Erie through Tomitaki, and they decided to shut down his research partially, but not fully. However, they told him to immediately stop researching military application of the disease, destroyed all the research data related to that. He had very little interest in weaponizing the disease anyway, so Erie accepted those terms right away. Tokyo probably believed that it was better to let him find a cure for the disease than to terminate the product entirely. At this point, Erie considers himself as one of the villagers. Perhaps exterminating disease-infected villagers without their knowledge is his way of atoning for using the village to advance its research and reputation. Well, there's that. Both Tokyo and Erie agreed to fully terminate his research as soon as he discovered a way to completely eradicate Hinamizawa syndrome. Erie made a plan for the next 3 years, and he promised them that he would find a resolution by 1986 at the latest. Well, that actually points it down further than if like this faction of Tokyo was going to come out and they decide to use they were going to use HS around Japan anyway, then that means like I guess the newer faction of Tokyo would actually know about that and notice what was actually happening and probably piece together what happened then. And unless more what is the way to put it, actually, more conservative part of their organization of Tokyo, of like even how keeping in line with the beliefs, honestly, of how Tokyo is formed, then they would probably then use the rest of them, but oh good god. Wonder how it'd be if even if you realize exactly what's in your system, then you still go mad and crazy then. Probably just to attack other people who like probably did that to you, but still it ended up the same way anyway. Oh boy. Erie made a plan for the next 3 years, and he promised them that he would find a resolution by 1986 the latest. The meeting they had this June was to discuss the plan and budget for the next 3 years. Which brings us back to the beginning. When was this whole thing put into place? Black and white. One theory goes that Erie's in opposition with Tokyo, and as a trump card, he's planning to kill Rika Furude. Oh, they're killing Rika, like, not because, like, not to hear that, but, literally just because, like, it would cement, I guess, oh, literally just cement that motive, honestly, in their brain and fully frame him for it. Oh. And with his, suicide then afterwards, honestly, that would just probably take us another way of I guess, fully cementing that in then. Oh. They're literally hiding it from other people in their organization, too, then. Oh. Oh. Oh, this makes a lot of sense. Oh. The other theory is that Takano killed Tomotaki, and as a trump card, she's gonna kill Rika Furude. I suppose I need to explain why Rika Furude can be a trump card. The answer to that lies in the ancient traditions of Hinamizawa. Supposedly members of the Furude family have the blood of Oyashiro-sama in their veins. I explained earlier that Oyashiro-sama was made up as a method for having people cope with disease. But that's not actually true. The demons, the pathogens to survive, a certain being must be present. We need your blood, apparently. Okay. That being is the successor of the Furude family line. The truth behind the advent of Oyashiro-sama, and the coexistence of humans and demons, is that Oyashiro-sama was actually the queen of the village. According to Erie's research, Rika is adored by the whole village not only because she's a charming little girl, but because she's the queen carrier. This is turning into a whole thing entirely. Oh my good god. Infected patients are unconsciously driven to protect their queen. Oh. So, oh my god, this is literally just, okay, this is a whole other heap of things of him, oh my good god. Everyone's being conditioned to help Rika, honestly, not because they have bond with her in some cases, except for, like, Keiichi's group, honestly, and everyone like that, but just because it's the fucking parasite. That's fucking terrifying. That's fucking terrifying. Erie says that this is done with pheromones. Pheromone? Wow, what a lovely scent. That's not creepy at all. It makes sense, but what the fuck? Rika Furude's mother was also adored by everyone since she was little. She's already spoken, like, third person before. I'm keeping her voice like this. However, as soon as she gave birth, people's attention quickly shifted to Rika. Erie calls it the succession of the throne. The queen is a precious existence to people in this village. There are theories that carriers of the disease are actually unable to survive when away from the queen. Not from the village itself. Okay then. Erie's research indicates the queen can only survive in Hinamizawa, and infected patients can only stay alive when they're around her. Okay. But this is just a theory. Surprisingly, however, the doctor who first discovered the syndrome was also aware of the existence of the queen. So there's technically, I thought of that fucking joke in my back of my mind, but I laid off from saying it. But literally, Rika Furude is patient zero. Oh my god. And if you kill Rika, that gets rid of everything to the disease and virus. Right? No, it doesn't. Oh my good god. The doctor was also knowledgeable about Hinamizawa's culture, and he was interested in how much value the village placed in the Furude family. He theorized the queen lying in the Furude bloodline might have the power to manipulate the whole village. Oh, yay. The truth is still unknown. Perhaps the Furude family really has held such power since ancient times. Miraculous power that had to make them perfect for serving the priesthood. So technically being controlled without really noticing that you are being controlled. What the fuck? Although the only thing Rika can do is be doted upon by the villagers, or at least at this stage. If all this is true, then the question is what would happen if the queen disappeared from the village. So that's why they also, like, that's why they got rid of her parents too, to narrow things down for the next part of their plan. Oh my good god. During the war, a doctor prophesied that if the queen were to die, then all the infected would show terminal symptoms, and the whole village would be wiped out. He advocated for strict preservation of the queen's host. Rika is important to Tokyo not only because Eri found many answers after running tests in her body, if Rika Fruity dies, the 2,000 people in Hinamizawa will turn into demons. That happened too fast for people to even realize they're getting sick. They'll each be overcome with a violent persecution complex and start killing each other out of fear. How does this come into play with a fucking gas disaster? This is where the mountain dogs are protecting the queen, Rika Furude. Her death spells the end of the whole village. That's why Rika Furude is the trump card for those who know that she's the center of the whole epidemic. Alrighty then, This is the story of Hinamizawa. Welcome to Hinamizawa. Once you come in here, you will never leave again. You always stay in spirit. Our tale begins in June 1983, where we all died. Tokyo's liaison, Tomataki, was found dead of the disease, even though he was vaccinated against it. The same night, Takano was also kidnapped and murdered. I don't know for sure she's really dead or not. Rika Furude is also going to be murdered soon enough. While I suspected Eri and Takano, this is my first time doubting Tokyo. I always thought that they were on my side. They had to be. My death would lead to nothing but disaster. At the same time, there might be people within Tokyo who could use my death as a trump card, and I'm a setup, and I'm a, frame job device. Yeah, honestly. I never considered that there were opposing factions within Tokyo. I guess I was naive enough to not realize that Tokyo had internal problems due to the generation gap. That was gonna happen regardless anyway. Anyway, I wouldn't be feeling this way if I didn't suspect that Takano might still be alive. I feel like I'm starting to see the greater picture. Just giant epiphanies everywhere. You're just speaking all your mind about this. It's possible, too, that Takano is the victim and Eri is the bad guy. Mountain dogs might be on my side, or they might be assassins who are trying to kill me. I was too scared to choose a wine that might be at a risk of having something poisonous mixed in. In which case, I could rest assured with a fresh, unopened bottle, even if it was a little bad. For my personal stash behind everything. Like, will you just... I just imagine now just Rika just, before, as he's talking, just reaches into a secret stash, honestly, somewhere in the house. Psycho's flabbergasted that it exists, and just uncorks and starts swirling it around, just drinking it like a almost supervillain, honestly, while monologuing about all this. My good god. After telling everything to my friends, I finally realized that I could only trust them and the police. I'm really dumb. I thought I was thinking so hard, but I never actually understood anything. After all this time, I made things clear just by talking about them with my friends. I never even thought it would make such a big difference. Psycho's just dying over there in the corner from hearing all this while living with her for like a year. Meep! After all that, meep, that's my story. Bow and scene. And that's the end of my story. As I thought, everyone was staring at me with their mouths open in shock. Even Oishi wouldn't believe a story like this. It's something normal. Oh, you didn't tell about the time loop stuff. You just told about the mountain dogs then. Okay. I'm sure I sound like a crazy person. Sadako, we go to the clinic every week to help with Eri's research, right? We're actually not just helping him. We go there so you can get treatment. I remember, you told me that Sadako is ill. Me? Oh! As you said, it's not only me, but the whole village that is infected with this disease. Why would I have to take this shot every day and not everyone else? I thought it was just a new type of vitamin that Kota's developing. Well, at one point, you were a terminal patient, Sadako. That's why you need 2 shots every day to keep your symptoms under control. Yuri's very, very passionate about saving you. But he still can't find a better treatment than that. Don't think he's not still working hard to find a cure, though. Don't you joke around! I thought we were getting financial support by aiding his research. I don't want to get those shots every day for the rest of my life. Sadako looked upset that she had been completely ignorant of all of this. She also didn't want to accept the reality of having to manage her condition. Her fake laughter sadly echoed in everyone's ears. Keiichi opened his mouth to speak.
Do you know anything about medical research? Then yes, shut the mouth you again.
So she misses a shot, she'll react like she did the other day. There was a day where she forgot to take her shot. She convinced herself the principal was her uncle. Her fear escalated, and she thought her uncle came inside that school to take her back home.
Oh, okay, she took her shots again, apparently, from the sound of it. Okay. Okay, that's good.
Once she feels that way, there's no turning back for her.
Oh, so persecution complex. She's still in the, later elf stages, though. Would telling her all this make things worse, or...
Yes, she will. That's why I tell her to be sure to take her shot every day. I don't believe you. What do you mean I'm a terminal patient? Why me exactly? I refuse to believe it. Why did I become so sick? Sadako's face contorted as tears began to flow from her eyes. I shouldn't have said this. Sadako's to remember something she's not supposed to. I'm sorry, Sadako. You don't have to remember. That was just an accident. It wasn't your fault.
An accident? What?
No, this is a lie. You're just lying to us. You guys probably had no idea what Sadako was talking about. They don't need to know. They don't want to know about it because they're her friends.
My god, what happened?
Rina gently touched Sadako's shoulder. She gently touched mine too. We believe your story, Rika-chan. Thank you. And you've been carrying such a heavy burden for a long time. I'm proud of you. You've been struggling all alone to this day. I never thought Reina would say something like that to me. My eyes are filling up with tears. It's difficult to have a secret that you can't tell people. Mine was hardly a big deal compared to yours. But I could still sympathize with you. I agree. You've done your best too, sis. I happen to blame it to you to relieve myself, so I can tell. You're all gonna believe my story? Of course. We said that we believe you. It's a bit of a relief since a lot of my questions about this village are answered now.
All my conspiracy theories are now out the window now. I don't have to think about that anymore.
So is everyone in this village affected by the disease, that Hinamizawa syndrome?
But question, where the hell do people contract it from? Is it just in the air? Is it in the water? Was the fucking water poison? Isn't the fruit around here? What is it? Is it the lead poisoning? What is it? What is it? Ah!
Yes, everyone is infected, but unlike hundreds of years ago, this disease is much weaker now.
Okay, well at least there's that. No one's going to massive fits, honestly, right now, and just believing things that are not there anymore, then, okay.
That's why people can survive even if they move far away or go somewhere far for a trip.
But some people still get sick, right? I'll never leave this village again. Not even for a funeral, apparently.
Well, even if you do get sick, you can still control the illness yourself. It's very simple, yet very difficult.
Ironclad will, apparently.
Think you might be suspicious of someone.
Don't be. Wow. Wow, inciting words.
Continue to trust in them. When you become too suspicious of someone, the suspicion will degenerate into a persecution complex, and it'll be too late. So long as everyone stays friendly and united, we will never have to worry about the disease. This disease starts with anxiety. Modern people don't believe in curses the way people long ago did. That might be why we're more tolerant to the disease. I see. Then we should be fine.
Yep. We're friends and we're family. Family.
We would never suspect each other. I'm gonna believe in everything that you said today. You couldn't talk because you were afraid that the mountain dogs had hurt us, right? I nodded quietly. I don't want to think that the mountain dogs have bugged this room. But if Okanogi overhears the conversation, they'll definitely kill not only me, but all my friends tonight. Well, that's true no matter who my enemy is. Well, it says that we should get ready for battle. Are we gonna barricade the windows and get some giant sharpened stakes, honestly, to put out as a barricade in the front of the house then too? So let's sum up the story. Some might come and kill you, knowing that your death will cause chaos and destruction to the village. Is that correct? They'll definitely come for me. Are you sure? Will they get rid of the trump card like that easily? She's quite right. A trump card is like a pile of gold. Is it better to keep your hands on it? Sadako's eyes were still swollen, but she had stopped crying. Oh boy. Think about it, Sadako. If you have more than one trump card, you want to play one of them right away. That's true. My good god, the poker analogy is working here, honestly. Goddamn, Mahjong coming to play. Fucking god, Keiichi, you learn more about this. It's more effective to have more than one hostage. One hostage is not as valuable as many of them. Anyway, we don't know anything for sure. That means we can't be too optimistic. Everyone nodded in unison. What do you think about the mountain dogs? Do you think there are enemies? That's not even a question. They're like wolves trying to watch the sheep. Well, some. Just think about the suspicious people as bad guys. Wait, that means we need to be suspicious of some weird people, honestly, and then we become Terminal L5 again. Oh my god, it's a never-ending fucking cycle. There's no way to win this. Just think about the suspicious people as bad guys. We need to seek help from someone who's nothing to do with Tokyo. I agree. I think you made a good choice by seeking help from the police. Oishi-san is on our side, right? Yes. Oishi doesn't know everything yet, but so he thinks the culprit behind the curse that Oishi-san is targeting me. Well, technically he's right. I think you should talk to Oishi-san too. We need help from some adults. That's pretty risky. What if they don't believe her and step away from the investigation? We should still talk to him. He said that he's gonna retire this year and that it's his last chance to avenge his old friend. I'm sure he'll believe any story, no matter how wild. Probably not that last bit, but it depends on how wild you tell it, honestly. Please make it grounded next time you tell it. Yeah, he helped us when we were trying to save Sadako-chan too. I think he'll remain on our side. I feel like my voice is going from trying to do all these different voices and also trying to voice as Rika the entire time. Every single time when we're in the perspective of someone, I want to try to keep the same voice, honestly, even their monologue. Sometimes I feel like it's going to be death on me sometimes. Oh boy. Okay, let's talk to Oishi. Where's he now? He's out in Gifu Prefecture. He went and took on Takano's body. Oh. She was found in Gifu, right? Burned to death inside an oil drum. First strangulated, don't forget about that. Don't forget about a little detail. Why does he have to go there directly to check on her? There's a possibility that it might not be Takano's body. The Gifu Police Department isn't being very cooperative. Well, you said the mountain dogs are specialized in preserving secrets and manipulating information, right? That corpse is pretty suspicious. I don't think she's the kind of person who would die just from being burnt a little. It's still possible that Irie's the bad guy and he killed Takano. That's what Okanogi tried to make me believe. I kind of doubt the coach is the mastermind. He's just not that kind of person, from what little you've seen in your month here, honestly. I do agree. He's very nice as long as you don't let him talk about maids. Good point. That's the best point you have here. Again, you have the best ideas and the best points here, okay? Best character. Oh, look, here we go. The 2-for-1 pair. As the manager of the Hinamizawa Fighters, I also think the coach is innocent. He's more like someone who could be easily used. Maybe he's too good of a guy. Aw, seems like everyone suspects Takano-san. Outvoted from 5 to 0, apparently. Well, we're just saying, if we compare the coach and Takano-san, you know... Well, you're saying that because you had more interaction with Coach than Takano, so that you're making that thing very easily now. So, the outsiders, I'm, damning also the one outsider we haven't talked to as much either. My good god. Takano-san would be pretty upset to hear that. Everyone laughed, as though we were in the middle of a club activity. If after my life, they'll kill everyone here. It's very possible they'll get involved in this mess, and they know that. That they could still laugh is really significant, I think. I started laughing along, too. It's odd that Takano's body was found in Gifu, though. If someone made it make it look like she killed Tomataki, they were hiding her body somewhere nobody would ever find. If someone wanted to make it look like she killed Tomataki... Wait, so... What happened the first run that changed that everything else they took over then? Huh. I mean, burning her body in the middle of the woods is like begging people to come across it. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like they're trying to force an unidentified body to be Takano-san just because it was found outside the prefecture. The police here can't investigate further. That's especially the mountain dogs, right? I think it's pretty obvious at this point. The mountain dogs are working for Takano-san, right? And the leader of the dogs is saying that the manager is pulling the strings. But Takano-san and them are working together. Tomataki-san died the same way he did so the coach would be suspected. But Tokyo is the only organization who would suspect a coach. He also found the body of the true mastermind, Takano-san. Tokyo suspected the manager killed both of them. I see, so this is a well-planned setup. It's not perfect. I don't think anything could be that perfect, honestly, and I'm a less perfect frame job anyway. It's not like the mountain dogs are setting the coach up. Well, I think we should talk to Coach directly. Phone call time! That's the best way to go about it. That's a good idea. I can't tell if he's telling the truth or not, just by looking into his eyes. Are you gonna call him over, then, apparently, if we can't do the phone? Ah, yeah, you're good at that, Reina-san. Yes. But, if you're hiding your identity, but, you, like, act the same way as me, and, she can't really tell you apart, then. So there's that, too. Mountain dogs are also running security on Erie right now. He might not be able to get on the phone. What? That sounds even more suspicious. I hope the coach is in danger right now. Me too. If I was a member of the Mountain Dogs, I was gonna set him up. I killed him before he said something I didn't want him to say. A dead person can't say anything. Dead men tell no tales, phrase up right here. Huh? Oishi will return as soon as he takes care of business in Gifu. I don't know what time that will be, but he'll be here for sure. As one, everyone glanced at the clock. Is it 5 now? Okay, so it's past 6. Okay. It was already past 6:30 p.m. It's starting to get dark. Yay. No wonder I'm so hungry. We usually call it here if this is a normal day. Everyone said to stay until Oishi came back and discuss what to do. Can I use your phone, Rika-chan? I need to call my dad and let him know that I'm going to be late tonight. It's a slumber party. I need to call my mom, too. I have to call my granny and tell her to order something for dinner tonight. You'll be in big trouble later. We have to get something to eat for those officers, too. We can order some sushi. Everyone had a sensitive reaction to the word sushi. The stomachs were empty after all. The same should be true of those officers, too. Are we gonna order something too, Rika? Just make something on the fly right now. I don't feel like we have that kind of money. Sadako, why don't you cook a stir-fry for everyone? What? I don't want to do chores right now in the middle of this anxiety-inducing fucking battle. I can't ever cook for this many people before. Sadako stir-fry? I'd love to try it as long as there are no fingers inside. What the fuck? Where'd that joke come from? Sadako-chan, I want to eat your food too. I want to. At that point, the phone rang. Looks like we're getting a fucking delivery instead. Sadako just tips over and like hides away, honestly, and up here in the first floor. I don't want to make fucking food for all these people right now. I don't want to. Hello, this is Fruity speaking. Oh, glad to hear you're still alive. Oh, hi, Oishi. My good god. It's Oishi. I finished everything up in Gifu. I'm heading toward Okonomiya right now. I'm calling from the gas station. The one gas station. What about Takano's body? We did it. We were right. Gifu made one incredible, easy mistake in their paperwork. Well, just a bunch. We really had to let them have it, let me tell you. Takano and her vehicle are still missing. Should we have some information regarding Tomataki's murder?
So it issued a search warrant for her. Oh, so that's what happened to the third and fourth one. Her car then. That's what it went. That's what it was. Ah, that makes so much sense then. Makes so much sense. Ah. She still had her precious car at the end of it all the day, apparently. I'm getting close to revealing the secret of the curse of Shiro-sama. I'm gonna solve this case.
Why does she sound so motivated? He finally found the hint he so desperately wanted. Could he actually solve the case, though? I'm looking forward to hearing your story.
I'm heading to your house, Sakuma-chan, so please tell us whatever you know. You can talk to me about anything you can think of.
Yes, I'm ready to tell you about everything.
Oh my. Look forward to hearing it then. I should be there in about an hour. It sounds crowded over there. Are your friends there with you?
Yes. Everyone came here to offer their help.
I see. You got some wonderful friends. It's probably better for you to stay with them. Good way to keep the criminals at bay. Right, we're heading out. I'll see you soon. Click. Was that Oishi-san?
Yes. He's heading this way with the other detective.
The other detective. His name is Kumagai. Thank you very much. He deserves to have more spotlight.
Aw, this is the first time this room has so many people inside it. How small is this place anyway? Can it even fit that many people? Oh my good god. How many people will it be? I wonder. There's 6 of us here, so 8 people? Have fun, Sadako. Have fun. Oh god, I do hope our floor won't break.
Technically, I'm 9.
Aw. I'm the 9th person, exactly. Hanyo, were you listening to us? This is turning out to be very interesting. Do you think it'll be different this time? Yes, I'm sure. This time is different. Don't say that you're sure. It would devastate you if nothing ended up changing. Well, so, Hanyo, do you still think I'm dying today? I don't want you to die. I know you're thinking. You don't want to believe because you don't want to be hurt. That way you'll never be let down. I'm not gonna listen to your opinions anymore. You just stay there and watch like the bystander you are.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just a bystander. I'm still rooting for you. Rooting for me? Well, thanks. Are you sure you want to root for me? Are you sure you won't be hurt if I lose? Don't be mean, Rika. We had a rather harmonious mood going. But a feeling of unease was beginning to settle over us.
Oh boy. I just still imagine the escapade of Sadako making that goddamn stir fry now. Still. That still just sounds goddamn hilarious to me right now. I'm getting hungry. Look at that. Look at that, see? You want to grab something on the way? Oh, that's right. It's almost 8 p.m. We had a late lunch today, so I didn't realize. We could let's go get something after we finish hearing your story. You sent 4 officers there. They're probably pretty worn out by now. Hopefully Fruity-san ordered them something to eat. Oh yeah, so technically I'm not 8, but I'm what was it, 12 people technically entirely besides the 2 of them. So technically 14. Have fun, Sadako. To make all that much food for them, honestly, if you don't deliver. My good god. No. Oishi and Kumagai have passed the Okinamiya and we're getting closer and closer to Mizawa. At this point, my fucking voice feels like it's gonna go, so I'm just gonna start using normal voice now for monologue stuff. I think I'm slowly dying. My voice is scratching now. If you can't hear it, my good god, it feels like it anyway. My good god. They hurried on their way, driving through the dark streets. I wonder what Rika Fruity wants to talk to you about. Oh, probably something outrageous. That village, you know, used to be called Onegafuchi Village. The OVs. They took the name Onegafuchi, the demon's abyss, from the local swamp. And like an abyss, it's hard to know its depth. Huh? What do you plan to do about her protection? Well, depending on what she tells us, we might have to move her to a safer location. Though Hinamizawa is like a lion's den. You never know what can happen in that village. For now, we just need to hear what she has to say. That means technically it's like Sadako is gonna be like moved along with her, honestly. So yeah.
The head of the Furuta family is in danger, and the successor of the Sonozaki family is trying to protect her. Who would be even capable of killing Rika if under those circumstances? The only people I can think of are the Kimiyoshi family. I never heard of them getting anything up to anything fishy. Guess there must be a fanatical religious sect lurking in the village. It wasn't the fucking first theories I had in the game, honestly, as people then. But then everything became more complicated with the fucking, like, fictional disease, honestly, so it made things weirder. I wonder what secret lies at the bottom of the swamp. The road they were on was cutting through the rice fields, leading them to pass by the scene of Jiro Tomataki's murder. Takano left Tomataki there. I'm sure of that, but I wonder what he actually died of. Forensics didn't find any drugs in the system, did they? Didn't find anything, but that doesn't prove it either way. There's hundreds of strange chemicals in this world. There's no proof the drug wasn't used. Must just been one that we're not aware of. Reminds me of just like one murder mystery from in the older days of him using Cure, and the police couldn't find the poison in the victim's bloodstream because they didn't really have a way to detect that that kind of poison. So yeah, that was an interesting case, honestly. That was really fun. I'm sure of that. I don't see some kind of drug out there that can make someone claw out their throat and die. I'm gonna grill the culprit about it once I make the arrest. Of course, it'll be easier if that's what Rika Fruity is gonna tell me. Kuma-chan, you must have learned exactly how false charges are made, seeing what happened in Gifu today. That was horrible. If that guy was at our station, I'd never forgive him. I mean, he flat out refused to admit he made a mistake. The Gifu Police Department as a whole is still convinced that the body belongs to Miyo Takano. But we'll operate under the assumption that she lives. The top of the department will make the final decision. It's obvious that they made a simple mistake. They're just desperately covering it up because they'll be in trouble if they admit it. They really need to rethink their attitude. Like, why do they need to rethink, honestly? If they're keeping the press sound, honestly, because it's for the whole entire thing, but it's really just a whole thing about pride again, honestly. All that's stupid, honestly. Yay. The car suddenly shook. The concrete road had ended, leaving only gravel. We are now in Hinamizawa country now. Welcome back. At the point where the gravel road begins, you're officially in Hinamizawa. They continue to drive through the woods for a while. Kuma-chan? Stop the car! What? Oishi told him to stop so immediately. Kumagai quickly slammed to the brakes. Their seatbelts tightened up, keeping them in their seats. What's wrong? That car over there. I wonder what it's doing. Oh. Is this a mimic of what technically happened then? The first time, just 3 and 4. Oh. Alicia tapped in the rearview mirror. There was a van parked just off the road. Rather beat up, like it was used for a private company. There was no reason for someone to park their car here, especially at this time of night. Some guys thought it looked suspicious. Now you do. The car seemed empty. There was a light flashing in the woods nearby. Probably a flashlight. Well, stranger that a van is out here this hour. Surprised you even saw it. It's like a white van, and then you can see it in this goddamn night, apparently. My good god. It's like I keep telling you. The detective always has to pay attention to his surroundings. I wonder what he's doing there. Is he dumping something illegally? He's dumping someone's body? Maybe it's a pair of lovebirds on a secret date. Well, that can't be it, judging by the van. Hello, Okonomiya Security? Do you read me? Good evening and good night. What? This is Okonomiya Security, reading you loud and clear. My new license number scanned. Oh. Yeah. That's blank. Might take a while. We'll wait. Well, Oishi-san, according to this map, there is a facility of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation here. What in the world is a facility of the NTT? It was just a facility, but it wasn't staffed. It was just a place where machines were installed. My guy wasn't sure how telephone lines actually work, but either way, it seemed like some kind of connecting device was located there. But that's just an ordinary van. Doesn't look like it belongs to the NTT. If it is them, shouldn't their name be in the van? Maybe some other company has contracted to do it then. Anyway, we should just go and ask. Oishi wasn't sure if that was the case. After all, why would any phone company go to do maintenance so late at night? Let's go and check what's going on. Rudy-san is waiting for us, so we need to be fast. Yes, sir. Oh my god, if it wasn't for Rika here, honestly, they'd probably be there longer and maybe something else bad would happen. His well-toned detective instinct was trying to tell him something. This feeling wasn't one that Oishi could easily explain. He has a strong sense that something was suspicious, without any real reasoning behind it. Oishi trusted that he could judge others' character with that sense. Nightingale 2, Nightingale well. 1. A vehicle stopped nearby. 2 people got out. They're probably police officers. They're approaching and will make contact in less than a minute. It was pitch black, yet they could see the 2 newcomers clearly. They're probably using a night vision scope. Roger? Who the fuck is Roger? Tell me, who is in here who's named Roger? Attention all units. Nightingales 2 through 5, wait for the green light. Oh my god, so many vehicles. Nightingales 7 and 8, make sure the surrounding 100 meters are clear. Roger. Nightingale 4 and 5, do you copy? Nightingale 4, Roger. Nightingale 5, Roger. Nightingale 7, Roger. There's so many goddamn Rogers here. Nightingale 8, Roger. This is Nightingale from HQ, Nightingale from HQ. There's been some trouble during the modification of the phone facility. There are 2 police detectives. We request clearance to open fire. Roger, wait for the order. By the time Oishi and Kumagai reached the phone facility, they were being watched from all directions. There were 2 pairs of binoculars and 2 sniper rifles pointed straight at them. Mountain Dog operatives worked in 2 main units, Sniper and Spotter, to secure the means of retreat. They had all taken different positions, so they could shoot Oishi no matter where he tried to run. They were all in camouflage suits, hiding deep in the woods. Oh yay, completely following along with the act apparently. Yay, blend in with the trees to become a tree. Become a bush, honestly. Oh my good god. Oishi, of course, had no chance of spotting them. The snipers had their rifles trained on the detectives' heads. Oishi and Kumagai had no idea that they were on the verge of losing their very lives. The snipers' rifles had their safeties on, but a flick of their thumbs would release them, so do that, then a quick pull the trigger so quickly. Wow. In other words, they were ready to shoot if given the order. Oh my god, it's fucking Angst Road all over again. No, god, something bad's gonna happen here. The detectives found the defensive machinery right behind the parked van. Is that literally what this background to be? Just that car all the way to the left right there? That is hilarious. Not exactly a van, but you get what I mean. There's a sign there saying that it was the property of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation. Another sign warning people to keep away. Hello, good evening. Sorry, but can you sit back? We're in the middle of maintenance operation. There are 4 men working there, wearing blue overalls. They had a toolbox open, and working on some wires. Sorry to interrupt. We're from the police. We were wondering what you guys were doing, since it's pretty strange to see a van parked out here this late at night. Oh, good evening, officers. Well, we're almost finished here. Who are you guys? You're not from the NTT, are you? Oh, we're not, no. We're from Okanogi Electrics. Huh? Oh, sorry. I'm out of business cards. Okanogi Electrics. Where's your office located? Huh? Well, it's in Okonomiya. Could you give me the phone number and address of your office? Why do you want to know? You forgot the telephone number. Oishi looked at them with a piercing glare. The response was very suspicious. Usually the vehicle of electric companies is full of various types of electrical equipment and repair tools. You forgot your own phone number to your own office? Yay. However, the van parked there had nothing inside and looked just like an ordinary car. Okay, so it actually is meant to be just a car. Okay, wowee. Also, a company vehicle usually has the name of the company painted on it. But this one was just a plain van with no markings on it. None of that was the reason that Oishi found them suspicious, though. It was their attitude that bothered them. They didn't sound or look like typical contractors. They were obviously not electricians. It was far too late in the day, and there are far too many of them. They're also clearly suspicious of Oishi. However, it was all he could tell just by looking around. He found them suspicious, but he had no idea what they were up to. One of the men told Oishi the phone number. Kumagai wrote the phone number down so he could ask the station to call and confirm it was real. We're not doing anything suspicious. You guys are very suspicious, though. Like a god just saying it plainly like that. Who are you? If you're really a contractor, you should have proof of that. But you don't have anything. Besides, everything about you seems off. Officer, please don't cause us any trouble. Just leave us alone. We need to finish up our job here. Judging from their progress, it didn't look like they've been cleaning up anytime soon. In fact, it almost seemed like they're just getting started. It's pretty obvious they're lying, son. You should have studied the role better if you want to pretend to be an electrician. Oishi raised his voice threateningly. Don't die this quickly, okay, please? The members of the mountain dogs gradually started to look more and more annoyed. Oishi looked over their expressions and gave them a big, wide grin. However, Oishi had no idea. He thought he could handle these suspicious people with no issues. Of course, in reality, they were horrific demons that he had no chance against. Meanwhile, Kumagai was heading back to the car. He was heading to contact the police department. He was going to call the station using the radio. Then in turn, the police department would contact the NTT. That would it would become clear who they were really dealing with. HQ to Nightingale 1. You have permission to fire. Okay, no, not Kumagai. You need more spotlight, no. Nightingale 7, clear. Nightingale 8, clear. Sniper was still aiming at Kumagai's head as he headed back toward their car. His safety, that last line of protecting Kumagai's life, was disengaged. Sniper put his finger on the trigger. He's wearing a glove with the fingertips cut out. The finger poking through the hole was very rough and merciless. For as soon as he suddenly moved that finger, he would take someone's life. Nightingale 1 to Sniper Team. All green. Kumagai heard a quiet noise. It was similar to the sound of a jump rope that he used as a whip when he was little. Oh my god, you too! Wow, nice! And that was the last thought Kumagai had in this world. Oh my good god. Kumagai collapsed into the gravel. That was it. He didn't even twitch. Oishi was laying on his back in the concrete after getting shot in the chest. His lungs were filled with blood, which began to pour out of his mouth. Oishi only realized that he'd been shot when the world began to blur before his eyes. As his world keeled over, he saw a man in a work uniform leveling a gun at him. It didn't matter anymore as he started drowning on his own blood. Oh, that's how it happened in the third and fourth chapter then. Well, Sadako, you don't have to worry about him. You have leftovers then for the rest of that curry then, for the rest of that stir fry. So at least you have that. This is Okonomiya Security. We scanned the license plate number. Detective Oishi? Detective Oishi, please come in. Huh? Did we lose a signal or something? Detective Oishi, come in. He's not answering. Oishi-san wanted a plate number scanned? Whose car is it? It's just a villager's car. No one's special. Who is it? Must be someone suspicious if Oishi-san is asking about them. Well, it really seems like nobody out of the ordinary. No accidents. No tickets. He probably got pissed off or that car passed him or something. He can be a pretty stubborn guy sometimes. At least that tip then. This is Nightingale in the most fancy high-tech van car imaginable. Over. Roger. Both targets eliminated. Resuming the mission. Roger. Be sure to dispose of their vehicle. Major, Nightingale to terminate 2 officers. They're resuming their mission. Supervillain outfit now on. My god. Sweet dreams, Oishi-san. Too bad. He was getting so close to catching me. Can I get a cup of coffee? Absolutely, Phoenix 4 says. It's getting complicated. There's still several officers at R's house and her friends are there as well. R must know that she's getting murdered tonight. Someone's leaking information. I think we should postpone the plan. We have to have our course by tomorrow. That's what's most convenient for the people in charge. We had to execute this mission tonight. The crucial part of this final mission was the death of Rika and what came after that. They couldn't just kill her whenever they wanted. Doing it at the right time was vital. I guess so, but also be suspicious that if you're trying to blame it all on Ear, that he waltzed into a house, killed a whole bunch of police officers, and then also a bunch of friends, honestly. Just to kill Rika, honestly. That seems weird for just one person, honestly. Maybe she's panicking the dog's excessive security? No. It's not that information is being leaked. She's predicting it. She knew that Tomotaki was gonna die, and she even knew how my body was gonna be found. She's the queen. She's the genuine heir to the blood of Oyashiro-sama, her priestess, and the queen positioned at the top of Hinamizawa's supernatural phenomenon. It's impossible to hide things from God. Assassinating Rika Fruity won't be so easy. Alright, Rika-chan. Let's see which of us deserves to inherit the legend of Oyashiro-sama. Your death will be the final curse of Oyashiro-sama, and will mark the finale of that legendary village. When that happens, my plan will become the real curse. Oh, wow. It was now past 8 p.m. and look at that. No officers came down. I have a bad feeling. Okay. Well, what was it? Technically speaking, because the police officers here, Mia and Shion. Well, I don't know about Shion honestly, but at the very least, Mia knows she knows how to handle herself. Apparently, she knows. Okay, so the only one in the group, honestly, that can actually probably withstand against a bunch of trained operatives. Yeah, have fun with that. It was now past 8 p.m. Mia ordered some noodles for us, her treat. We also ordered some food for the 4 officers, and we all ate together. One big happy family. We were also supposed to call it a night as soon as we talked to Oishi, but he's still not here. However, we all took it easy, so that they get here sooner or later. His death was apparently just going to be the harbinger of doom here. It's getting late. Once you get to Hinamizawa, there aren't many places to get something to eat. I'm sure they're having a quick dinner before coming here. However, the 4 officers seemed anxious. They all had families, but Oishi didn't tell them how late they had to be out here. They're hoping that Oishi would bring other officers to relieve them so they can go home. They called the station, but all they said was that Oishi was on his way, and that we should wait, because he'll be here soon. Yeah, it's not gonna be that easy, old chief. Oishi sure is late. Yeah. He's gonna be late for a while. I'm sure he's stuck in traffic. Traffic? What the fuck you mean traffic in Rizal? What the fuck? It's still rush hour. 8 p.m. is still rush hour? What? Those officers have been here since this afternoon, right? Must be tired by now. I know. It sucks that they don't even know when they can go home. Should we patrol outside so they can get some rest? We can have Sadako set up some traps to prevent strangers from coming in here. Excellent idea. Let's do that. Oh, good thinking, Shion-san. However, just think. This is our house. We already have several traps set up around this place. No, yo. Please. Really? We should be careful around here then next time. With our stomachs full, the moon and the house have returned to a light-hearted one. Banter. True, we shouldn't be so relaxed, but knowing that Oishi would be here shortly made us feel relieved. But he's so late. He said he'd be here in an hour. Mion mentioned he might have got stuck in the traffic, but I'm sure Oishi was considering that. That's why he told me it would take him about an hour. And it had now been 1 hour since the time Oishi was supposed to get here. I want to believe that he's getting something to eat in the way, but I'm starting to get concerned. It's gonna turn into a war zone here with guns and bullets flying everywhere. And the rest of the Hinamizawa town is like, what the fuck is happening over there around that in the shrine area? It's the new god is rising over there with the bullets whizzing and flying, apparently. It's now a religious war zone. Oishi still hasn't shown up. It's almost 11 o'clock. Holy shit. The officers are completely exhausted. They even started to smoke cigarettes outside. My friends are becoming tired too. Sadako is yawning. It's way past our bedtime. Everyone else is getting tired and sleepy. We've been spending our time watching TV and reading manga, excuse me. I can feel my fears succumbing to sleepiness. Today is almost over. I'm gonna survive the day I'm supposed to die. Does it mean I escape my deadly fate? No. I'll fight endlessly from tomorrow on. I was gonna discuss that with Oishi. Since he's not here, I don't know what to do from this point on. Suddenly the phone rang, breaking the silence. Is it Oishi-san? I'll get it! Just lunge for the phone. Hello, this is the Fruity residence. I'm sorry to call you this late. This is Komiyama calling from the Okonomiya Police Department. By any chance, is Detective Oishi there with you? No. We've been waiting for him for a long time. I see. We'll send out more officers, so will you tell the ones there to leave once the relief comes? Okay, I'll do that. So where's Oishi? We got a call from him this evening saying he was heading there directly, so we thought he'd be with you already. The officers were supposed to return to Oishi ride, but they haven't come back, so we're wondering what was going on. That's what I'd like to know. But arguing with the man on the phone wouldn't accomplish anything. I hung up and gave the message to the officers downstairs. It looked like everyone already heard our exchange on the phone. I wonder what's going on. It's way too late. Maybe he ran into some important case that he had to take care of. He would have called us if so. He told us that he was on his way. I think he called us if something was going on. Was he attacked by Tokyo? Yay, let the anxiety spike now. No way. But if they're really as scary as Rika-chama told us, that might be possible. He probably had something to take care of. But he forgot to call us. Remember, he's a tough guy. For several straight hours later. No one can take him down that easily. I hope after I click this, the window doesn't immediately just break down the doors. That too. I do hope he gets here soon. Sadako yawned. Everyone laughs, but some of them are trying not to yawn themselves. We can't stay up forever. We decided that we'd call a night once the replacement officers arrived. I'm sure if I survive past the time I was supposed to die. That's probably because the officers were protecting me. Perhaps both Takano and the Mountain Dogs are also on my side, and they took care of the murderer. I don't know who is changing my fate. I mean, my fate hasn't been changed, and I'm gonna get killed soon anyway. I don't know if it's because of the police or because of the Mountain Dogs, but the only thing I know for sure is that I'm still alive. Soon, I heard the noise of someone walking in the gravel on the shrine grounds. One of my friends said it was Oishi, but I doubt it. I don't want to expect him and be disappointed when it's not. I'm starting to think like Hanyo. Peeks out the window. Good evening. I'm Komiyama. I'm from the Okonomiya Police Department. Oh, no. Okay, oh. I thought it was someone, like, pretending to be in. I was like, oh my god, you fucking did it on the phone. God damn it. It wasn't Oishi. Two of his fellow detectives had to ride instead. They're gonna stay downstairs and have the 4 officers return home. They also told my friends to leave. We'll stay to protect her, so please go home. Your families must be worried about you. Thank you so much, everyone. The detectives are here, so I'm okay now. Are you sure? We'll stay here tonight if you like. I'm fine. Besides, I don't have any extra pajamas and blankets for you guys. See you tomorrow, then. We'll try and stay with you as much as we can from now on. How about we do club activities here after school? That'll be wonderful! Meep. My floor might break with all these people in here. It's a goddamn shack. It's not made for all this activity. Might actually break. Well, Rika-chama, we're going home now, but be careful. Do not go out alone in the dark under any circumstances. I'll be careful. Alright. See you tomorrow. Yes. See you tomorrow. The last line of defense is now gone. See you tomorrow. Am I really gonna see them tomorrow? I have no clue. I tried so many things over the past 100 years. I've done many things, and I have memories of most of them. That's why I feel so scared the day I die. It's the only day I have no memory of. Oh. I don't even know if I'm approaching or escaping my death right now. All I know is that this fear is going to continue until I find some kind of solution. I started getting ready to go to bed. Sadako suggested I should sleep in my regular clothes within my pajamas. No, okay, oh, okay then. Oh boy, oh. I'm expecting something bad now. Everyone's gone. There's only. They mentioned there was only 2 officers this time, actually. I need to go back. I want to be sure. 2 detectives. We have less diminished security, and they're gonna make sure they kill you anyway. Good. Ooh, Goyo. Oh no. Oh, no. This is not gonna go well. But how is it not gonna go well? That's the big question. How? Not why is it gonna go. How? Not why is it gonna go bad, or if things are gonna get bad. It's more like how are things gonna go bad. Oh boy. As I started getting ready to go to bed, Sadako suggested that I should sleep in my regular clothes rather than my pajamas. Are you talking about casual clothes or school uniform clothes like everyone was still wearing until this late at night? She was thinking that I should remain dressed just in case someone tries to attack me in my sleep. Good thinking. Okay, yes, exactly. This is the kind of mindset that we need here. Thank you so much, Sadako. It sounded ridiculous, but she was just trying to be considerate. I decided to do what she told me to do. Sadako seemed so sleepy until a few minutes ago, but she suddenly started passionately explaining to me all the traps she set on the shrine grounds. She assured me that strangers will end up trapped if they try to sneak inside this building. To someone else, this might sound like she's trying to brag, but Sadako was trying to make me feel better. Yeah, why would everyone's first thought to be about bragging then, in this situation? No, that's fucking safety. That's fucking safety. I'd be safe around her knowing all that. After everyone else left, she noticed how scared I looked. Sadako's kindness, and everyone else's kindness. I feel it was the right decision for me to talk to my friends. Even if that won't end up changing my fate. Well, you're mostly just only, like, so far, even now, you're mostly just trying to, like, you said everything you, Rika Verde, as a person in a single world, would say to help save yourself, but you're not saying a time loop thing. So, if you're not going to set it to the very end, the only way people are going to take more precautions, honestly, if you say time loop stuff at the beginning, and, say all this way before, Tomataki and, Takano, go missing or kaput. So, Rika? Hanya showed up again. She looked upset, so she was probably still thinking about that I could get killed any minute. But I'm actually starting to feel a little better. I might get killed tomorrow, but I feel like I can rest safely at least tonight. I'm more concerned about the fact that Oishi didn't show up. Still, even if he didn't, the other detectives are here, and will stay on guard downstairs without sleeping. As long as they're here, I think I'll be safe tonight. Well, what's wrong? Are you hungry? I didn't eat anything sweet today. She noticed him. There's fucking sniper actions everywhere. Oishi's fucking dead. Warning. Do you want me to drink some juice? Hanya would usually cheer up right up when I suggested drinking some juice, but not this time. Her face looked pale, as if she wasn't even alive. Something out of the ordinary clearly happened. What's wrong? It's almost time. That sounded far more like a declaration than a prediction. Even Hanya doesn't have any memories of my death. There's no way she could tell when I will be killed. Did she actually know? But like, However, she sounded so absurd just now. Perhaps we can feel in the very cells of her body. Our bodies understand fate far better than we do sometimes. Until now, I felt assured we can get through it somehow if we're all together. As I clung to that life preserver with a hole leaking air, I started to drown in a sea of despair, trying to keep my head above water. No, I can't let myself feel that way. I have to believe. It's okay, Hanyo. I'm gonna fight. If I get killed tomorrow, I'm not gonna die tonight. Hanyo just gave me a look of faint sadness. That sounds told me that my pitiful hope was gonna push me down into a futile reality. I stared at Sadako as she continued to brag about her traps. You basically just said that out loud about to Hanyo. At this point, I'm just realizing you're mostly just been talking almost in your brain, honestly, to her, so I'm, huh. If I'm gonna get killed shortly, Sadako won't be safe either. I quickly interrupted her talk about traps. How dare you? How could you? That's the one thing she has here, and you decided to do that. Ugh. The time was 1 in the morning. It's hardly a big city. 1 a.m. in Hinamizawa is in the middle of the night. The darkness here gets very deep. There was a light leaking out from the first floor where 2 detectives sat on the guard, but everything else is pitch black. Even the moonlight seemed indistinct. It's time. Look at that. The fucking watch. It's ticked forward now. It's for go time, apparently. Yeah. It's time. 2 detectives are downstairs. It's been more than an hour since the light went out above them. Awaiting orders to begin the attack. What a beautiful night. You have permission to engage. Should we terminate detectives? Yes. And the Fruity Shrine will be deemed away tonight. It's better that way. HQ to Phoenix. Commence the mission. Terminate the 2 detectives. You do not have permission to fire. I repeat, you do not have permission to fire weapons. HQ to Nightingale. Phoenix has commenced the mission. Shut down the phone lines. Roger. We're shutting them down now. They've been working to disable the phone lines, just in case their target tried to contact the police during the attack, and the only place where a phone booth is someone's house or that one goddamn fucking phone booth where Tomatake died, and where Keiichi technically died the first time around too. Yay! That mission was what Oishi happened to bump into. Ah, makes sense. Let's begin. Phoenix 1 to all units. Be prepared when you enter. Terminate the 2 detectives on the first floor, and the 1 companion on the second. Do not leave any evidence. Do not fire weapons or use any gas. Gas! Use your tasers. Remember, they have guns. Do not let them fire. Come on, don't embarrass me, Okanogi. I'm just doing my job. Phoenix 7 and 8, advance forward. Backup teams, secure the perimeter. Roger. Riding in now. The 2 men in uniform slowly approach the building. Mountain Dog's uniform is gray, so it didn't blend in with their surroundings at all. However, it doesn't look as suspicious as real camouflage suits. Of course, they look suspicious enough creeping up to the house like that anyway. They can both see light leaking from the door and hear the voices of the detectives. Rika would technically use the sliding door to get inside. The door was locked, but the Mountain Dogs had obtained a spare key a long time ago. Yeah, I figured them they broke in like that. Oh, makes so much sense. They put the key in the keyhole, but it wouldn't go in smoothly. They were certain that it would make some kind of noise when they turned it. The detectives would notice then, the minute they did that. They had to burst inside and defeat them in one swift burst. Phoenixes 7 and 8 glanced at each other. This is Phoenix 7. We arrived at the target location. Waiting for your command. Takano here. Make it nice and clean. Go ahead. Roger. Who the fuck is Roger? We're breaking in. Clack, clack. He turned the key in a hurry and opened the lock. The time detectives turned around. The door was already open, the 2 Mountain Dogs had stepped inside. Things gonna turn into a massacre almost. Probably not bloody, but hey look, the 2 bodies are on the floor now. They'd aimed their weapons at the detectives while the latter were still turning around. In a fight like that, the first few seconds are the most crucial moments. Ah! Ah! The detectives collapsed, making minimal noise. There were needles stuck in their bodies, and those needles were connected via wires to the attackers' guns. You know, I was thinking like taser wires, shocking them like that, but not needle wire guns like that. That's something else entirely. Okay. In other words, the weapons those 2 had weren't ordinary guns. They were stun guns in the shape of firearms. Instead of bullets, They shot electric needles and electrocute their victims into unconsciousness. Oh, those kind of needles. Okay. I thought you literally just did sedatives for a second. I was like, what? What the fuck? Normally they would be non-lethal weapons that allow the shooter to capture their victim without harming them much, but today's have been modified. The two dogs started walking up the stairs as soon as they confirmed the detectives were no longer breathing. Next moment, they heard a loud noise above them. This is Phoenix 10. Our undercompanion have noticed us. They just jumped out from the second floor window. They're running into the forest. Attention! Phoenix 4 and 5, they're heading your way. Capture them. Roger, let's go. Oh my god, at least they're awake for that point on. Okay. Phoenix 4 spotted the two girls and started after them. They suddenly stepped on something hard. Oh my fucking god! Fucking Sadako put a guided shotgun nearby to shoot people. With cheap shining explosion, the area is filled with smoke. That was a trap Sadako had set up using firecrackers. Had proved to be a very fortunate idea. Mountain dogs dropped to the ground, assuming they were under fire. They gave Rika and Sadako a chance to escape. Who are they? Are they that organization from Tokyo that you're talking about? Not from Tokyo, but Tokyo itself. I think so. Just run. We're dead if they catch us. What's going on? What was that noise? This is Phoenix 5. Someone was shooting at us. Ours escaped. We'll continue the pursuit. Shit! There were just some firecrackers. Damn it. Must be Sadako-chan's handiwork. She's pretty good. What? Hurry up! Don't let him escape inside someone's house. This is Phoenix 18. I spotted the target. I need some backup. They know this area very well. If we don't get them now, then we'll definitely lose them. Now. This wasn't a game of hide and seek. It was a game of tag. Sadako, how many traps he set out all the way through around town? Hopefully a lot. Several men in uniform chasing to Rika and Sadako. They weren't idiots. They didn't waste energy on a futile act of shouting wait. This is a quiet, deadly game of tag in the middle of the night. Plus, I'm pretty sure shouting that loud in the night, honestly, would wake everyone else up, so, where are we going? Let's split up to try and shake him off. We'll meet up at Mii's house. Her base will be safe, and we can contact the police from there. Sadako had no idea that Mia had a base in her house, but she didn't have time to ask about it under her current circumstances. All she did was nod. Bang! Next moment I found my left foot catch on something. I fell down to the ground. I must have tripped on a rock or a piece of concrete. Rika! Get out of here, Sadako! You'll be killed! Sadako wouldn't move on without me. Came back to lend me a hand. I stood up without her help, but this cost us too much time. One of the men had almost caught up with us. Didn't know what to do. But Sadako, upon seeing him, quickly reacted. Ah! Sadako ran toward him and kicked him with all her might. In the groin, let's go! Her foot landed right in his face. I wish I had a camera. But there were two more than right behind the first man. Oh, this area in the woods, okay. I can see them clearly now. They're the gardeners from the landscape company. Aye. They're wearing the same uniforms Okunogi is always wearing. They must be the mountain dogs. I'm sure that Takano is the culprit. And now they know that, I can do something about the next world. But if I die now, will I lose my memory again? No, I can't die now. I need to survive so I can keep my memories. Sadako took something out of her pocket and threw it at them. Eat fucking sand, you fucking soldiers. It's pocket sand. It was something like sand and it blinded them. However, even that could only buy us a few seconds. Sadako tried to run, but she froze as soon as they aimed their weapons at us. The stun guns are only shaped like firearms. Sadako, not knowing that, thought they were real guns. Knowing that she'd be shot if she turned and ran, they'll try to attack them instead. Of course, there are 3 of them. Most would think it was impossible to drive them off, but Sadako didn't think about that. She had a 100% chance of dying if she tried to run. And she might as well fight back, because she might have a 1% chance of feeding them. Sadako was determined to save me, even at her own expense. I can't stay in this world if it means losing Sadako. I'm dying anyway. I'd rather die for Sadako's sake than lose her. But another me was shutting my mind. If I don't survive this, I'll lose this memory. If I die without keeping this memory, this life and everything I've learned will all be wasted. Should I escape and leave Sadako behind? That's right. I should use the experience to my advantage in my next life. I should just let go of her in this world. No way. That really would make me a witch. But I know in my heart, there's no way I can win against these guys. I'm sure their backup will get here if we take our time to fight them. Should I fight them for her? Or should I leave so I can confront my true enemy? Oh my good god, actually. Whoa. I'm not even moving anything on the keyboard. Whoa. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so cool, actually. Sadako! Sadako's bravery gives me courage. I left her, I lose my motivation to defeat fate. I don't care if I lose my memories. It took 100 years for me to get this information. I don't care if I have to spend another 100 years in the same June. I can't leave Sadako. Sadako! I'm fighting too! Rika? I told you to go! I had noticed something. They're only aiming at Sadako. Must be a reason why they can't shoot me. They wanna ritualistically kill you like that. Oh god. So I stood in front of Sadako to protect her. They expected they put their guns down or to take us out without weapons. You guys are the mountain dogs. So it's Kano's behind this. Yeah. I'm so stupid. I know who you are, but I chose to run. I'm not gonna run. Even if you're gonna kill me now. Someone once told me that fate can be destroyed as easily as a piece of paper. They must think this is my final speech. They let me talk until I was finished. You people are pathetic. That's why you'll never kill me. Next one of them dropped to the ground. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Keiichi. You're fucking here in the middle of the fucking night? Okay, then. Keiichi had run toward him and kicked him from behind. Keiichi kicked him right in the small of his back, and the dog was squirming on the ground. Hi. The other two tried to retaliate, but they were too late. Hello. Mian grabbed one of the guy's arms from behind and pushed him down to the ground. Must be some kind of martial art. I've seen something like that in an action movie before. They fucking just decide to, like... I'm just now just picturing they all just woke up in the middle of the night like, no, everyone, we're gonna band together now, right now. We're gonna try to push the remaining dog down with all our strength, but that wasn't enough to take him out. He tried to aim his gun at Reina, but she had already done what she was supposed to do. All she needed to do was get his attention. Oh, hi, Shion. Shion snuck up behind him, and she fired her stun gun to his neck. The fact that she's here means they stayed around, actually, because, well, yeah, Shion and Mio just stay around in the same house, honestly, and Shion would have to go back to her own house an hour away, no Konamiya, so, The stun gun made a snapping noise. The dog fell down to the ground with the rest of his friends. Oh, no, oh, I'm stupid now. The dog metaphor as well that Rika used in the second installment too. My good god. Cats. Meow. Wow. Kasai told me this was legally modified. It works pretty well. The fucking modified taser. Are you kidding me? Shion, hit this guy too. Are you guys okay? That was close. Pick up taser. Use it against them. Make sure they don't breathe again. Kill them like that. You ran so fast, it took us a lot of time to catch up. I'm really glad we stuck around. We were waiting out here in case anything happened. How did they not notice? They noted the dogs didn't even realize they actually did not go home. Okay then, or they just looped back around so to not hide. I can just now imagine they were like right next to the mountain dog. They didn't notice it. Just, what's up? You mean you stayed out here without going back home? Yep. I saw someone who looked suspicious staring at the shrine when we were leaving. I'm really surprised you saw him in this darkness. Neither lies nor camouflage work on you, huh? So, figuring he would leave when they spoke to him, they simply staked out that suspicious man. They started following us as soon as they heard the sound of the firecrackers. I never expected I'd be saved like this. We can't stay here any longer. What should we do now? We were trying to get to Mion-san's house. You have a basement there, apparently? Yes, how the fuck do you know that? The underground storehouse. That's a perfect spot. We've also got some weapons stored inside there. Shh!
Well, doesn't matter where the fuck now, does it? Don't worry about it. Don't say that out loud. It's a anyway, I think it's a good idea. What you the fucking think the mountain dogs are willing to hear that, and I'm just decided to learn about that for take it later? Okay, then yay. I think it's a good idea. There's several secret passages in there, so we can get the drop on them. Come on, let's go. They're still after us. A white van was approaching us at high speed. Oh, hi. It's obviously belonged to the mountain dogs. The van stopped not far from us. More people in uniform jumped out. There are at least 6 of them. If we all run, the slowest runner might get caught. So we should take them down while we can. Steal the car! Run to the next location. I don't know if they have a license, but me and Shion know how to drive a car. Oh, of course they do. We can take their van and get away from here. There's 6 of them. That's perfect. Let's beat them up unconscious and steal their van. How many people are here again? Okay, there's Mion, Shion, there's Keiichi, Reina, Rika, Sadako. So, everyone takes care of one person. Look at that. 1 kid to 1 train operative. Look at that. It works out. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's go get him. Mountain dogs are ready to chase us. Had no idea that we would try and attack them instead. Reina's always the first one to make a move in this kind of situation. She gets so determined once a decision is made. She immediately singled out one dog and punched him in the nose. The snout. Another one tried to grab her from behind, but Keiichi kicked him in the side as hard as he could. I guess they can't use weapons because they don't want to, they don't want to attack Rika with it, because they have to do a specific way. Hey, Reina, watch your back. I'll leave it to you, Keiichi-kun. Please look after me. I'm kind of curious what you were like back in Ibaraki. You sure don't hesitate to punch people? Oh my god. And you don't hesitate to zap people with a legal stun gun. Well, look, it's either their heartbeats, instead of ours, okay? Doesn't matter, okay? Doesn't matter. As long as it's theirs instead of ours, okay? That works. Given that Shion had that stun gun, the mountain dogs were reluctant to go after her. They were scared of the very dangerous weapon that she had in her hand. But thanks to that, Shion stopped one of them for certain. It was fortunate for us that they didn't have any guns of their own. They had no way of countering Shion's stun gun. Oh, they had that confidence with it? Okay. Sadako attacked him from behind. She encircled his neck with a jump rope and pulled. Oh my good god! Shion followed up, quickly hitting him with her stun gun. Oh my good god. Well, he's gone. What was I doing during all that? Another thing I can do is run around and try to get their attention. They're pursuing me after all. They want to catch me more than anything else. Bait. That leaves them open to attacks from my friends. Keiichi already hit the one trying to grab me. Grab a stick, use the bat. I think we have a chance here. We may not be able to take them all down, but we can try and find a chance to escape to their vehicle. With what Rika-chan said, I think these guys would be really strong, but they're not that bad. Not just how strong we club members are. Not being afraid is probably the streak of the strength. These club activities are practically trained to rid you of your hesitation. Basically. If we all fight together, we can win this 6-on-6 battle. If any one of us wasn't here, they'd beat us easily. We'd end up dead. My friends didn't stay behind, I would have been killed by now. We can do it. We can make it. No, stand up. They already got one of them down, so it's 5 of 6 now. 5 versus 6, so. The dogs Shin took down with her stun gun were starting to wake up. Oh, okay, they can stir up again. The ones that we knocked out earlier were also up and chasing us again. Well, okay then. The stun gun doesn't work that way, apparently. Oh, okay, so what was the ones that hit the detectives earlier then? Oh, good god. We gotta get out of here. This isn't the time for me running around. Fine. Let's see what I can do. Rika! I know you still can't believe in hope, just like always. You fucking can't believe you only believe in despair. Stay there and see what my stubbornness can do. I'm gonna change this fate. I'm gonna do it right here. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Alright, everyone. We're gonna finish this right now. Take down whoever is in front of you. Then we're gonna grab their car and get out of here. Yes, I'm gonna go do this. You go, Rika-chan.
Alright, let's go! Bang. On Keiichi's signal, we attacked 6 of the mountain dogs in unison. Time gradually slowed down. Keiichi gave his power to everyone else! I truly felt like I was trying to overcome the impossible wall of time and change my fate. However, time continued to slow even further, until it stopped. What's going on? It felt like the film reel of a movie had gotten hung up partway through. Like time itself had come to a standstill. Hanyo? What's this all about? Time has come. What? Why? Wearing a sad expression, Hanyo pointed at Keiichi. I finally noticed something. All my friends had noticed already, except for Keiichi. Keiichi, what's that floating in front of your chest? What do you mean, floating? What the fuck? Huh? What is this? Time had stopped just when Keiichi was with his opponent. I didn't realize that something was floating in front of his heart. It was... metallic silver cone. Oh. You really just paused time for everyone to notice that? Okay. That was the first thing I could think of. Oh. The snipers came. No, Keiichi! What the hell is this? Is this a bullet? That's exactly what it was. The bullet had stopped about 15 centimeters away from Keiichi's chest just before it entered his body. That's right. Once time starts moving again, it will slam into his chest. In other words, too late. Keiichi will immediately die when the time starts up again. Who shot it? Those 6 guys didn't have any guns. Look! Over there, by the van! Sadako couldn't point the van. Time had completely stopped after all. The fucking god, this superpower is being used for this. You could see another person sitting near the van. There had actually been 7 people inside. Not 6. That 7th person was the one who fired the bullet. We hadn't seen her at all. Her? Oh. The person's someone we all know very well. Yes, it's Takano. It's Takano-san! She's the gun? She shot Keiichi-kun? In the frozen world, Takano's smiling, still aiming her gun at Keiichi. Takano had been watching us from the van this whole time. Wow. She came out and fired a gun, knowing that we hadn't seen her at all. I see. I get it now. So Takano-san was the bad guy all along. What are we gonna do? Keiichi, can you try to twist your body to avoid the bullet? If it's like right there in front of him, I don't think he's gonna have the time to even do that. Don't be stupid. Time has totally stopped. I can't move at all. Then try moving right as soon as the time starts moving again. That might make a difference. Everyone was desperate to save Keiichi. No matter how hard we thought, we couldn't come up with any ideas to save him from the bullet. We were so desperate that Keiichi started to laugh. I really don't know what's going on. There's nothing that can be done. I'm dead the minute time starts moving again. If I don't die, I won't be able to be of any help to you guys anymore. So listen, just give up on me. You only need to think about taking these guys down and getting us to that van. Never. You can't die. I don't want to lose you. Hon, are you telling me this is my fate? Are you saying that there's no way to overcome this? It's okay, Rika. You won't remember this. You won't. Oh my good god. No. No! Kei-chan is not gonna die! Stop it, Mi-chan! Let's concentrate on taking them down. I'm sure Keiichi wouldn't want us spending the time turning back to him as he falls. That's exactly how I feel, Reina. Guys, take care of Rika-chan. Get out of here and contact Coach. They probably killed Oichi-san. That's why he never showed up. Listen. Promise you'll all survive. Promise me. Keiichi, Rika-chan, I'm sorry. I'm the one who told you that we could change destiny, but I'm gonna have to retire now. sounded just like Takano's regular laughter, but it was the scariest noise I ever heard. Are you ready to let go of your life now? Takano-san, we haven't lost just yet. Done watching your life flash before your eyes? The sound suddenly ended. The clam of reality returned. An explosive sound then hit Keiichi straight in the chest. I watched Keiichi collapse right in front of me. He fell down his back while his blood splattered everywhere. Oh boy. After that, he stopped moving. There's no way any of us weren't shocked by that. We tried to take down the foes in front of us, but more came from behind. We tried to struggle as best we could, but there was no way we could win against all those adults. I did my best to fight them off, but they pulled my hair and picked me up as I weighed nothing. I heard everyone's desperate screams of resistance. The comforting and courageous unity we showed right before Keiichi was shot shattered like glass. The debris of that glass lay sadly in the ground. Takano's annoying laughter was still echoing inside my ears. Takano to HQ. I didn't care a bit. I need what I told you before. I also need someone to clean up the bodies. Send me 5 bags, and some water to clean up the area. Understand? She needs 5 bags? My body froze up, but time did not. Yay, hi. Takano, laughing, pointed her gun at Mion's head. Yeah, by this point, like, with all this in hand, there was no way to change like this. They just, like, showing off, like, Rika's basically, like, put her trust in all her friends, but didn't tell entirely what happened from the sounds of it, so, just gonna let into this then. She pointed her gun at Mion's head. Hey, are you kidding me? I've always wanted to see the tattoo on your back. Oh my good god. I'm gonna take a peek at it later. Sure, have a look if you want. Something special. Oh? You don't think I'll find it interesting? Stop, don't shoot her! Takano shook her head in response to Reina's scream. I had to kill her. She's the leader of your club, so she has to go first. No. Stop. Oh, they're slowly just offing from one by one. Oh, good god. There was a dull noise, followed by Mion's body twitching. Mion tried to break free from the men restraining us as Takano calmly shot Mion. However, they were too strong, and all we could do was squirm like insects. Takano was enjoying watching us struggle. She then stepped towards Sadako, but Shion started screaming curses at her. My. You want to be shot before her. You could have stayed alive a few more seconds if you were nice and quiet. Stop it, Shion-san! Don't agitate her like that! Like, it's not even just as simple as that, just like, struggle any sense of the word, honestly. Like, literally bite, scratch, scream, kick, like, do anything dirty by the book by this point. It doesn't matter. Who cares about fighting fair and square at this point? I know why she's doing that. She wants to protect Sadako for as long as she can. She's trying to do what Satoshi told her to. Takano didn't care one whit for Shion's feelings. Stepping over Keiichi's body, she approached Shion. I get it now. You killed Satoshi-kun, didn't you? Isn't that the truth? Sorry, I don't like giving out secrets. So I'm not telling. You're not confirming or denying it. My good god. Shion's body twitched. That followed the dull sound of another gunshot. Just 2 dull sounds that stolen away the lively Sonozaki sisters. Didn't add up. I started shaking from fear when it hit me just how easily Takano can take away lives. She's a nurse, so she knows how to save lives the same way of killing them. Isn't it amusing for you to take away innocent lives? You monster! Oh, so you want to die next. You're gonna be the last one if you stay quiet. Keiichi, Mion, and Shion died. The last one of us left was Reina. Reina didn't want to see Sadako and me die before she did. So you're the culprit behind the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Do you think you're Oyashiro-sama's proxy or something? I'm not a proxy. I'm handing out divine punishment. It's too bad that you're not going to see it. Soon enough, Oyashiro-sama's wrath is going to destroy the whole village. But I'm the one who's going to make that happen. It's my curse. Yes, I'm going to become Oyashiro-sama. Yay, we got a villain with a god complex instead. Well, we had so many things about persecution complexes and victim complexes, then why not a god complex then to round it all out then, right? I'm gonna become something more than human. Literally, god complex. You'll never understand how I feel. You'll never understand how wonderful it is to become a god. I don't think that's possible. No matter how much you try to become Oyashiro-sama, it won't work. It's just a game for you. You'll never become Oyashiro-sama. I will. The process has already begun. Oh boy. Rina laughed at her. Takano seemed very upset to hear that laugh. Oh boy, just attacking her core. What's so funny? It's impossible. Because Oyashiro-sama's already here. Oh my god. Ominous last words to say? Those were Reina's last words. Well, it's your turn now, Sadako-chan. I don't really care if you live or die. While you're a living research sample, Tokyo's a bounty on capturing you alive. Oh. But it's not very much. My share would run out with just a trip to Europe. If I capture you alive, nothing good will happen to you anyway. They'll probably open up your skull and probe through your brain while you're still alive. Is that literally how you can only detect it? What the fuck? Besides, I was your friend. I think it might be kinder to shoot you dead right here. Which would you prefer? I can't decide that. Sadako shouted back at her, her eyes full of tears. Let's do a quiz then. Broccoli or cauliflower? Which one is green? No, it's broccoli. Oh my good god. How? As soon as I heard that same dull sound, Sadako stopped moving. Takano smiled and said, "Good girl," to what used to be Sadako. Holy fucking shit. This really is such a lovely and beautiful night. Don't you agree? So, you're gonna kill me too? Yes, I will kill you. The corpse of the Queen Carrier is the key to this mission. You're gonna become an ugly political tool far away in Tokyo. And then, the legend of Onagafuchi will finally come to an end. And apparently this worked several centuries worth of loops then. Oh my good god. I know how you're planning to kill me. Oh, you do? Really just cutting her open just like the old legends were. Let's hear it. I'm not gonna say it, but I know. It's Watanagashi. Yeah, it actually fits her MO, honestly, from her, like, trying to learn as much as she can, honestly. She wants to do the real Watanagashi, using my body. She's planning to cut my stomach and pull out my guts. To that, she'll make me inhale some chemical to put me to sleep. I vaguely remember that part now. I guess you already know. Good night, Rika-chan. The dogs approached me with a handkerchief soaked in a chemical substance. Wait a minute, Takano. Everyone's dead, but you're begging for your life? That's not it. You're gonna kill me? Do it without putting me to sleep. Oh my good god. Takano hadn't expected to hear that. Still, even though she was surprised, she nodded with a slight smile. Hanya was also surprised to hear that. That must be a terrible way to die. What are you thinking? Would you prefer an easy and painless death? You know it's gonna be horrible, right? I'm gonna cut open your stomach while you're still alive. I don't want to forget about it. Oh god, if she wants to remember all this, she actually has to remember how this all went.
Oh, so she always died when someone broke in and... Oh, good god. What put her to sleep then? Oh my good god.
Yes. I'm doing this so I'll remember. I'm not gonna forget about it. The picture of you cutting up my stomach will be forever burned in my soul. I'm never gonna forget that. Next time I see you, I'll remember that you did this to me. What are you cooking up in your little head? I guess you're smarter than the other kids. At least you get to have a chance to scream for your life. I'm not gonna let you do that, though. I force something other than a handkerchief to my mouth. Yeah, they're gonna do all this. Oh, they're gonna do this right fucking here? Oh, good god. It was a gag. With that in, I can close my mouth, leading my saliva to start overflowing. Soon another van arrived. So, Hanyo fucking already saw this happen, but, like, that's the other thing. Oh, she already knew all this stuff. Oh. Soon another van arrived. More mountain dogs came out of it. They probably come to get rid of the bodies. They grabbed the corpses of my friends and stuffed them into body bags. After that, they sprayed a bunch of water in the ground to clean up the blood. They asked Takano how many shots she fired, and she started looking around for the bullets. They were erasing all the evidence. By the time the night was over, there would be no more proof left. They pulled my hands behind my back and bound them with handcuffs. My ankles are tied up too. They also tied my ankles and wrists together. Oh god, they're gonna... Was Rika always killed and put on the shrine itself to be almost like a morbid, horrible martyr almost? For all this, like a sacrifice almost. It's literally just to make that image cement in everyone's mind, honestly, if anyone sees it. Oh my god. They also tied my ankles and wrists together. My body was bent like a shrimp, and I was no longer able to walk. My mouth was covered so I couldn't even talk. I couldn't move, talk, express myself in any other way. They had taken everything away that made me human. Therefore, I wasn't human anymore. I was just a toy named Rika Furude, a toy to give Takano joy. The car started moving. It seemed like we were going back the way we came, but I didn't care anymore. As the time my death approached, some of my forgotten memories came back to me. That's right. I was killed like this so many times. Every time I repeat my life, Takano got pleasure to killing me. Somebody rubbed my head. Oh. Were they trying to comfort me? I shook my head to try and refuse. They laughed at me as I did so. Oh, hi. Rika... Rika... Hanya showed up. She couldn't hold back her devastated tears. Again, it didn't work. It didn't work again. Again. When I saw Hanyo's painful tears, I was convinced. I was wrong. Hanyo was not just a bystander. She's just too scared to face reality because she can't stand the pain anymore. Hanyo wants a happy future, too. Her hopes were betrayed countless times, and she was hurt far too much. For some reason, seeing her sorrowful expression calmed me down. Perhaps Hanyo was crying my place. It's okay, Hanyo. You did what you could. You worked very hard. You're getting so close to changing our fate for real. It was probably just all this came about and to be revealed too little too late. They had time to plan, but everyone didn't. They had to do this, think of something to do all last minute. It still didn't work out, but for some reason, I feel satisfied. I've never fought this hard in my life. Never learned so many things all at once. Because I can repeat my life endlessly, I've been taking each one for granted. But everyone else taking their lives so seriously. I wasn't learning anything because I wasn't doing that, but I finally understand. I learned something from this life, and I put all my effort into it. So, it's sad that I didn't make it, but I feel satisfied just the same. Strange kind of satisfaction. I wonder how many of these memories I can keep. I get the sense I'm gonna lose my memory this evening. If that's the case, I will lose my memory of seeing Takano's face. I finally found out that Takano's the mastermind. Am I gonna repeat the same world again and again, not knowing the truth? She killed my friends as if she were merely killing some bugs. I don't want to forget that. No matter how hard my death will be, I need to remember Takano's face. Anyo, I'm not gonna give up. I don't care if I can't recall this memory. I'll continue to live my life. I don't care if I can only live in this June, and eventually I'll only be able to go back to the night of Wantanagashi. If that's my life, so be it. I'm not gonna forget either. If you don't remember, I'll tell you the truth. Hanyo, I knew it. You acted like an unfeeling bystander, but that's because you're afraid of the pain. I also wanted to have a happy future with everyone. Hanyo started to cry like a baby. She's so stupid. She said to abandon hope because she didn't want to deal with the sadness that she always felt in this night. But she ended up hurt and devastated anyway. Hanyo, are you happy this world is ending just like you predicted? I decided not to ask her such an unpleasant question. The car stopped. The two men pulled me out of the vehicle. We returned to the Fruity Shrine. Yay, here. There were several men waiting in front of the operatory box. Nearby, there were countless sharp knives laid on the ground. They're gonna cut up my stomach with those tools and pull out my intestines. They took off all my clothes. Oh yeah, I forgot she was naked when it happened. Oh god. They left a gag against my mouth and the handcuffs were my wrists. I wasn't embarrassed to be naked in front of them. Rather just furious that Takano was getting joy out of doing this to me. Don't forget this humiliation. The pain I'm about to experience should be carved into my soul forever. I'm not gonna forget this. Everyone worked together. We finally revealed who was behind it all. If I forget this, my friend's efforts and deaths will have been in vain again. I need to stay alive as long as I can, so I can remember the pain. Anyo, don't look away. You have to watch. Remember this forever. Is this really the only way I can help you? Is this all I can do because I can't touch or talk to anyone? That's good enough. You continue to stare at me, I can endure this pain. Ugh. Hanya nodded and sat right next to me, while continuing to cry. We then looked up at the night sky together. The moon was shining brightly, as taking pity upon me. We also looked at the face of my murderers. Oh my god. The beautiful moon was gradually stained red. It's getting cold. It's so painful. I'm consumed with the fear of not being able to do anything but this. But Hanyo's right next to me. That gives me some comfort. It's not just Hanyo either. Everyone is here with me. Everyone is there, watching me. I can stand this torture. That's why it wasn't painful. I didn't struggle. I didn't care about Takano's crazy laughter. This was such a wonderful world. We didn't overcome this fate, but I have no regrets. Of course, I'm still sad. I'm disappointed. My future was right there in front of my eyes. My hand could almost reach it. Even so, we did what we could. I have to be proud of myself for that. Keiichi voiced his disagreement. He still felt that we could have done more. We were almost there. We almost defeated this fate. We didn't win, but not because our enemies were strong. We didn't win because we didn't try hard enough. But all of you worked so hard together. I was watching. So the whole thing. But it wasn't enough. We had a will strong enough to overcome this fate. We should have created a miracle. Probably even more than that, honestly. You're trying to take over an entire organization that has a stronger will than that, then. Ugh. That's right. A miracle won't happen if everyone believes in it. Sadako, Rika and everyone else worked so hard. I'm sorry. Rika, you were brave enough to ask us for help, but I couldn't save you. Sadako held my shoulder and cried. That's true. Everyone worked so hard, but it still didn't work out. Thank you, though. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna die again, but I never felt so good about it. I've learned so many things in this world. Rika-chan, I know. I know why the miracle didn't happen in this world. Reina spoke gently, but she wasn't smiling at all. Hey, did everyone really believe that we could create a miracle? If you're hoping for a future, but not everyone believes in it, then a miracle won't happen. What are you saying, Reina? We were united. There was one person that y'all didn't know. No one had doubts that we could overcome this fate. Right, Mion? Yeah, he's right, Reina. Everyone thought we could overcome it. Everyone believed that we could. That's quite true. Even Rika believed in it. She finally believed that with her help, she could change her destiny. I believed in it too, but I think there's someone who didn't believe. Who is that? What? Who can it be? Hey, you. Reina turned to Hanyo and asked her a question. Did you believe? Did you believe that we could overcome this fate? Uh, uh, Even if you can't talk to us or touch us, you can still believe. If you believed in us, the miracle would have happened. Would something really have changed if I believed? A powerless existence, I can't do anything. All I can do is watch and accept. You're saying that I could have made a miracle happen just by believing? Yeah, you could have. Keiichi stated it clearly. He wasn't trying to blame her. He was just stating the truth. That's right. There were 6 of us, and there were 7 of them. If he believed along with us, we would have numbered 7 souls. Miracle could have happened. You don't make miracles happen by touching something or saying something. You make them happen by believing. Uh, Hanya realized this ending wasn't caused by fate, because she didn't believe. In other words, this happened because she was so weak as to accept this fate. She started crying again. We don't even know your name, but you still need to be brave enough to fight this fear and pain. You need to have the courage to defeat fate. If you'd believed, we'd be moving on to a bright future. If your refusal to believe in it is the sole reason we couldn't reach it, then the responsibility is yours. That's a hefty responsibility to put onto her. It was hard to believe Irena could say something so harsh. Her words were piercing Hanyo's heart, but those words were necessary for me and her. Whoa. Only faith can create a miracle. That sounds like something you might hear in a fairy tale. It's not easy to put into action. People suspect others. They don't trust others. It's easier not to have hope. It's so difficult to believe. That's why faith can make miracles happen. Don't you realize I can't even touch people? Don't you realize I can't even speak to them? You still think I can make a miracle happen just by believing in something? Listen, you're talking to me right now. I never talked to you before, but I always knew you were there. I was always thinking about how I could communicate with you. I always knew you were watching when we were all having fun and hanging out together. But if I want to be involved, you guys can't see me or hear my voice. You'll think I'm a monster or something. I don't want people to think of me as a monster. Okay. We never think of you that way. If you're with us, you're a friend. Yeah, we wouldn't call our friend a monster. No. It's your heart that determines whether you're a monster or not. Right, Shion? Indeed. I guess I'm more like a monster in that sense. Look, okay doesn't matter, okay? If anything, I'm the monster here, okay? You don't call me a monster even though I have horns on my head? I won't call you that just because of the way you look. You're actually kind of cute, you know? Watch out for Reina. I'm trying to take you home. Look, they're still adorable, okay? I realized then that I was standing with everyone, looking down my own body. Astral projecting. I see. I'm finally dead. Oh. I looked at my bloody body by my feet. It upset me that Takano was still enjoying the torture, but the body that remained was nothing but a shell. Well, at least you were distracted the whole time. Are you okay, Rika-chan? Meep. Don't you think it's a bit strange to ask that question to a dead person? Emotionally speaking, okay? Don't worry about anything else. Everyone smiled wryly. My first time feeling so much love and death. Everyone is already dead. That's why I feel so happy to be dead, to join them. Suddenly the world got darker. My body started to sink downward. I guess the whole... I can feel myself disappearing. I still have the sensation of my friend's hands on mine, though. Let's go, everyone. Yeah, let's go. You're also one of us. Come on, stop crying, let's go. My dear God. My vision had gone dark, but somehow I could still see... Reina offered her hand to Hanyo, and Hanyo instantly took it. Hanyo, I don't know what sad experiences you had before we met, but I'm sure my friends will accept you. Is it still gonna be fun if I'm involved? Are you sure they'll accept me? Yes. So come along with us. Reina touched Hanyo's hand. It felt like everyone else laid their hands on top too. If only they had hands to do so. Let's go, Hanyo. Let's accept this sorrow, so we can embrace joy as well. Believe in the bright future that's waiting for us. The miracle will happen. We will obtain it. Okay? Yes, Hanyo said, with a definite nod. God fucking damn it, holy shit. What's outside of the well? Is thing worth fighting for? What's outside of the well? Is thing worth getting hurt for? What's outside of the well? I'm gonna fight and get hurt in order to find that out. I'm sure what's waiting is a beautiful world. If I get to the bottom of that well again, the key to the new world is my willingness to get out of here. If I can get out or not, I'll eventually get to the new world. Their poem, honestly. Oh my good God, I don't know what to say about that. Holy shit, that's like... There's a lot of sentiments in there which... Oh, it's so poignant, honestly. Ugh. I mean, that is kind of true, though. Of like, I can agree with that at the very least. And if you don't have that, I guess, fairest motivation, I guess, to move on from where you are, it's not gonna change too much, honestly. Ugh. Just like go by yourself, honestly. Like, just get lonely and then just get depressed, honestly. And then you just feel like you're putting yourself into a spiral if you don't do anything else. You don't reach out for anything else. You don't reach out for anyone to get help or just talk about anything. Just be stuck in your own head, honestly. And just, since you're not bouncing off anything, just makes things even more and more worse. I think I see what Ryukishi 7 is trying to say. All the different I guess themes he's like putting in through, honestly, including all the other ones, honestly, with all that, the faith and the miracle stuff. I think I've also heard that same sort of sentiment in a way as well. And the credits for all this is all different, honestly, for it too, but If Rika just mentioned that from like earlier on, maybe, and if everyone like actually been together, honestly. Uh, I still don't fault Hanyo at all for still thinking at the very end, honestly. Like, she, like, remembered everything all, like, by the end, honestly. Or, like, I think it's meant to be implied that she never remembered, like, along with Rika, like, their memories and, like, power almost shared, I guess. But it almost feels like if she, like, it feels like she did remember, but because everything happened, she tried to distance herself from it even more and more until now, anyway. Entire century. Like, her whole thing of, like, trying to do everything in your power by any normal means, honestly, and it still didn't work, honestly. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Emergency Manual 1. If the existence of a terminal patient L5 is confirmed, the Institute Director must resolve the situation before the L5 begins engaging in antisocial behavior. However, they must ensure the secret remains hidden. To that end, the Director may also request assistance from the Secrecy Preservation Unit. As the Secrecy Preservation Unit, they may request permission to fire from the Institute Director if necessary. All efforts should be made to secure the L5 subject is alive, or if that proves obstructive to maintaining secrecy, their life may be forfeit. At all times, maintaining secrecy, preventing exposure will be of the highest priority. However, preserving secrecy will take priority over preventing exposure. Emergency Manual Appendix 9 FAQ. Q. Can Emergency Manual 34 be administered if an outbreak of L5 occurs, putting matters beyond the control of the Secrecy Preservation Unit? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for determining what constitutes an out-of-control situation? A. Yes. Question. If an accident occurs in a hazardous material, the AH-170 series, there's more than that. It's 173. There's another one. There was other ones before that. Oh my good god. Is exposed to the public, can Emergency Manual 34 be administered? Answer. Yes. Question. If an accident has occurred and the nature of the institute is revealed to the public, the Secrecy Preservation Unit will take steps to resolve the situation. However, this information is spread too widely. Can Emergency Manual 34 still be administered? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for making such a decision? A. Yes. So they're just going over everything. If the secret gets exposed, they'll still be able to, like, I guess, cure the L5 then. Oh. The decision to execute Emergency Manual 34 must be carefully deliberated over and sanctioned by an official. However, in the case of emergency, does the Institute Director have the right to make the final decision? Answer. The execution of Emergency Manual 34 must be sanctioned by an official at all times. However, the Institute Director may petition the urgency of its use to an official. Emergency Manual 34. Reproduction or removal of this document is prohibited. This manual may only be read with the appropriate permissions. This manual will only apply upon approval by the highest authority. Nothing short of official authorization shall count as approval. Furthermore, those authorized to apply this manual must make their decision as soon as possible when it is required. If the situation threatens the spiral of control, and the official proceeds that this is the case, the Erie Institute must make the final decision to preserve the secret and prevent its detection by others. The following is an outline of how to execute the final resolution. So this is just another measure, even if everyone remembers everything else, that would counteract this manual then. Terminate all patients above L2. Destroy all evidence at the Institute. Conceal the fact that this manual was administered. The contents of this manual must be executed by the Institute Director within 48 hours of the incident. If the Director is not available, the Chief Officer must execute it in his place. The Institute Director may demand support from the Chief Officer in executing this manual. This manual is expected to be executed. The Chief Officer may issue the preliminary orders. The final resolution must be executed in the following steps. Disguise the incident as a natural gas disaster and quarantine the area. Oh, I see. They decide to set up everything with Erie, then follow the manual to make it seem like there wasn't, there's nothing part of the I guess the Tokyo group is basically mentioning they're not portraying the group. They're still hiding inside there, and by following these directions, they're hiding and setting it up. And that way, no one realizes there's anything weird going on until
things go too late when the Hinamizawa syndrome spreads to the rest of Japan, honestly. Not from, I guess, maybe, like, some people who were there in the town itself, but also maybe by actual application to other people. Disguise the incident as a natural gas disaster and quarantine the area. The quarantine unit must disguise themselves as police officers and isolate the Hinamizawa region from the outside world. Those people Keiichi saw at the end of the third chapter, the third installment. The official explanation must be that there's a gas disaster within the village. The equipment from the operation will be stored at a vacant lot where Yaguchi Quarry used to be. The equipment must undergo routine maintenance. In the event of an external breach or internal escape, if they do not respond to notice of the gas disaster or orders to evacuate, use of firearms is authorized. The approval to use firearms is given by the Chief of Secrecy Preservation Unit to the Chief of the Traffic Blockade Unit. Shutdown of communications. The Communications Sabotage Unit must ensure that all forms of communication, including radio, have been disabled in the Hinamizawa area. Must take care not to fall under suspicion, and communications must be disrupted for the minimum amount of time. Well, explains that the whole gas thing was completely just, run it over. But why then, concrete the swamp over for all that? It wouldn't make that much sense then. I guess that's where they dump bodies and anything like that, and they concrete it over so no one would be able to find it that easily. They literally gave that, I guess, contradiction almost as well of in the third installment as well, where the intended path where the gas would have went right over where Keiichi fell unconscious from where Sadako pushed him off the bridge, and it would have killed the whole entire town. But he would have gotten the most of it, and it would make sense that no one would touch his body because they don't even know he's there. Sadako did that to him, and then the gas was never a real thing, but the bridge and the gas disaster itself, the concrete thing is the one thing I don't know. If it's not for the dead bodies, cover up, honestly, then I do not know what it could be or to be. Getting rid of evidence, stuff like that. I don't know what it would be. They must take care not to fall under suspicion, and communications must be disrupted for a minimum amount of time. The facility belonging to the telephone company is inside the traffic blockade, so any civilians inside may be shot and killed. Some of those characters who were fleeing the town, they died because of them. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give permission to use lethal force to the Chief of the Communications Sabotage Unit. Assembling the infected carriers. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must assemble the infected populace in the Hinamizawa Regional Disaster Shelter. And it's also the reason why Keiichi was kept alive, because he was knocked out for literally the entire cost of when the entire thing went down. And from what he was talking about, they already knew he was insane, so they kept him alive just to propagate what happened to town even more. Refer to the enclosed documents for gathering procedures. Upon assembly, the unit must count the number of the infected, confirm that everyone is present. Be sure to not allow the infected to expose the true nature of the gas disaster. Additionally, that's why the investigator and Keiichi mysteriously died. I can't remember off the top of my head how he did, but he just did. Additionally, the infected must not be allowed to bring any large personal belongings with them. However, they may take their valuables, including bank books and cash. So Satoshi did leave? But infected who refuse to assemble may be shot. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must carefully consider the decision to do so. Even when point-blank asked, to Takano, she still didn't confirm or deny whether Satoshi was dead or not. Terminating the infected. Once they are assembled, the Secrecy Preservation Unit must terminate all the infected. Before that point, care must be taken to ensure that they are not suspicious of the story of the gas disaster. Be sure that they are treated as humanely as possible. If any problems occur, the unit has approval to fire their weapons. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must also make the decision. Bodies of gunshot wounds should not be placed together with those that have been poisoned. Concealment of the Institute. They have an entire giant plan. The Institute Concealment Unit must collect all the classified items, refer to the 193 items in the appendix, in the Institute in order to suppress the evidence. Refer to the appendix for more detailed instructions.
The research staff of the Institute must assist with this operation. This unit must exercise extreme caution, as they will be handling a number of toxic substances. Oh, it's a whole thing where anyone who's employed at the Erie Institute, honestly, has to help with the entire thing of removing evidence from the town or get gunned down too. Yay. Strict quarantine must be maintained of the concealment block. The airproof door must be bolted shut, and the underground area must be flooded. The entrance to the area must be bolted shut and concealed completely. So the Erie Clinic is completely went over then. So technically, in a way, Reina was right to go try to investigate the Erie Clinic. I can't remember what I had my stance of I can't remember what I said about the Erie Institute back then, whether they were involved or not. Honestly, from the sound of it, I don't think I actually gave a comment because I had no idea what to think of I still had no idea what to think of Takano, Tomakaki, and Erie was a bit mixed flags, honestly. I think I did just say no. We gotta fucking search the entire clinic from top to bottom because for Erie and all that. So yeah. The entrance to the area must be able to shut and concealed completely. Furthermore, the concealment block will be completely removed within 3 years. The Institute Concealment Unit must eliminate all civilians who would try to approach the Institute. The use of firearms is not permitted, except in emergencies. The chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give the order to fire. Searching the village. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must search the whole village for any survivors. Any person who is not present during the assembly must be found. Any survivors found after the determination of the infected area may be shot immediately. Yeah. There was Cheese, since I remember still, that was the one person I still remember just fleeing the area for some reason, but that did not make any sense in any case, and I still couldn't reason out of my brain, honestly, for all that reason itself. Any survivors found after the termination of the infected may be shot immediately. However, the survivor is willing to surrender. Do not shoot, and instead, take them into the custody of the Secrecy Preservation Unit. The unit must then terminate the captive, using the same method as for the other infected. Post-mission transfer to General Forces. Transfer the job to the official disaster recovery team. I think by this point it's safe to say that Erie died, whether it be almost suicide or a staged suicide by sleeping pills, honestly. Right before even the whole night with Rika happened. Transfer the job to the official disaster recovery team. Make sure not to arouse suspicion. Complete withdrawal. After the completion of all operations, the Secrecy Protection Unit will retreat from the Hinamizawa area. They must be careful not to be sighted by the disaster recovery team. Furthermore, the Institute will continue to secure the concealment block until complete removal is finished. The Queen and her carriers. It is assumed the pathogen has the same characteristics as creatures such as ants. Oh my god, it literally just is that goddamn it's the Last of Us fungus all over again. There is a queen of the carriers of the disease, just like there is a queen ant. This position has been passed down the line of the Furry family. This assumption is made based on the legends and the ancient writings that have been passed down in the village. It is already confirmed that carriers have a tendency to protect their queen. Additionally, the queen carrier can only survive within the boundary of the village. Probability of outbreak. As ordinary patients will become ill when they travel far away from the queen, it's assumed that the further and longer they away from her, the higher the chance of symptoms occurring becomes. Also, mental state plays a strong factor as well. It's estimated that those who are especially emotionally unstable or show strong yearning for their home are more likely to exhibit symptoms. That's why almost everyone everyone almost dies at the end of it anyway. Makes more sense. It is believed that the Takano relaxation method is the most effective means of suppressing symptoms. Takano relaxation method. But the patient still shows no improvement, when returning them to their home and the queen will be effective. Concerning terminal patients. Terminal patients, as they suffer from extreme persecution complex, are incapable of functioning within society. Cases of arson and murder have been confirmed. They may present severe problems to their units. Records show that terminal patients appear even in Hinamizawa, and they will not recover, even if we're located near the queen. Therefore, the decision to dispose of the problem must be made as soon as possible. What was that,
It's all shown like theory-wise about this, and I think the only time we ever seen anything like happening, honestly, was Keiichi literally just tiring the hell out of Reina out on the top of the rooftop the last installment. That was the only time we ever seen anything of him, her getting out of that state, honestly. The absolute only time. I don't even think Rika was any around near that, like, literally just messing around, actually. It's recommended that the infected be quarantined before they start behaving irregularly. We suggest tracking down those formerly from Hinamizawa and place them under special medical observation. The collapse of the carrier community. For the aforementioned reasons, we predicted that should the queen carrier die, infected villagers will exhibit terminal symptoms on a village-wide scale. Terminal symptoms will begin showing within 24 hours at the earliest and 48 at the latest. Oh, yay. Okay, then. Alright, then. Yay. Oh my god, so it's literally just like the second one person, like, second Rika dies, the whole entire town just goes under. That's so terrible to think about. In many ways. My good god. I didn't even this realize and know that Rika's died before anyone even learns news about it. Everyone just goes immediately insane for no reason then. Oh good god. For that reason, the final decision must be made within 48 hours. Based on the size of the village, neither ordinary officers nor the military police may be able to control the chaos they may bring. We believe the best response is to treat them as an armed anti-national uprising, and immediately suppress them with the military. January 1945. It goes down to the fucking World Wars. To Colonel Koizumi, the Supreme Council, the Direction of War. From Hifumi to Kano. It's a fucking lineage. That's what it means, a fucking lineage. It's fucking family times. Look at that, all from Descendants-wise, yay. June 23rd, 1983. Document E420 for the 58th Defense Commissioner. And TCOM 733 Commander. TCOM 733 is hereby ordered to be on standby within 24 hours, armed for urban suppression. The company's commander must also thoroughly study Emergency Manual 34. Select personnel carefully, the preservation of secrecy in mind. Additionally, test the effectiveness of the vaccine with the support of the National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Employ those with positive immunity. June 23rd, 1983. Document E711 for the 58th Director of the NIHS. Intention Equipment Testing Company Commander 733. The National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Infectious Pathogen Department, Suite 13. Official seal omitted. Oh my good god, it keeps going. So, where it just keeps going from the Hinamizawa syndrome, where maybe spreads or not from there. Good god. About the Hinamizawa syndrome. There's information regarding the Hinamizawa syndrome. The Hinamizawa syndrome is an infectious disease caused by a virus. There are no initial symptoms. Instead, their onset begins when the patient's emotional state becomes unstable, or the queen carrier dies. The main symptoms of the illness are hallucinations and emotional instability, paired with an extreme persecution complex. Furthermore, patients are frequently unaware of their own mental abnormalities, making identification outside examination nearly impossible. The only way to do so is by observing symptoms indicative of terminal, abnormal behavior. In many cases, patients engage in antisocial behavior, which is the largest issue created by the syndrome. This behavior is caused by hormonal factors, as the disease mainly affects the mind as opposed to the body. So, makes that worm parasite, like, for if Reina read through the book, the scrapbooks, and believe that to the very end. Huh. In the end, the patients will experience extreme irritation in their lymph nodes that claw at their throat or wrists. Yeah, that's, and Reina just thought about the whole red worms riding through the bloodstream because of that, just to rationalize that weird feeling, honestly. This is the only symptom that is recognized by the patient. Important points regarding the sterilization operation. This is an adversary notice for virus control. The pathogen is an airborne infectious virus. It means Takano literally saw that in Reina and decided to give the scrapbook over just to make things worse.
Therefore, no effective preventive methods exist, and no inoculation is required. After the mission is completed, all staff members must take a medical exam, and those with positive test results must come forward. Be cautious when interacting with the carriers, the villagers. Even after inoculation, any contact with their bodily fluids will cause infection. Do not come into direct contact with them. If assumed infected, individuals must use a testing syringe and test themselves for the disease. If you feel an extreme irritation in your lymph nodes, it's likely you have terminal symptoms. In that case, you must get tested immediately. If test results comes out positive, inject the treatment medication C120. If the irritation persists after 10 minutes, use a second injection. If there is still no change in symptoms, seek treatment at HQ. Do not use C120 if your test results are not positive. If used in a healthy body, symptoms of high fever, rashes, dilated pupils, and hallucination will be observable within 10 minutes. If this occurs, one must seek treatment at HQ. Oh my god. It makes sense they have entire, research and plan for if things go to shit. It makes sense. It's literally a secret government area and all that, but oh my good god. And they, I guess this branch of Tokyo decided to use their own advantage to, take the virus and all that for their own selves, honestly. So, the factions, honestly. Because it's all about politics, yeah. Government officials explained the entire situation in a luxurious meeting room adorned with a marble table and crystal ashtrays. We have to know about this information, these details, for some reason. The chief cabinet secretary was in a panic. He never heard about any of this before. Feelings of panic were only natural. One girl's death was going to drive 2,000 villagers into a frenzy. Hearing a disease like that exists was surprising enough. On top of that, it was secretly researched for military use. And now there was a horrific situation caused by the director of the local research institute engaging in embezzlement. This is literally showcasing off them, the highest order, them, Aries took the fall. I've never heard of such a dangerous disease. There's no cure for it? No. According to the National Research Center, they have recently found a method of treatment for the cure of the disease. They're still not capable of administering that treatment to the whole village. The entire populace is going to develop terminal symptoms within the next 24 to 48 hours. It's going to be disaster. The danger of the Hinamizawa syndrome was explained over and over again to the chief secretary. He didn't have anything more to say, but that didn't mean that he could blindly accept it either. He simply couldn't believe that the only way to resolve the situation was to kill all 2,000 infected villagers. I understand the urgency, but I can't give approval to kill an entire village. Why was this disease being studied in secret anyway? Isn't this the responsibility of those who are funding the research? Such a dangerous disease can't possibly be any benefit to this country. It's the year 1983 for crying out loud. It's the present modern day for crying out loud. And according to these documents, they intentionally held off on exterminating the disease so they had more time to study it. On top of that, this chaos is all caused by a single researcher. This is an act of terrorism. It's to follow those old men in Tokyo. They better take responsibility for this. Get rid of the people who are still haunted by the ghosts of the war. This is a good opportunity to rid Tokyo of its festering pus. We will discuss the matter and issue of responsibility in due time, but we must make a prompt decision about this. I wonder if they already realized that the Tokyo thing, I guess the Tokyo group had disbanded then. What was Takano's plan after that then? Well, just to, I guess from what little we know of her, honestly, right now, just the whole fact that she was the cause of, this new legend around this whole area for her hobby, research in the area. It seemed like it was only her only goal. There was another one on top of that, here, then don't really quite know about that then yet. And also, since it was technically all about the virus's whole fall by the very end, the whole motive and anything like that, and I don't know anything about disease and medication at that level, of course I wanted to be able to figure it out, honestly, with that. The very second the parasites and the worm thing came up, my first immediate instinct was, bullshit, which in an extent it was right, but it's very, at least the symptoms that Reina was seeing, the scrapbooks that she was reading by, Takano were complete lies. That was completely right. Those were bullshit. But, like, extended from that, it was true. We will discuss the issue of responsibility in due time, but we must make a prompt decision about this. A man sitting by the window slowly turned around and opened his mouth. Prime Minister, please give us your decision. What happens if I don't approve this final resolution? Well, almost 100% of the population in the village will develop terminal symptoms within 36 hours. They will be overcome by persecution complexes, and they'll begin behaving violently. Suicide, murder, arson, robbery, and rape are some of the things we predict will happen. My good god. There'll be no peace in the village. It probably won't stay within those boundaries either, but spread throughout the area. Result, the whole world will discover this disaster. I'm just wondering, like, would they have to have a reason first? Because, what was it? There was the whole thing of, like, I guess Keiichi, like, misremembering all that in the first installment, which, like, to me, honestly, like, there's still part of me, like, doesn't entirely like the, I guess, disease, main purpose of the series, but, like, it works the entire conflict over, it works there. It's probably just, like, I'm not personally a big fan of, that kind of plot trope anyway. Just that, honestly, nothing else more, honestly. Like, it works suitably for the story, honestly, but it's not my favorite, honestly. Well, with Keiichi, having, like, going to L5 stages, honestly, he killed everyone because of that, but, like, what leads to, everyone else, like, assuming that, it's then reasonable to, start arson? I can understand the suicide part, maybe, but rape? Unless those people, like, some of those people in the village were that bad, like, absolutely horrible people, I don't know if I can totally buy that last part, honestly. I don't know how can you... Oh god, never mind. I think I can figure out one reason why for, like, oh my god, crutches are lovers. Oh, good god. Oh my god, that's fucking horrible. I had to think of some stupid reason for that. God damn it. It probably won't stay within these boundaries either, but spread through the area, result the whole world will discover this disaster. Yeah, basically, I already came with that. I already knew that was going to happen anyway. The very second this whole town disaster ever happens, it's going to spread all throughout. Even though there was a pressed gagger in the village before then for the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, this is not going to be covered up that easily. Sooner or later, we'll find out about this mysterious disease. This would be the great advantage for the opposition during the next election. Tokyo will also voice their criticism of the Prime Minister. You need their approval in order to make your political plans come to fruition. More than anything, the government might reveal that the secret research was conducted for military purposes. If this happens, the country will have a crisis of faith in their leadership. Yay. What if I approve the final resolution? Well... We'll be disguising this as a natural disaster. The opposition may still attack us for a blunder. However, they will not discover the existence of this mysterious disease. By chance, the world will discover our military research of the disease. Our nation would completely lose its initiative in the Asian region. Support from those nations is a necessity for us. If we lose their trust, the opposition will definitely come to power to the next election. Japan will be finished. According to our simulations, the power balance will shift drastically if the second and third parties form a coalition government. The whole world may hold us responsible. Oh my good god. The United Nations will accuse us of developing WMDs. WMDs? Neighboring countries' governments will lead smear campaigns against us, drawing a hard line of anti-Japan diplomatic policies with high approval ratings. Never possible. The government of the country will be burned to the ground. To cinders from the sound of it, almost like a god. So we'll lose the trust of all our allies, huh? Shit. This isn't just the problem of several 100,000 people who live around in Hinamizawa era, is it? But it's way too difficult to cover up 2,000 casualties. The most important thing is to prevent the public from knowing that this country was secretly researching biological weapons. I guess we wiped the ass of the ghosts of the war. Are you sure this operation can be performed secretly? This mission goes public, this will become a greater scandal than the research itself. Yes, it will be kept secret. There are special units working in this case. They are trained specifically for situations like this. And I just got reminded Oishi and Akasaka are like literally doing all their powers to reach all that. And now I'm just wondering if, like, because based on this, if they figure all this out and polish it, the whole entire Japan is like just gonna get destroyed if all this what the general defense is saying is completely true and not biased at all to, like, you know, to like manipulate the prime minister to agree to the plan. If that's all true, would it even be good at all to even say what the truth is by this point? Because then this goes down to then to erupting Japan at its core, then other countries being shaken by it, then more people learning about the Hinamizawa syndrome as a disease itself, and then people using and grabbing that to make nuclear weapons. Same thing with the atom bomb, and then everyone will then have it, and then everyone has the same exact thing all their own notice. It becomes something horrible all over again. It's something horrible all over again. You have nothing to worry about. Never heard of any mission like this, but it's basically mass murder via gas, correct? I know there's units specifically trained for that. In order to know how to protect themselves from a gas attack, they must know what gas warfare is about. In order to know how to fight against an enemy using gas, they must also know how to kill with it. The equipment research unit is prepared for any kind of attack. He let out a small sigh. You can see the line between ethical and unethical. Yeah, to this point, it's become too big of a scale. Can any research be justified by the excuse of preparing against hostilities? But that's also what preparation was all about. Well, if you're talking about the whole thing about the disease itself, maybe not so. Like, I guess you can only say that was sort of justifying the war, but then there's the whole topic of how ethical it was to use mustard gas. And I think there was also, like, I think I just only picked this up, like, vaguely, so take us to grain of salt, but, like, also, like, white phosphorus being, that's going to use on, battlefields, I guess, too? I don't know if that's quite true or not, though. Like, don't quote me on that. I don't even know too much about more warfaring stuff. That's not my forte. That's also what preparation was all about. Some evils must be accepted as necessary. The Erie Institute was one such evil. So the Tokyo group technically did a great job almost of framing him Erie for everything, and for the sound of it, Takano gets away scot-free, and I don't even know what she's gonna do after that. What's her next step in this whole giant political plan that we don't know of? My god. That's also probably why, like, I remember just saying before that I'm not a too big fan of giant conspiracy stuff, and I thought the story was actually be more on a smaller scale with conspiracy, but now since it's larger, this part of me is like almost like taken out of it a bit, mostly just because it's so big I can't comprehend it. It's not having the whole thing of like cosmic horror stuff like that for me. It's mostly just now I just can't comprehend it, so my brain is like, it's out of sight, out of mind to me right now. That I'm just like, no, I can't feel anything right now. That's just all my how I operate anyway. So So we have to make a secret decision in order to keep this research undisclosed. Approving this is going to make us guilty. Are you sure that information will not leak from the members of this unit? That will not happen. Members were carefully selected from a group of extremely loyal men. You've never performed an operation such as this, but they are highly experienced, and they will not leak any information whatsoever. An assassination unit, huh? Prime Minister, please give us the approval to administer Emergency Manual 34. Director, General Defense, are you sure this operation will succeed? Are you sure we can stop this from going public? No. Can you keep casualties to a minimum? No, so that's the only reason why Keiichi was like kept alive then, because he literally collapsed and did not remember a single thing that happened afterwards. If it wasn't because of that, he would be dead. My good god. Ugh. Can you keep casualties to a minimum? Yes, sir. The preliminary orders have been set out, and preparations are complete. We execute the mission as soon as we get your approval. Can't give the approval to slaughter 2,000 innocent people. However, as Prime Minister, I have an obligation to minimize the number of casualties. Prime Minister, I understand your dilemma. Director General, please make concerted effort to minimize the number of victims. If these 2,000 people can't be treated, please, do its best to prevent additional victims. Yes, sir. Thank you for your approval. We'll return with positive results. I guess the only thing that would showcase here is the only person who actually look around and research everything here will be Akasaka in this timeline since always she's dead. That's if you can call 2,000 casualties a positive result. Okuno-kun, please set up a meeting with Tokyo as soon as possible. I'd like to hear your explanation directly from them. Understood. By the way, did they arrest that Erie, the institute director? No. He committed suicide by taking poison. He was in such a rage that his research was being shut down. He felt as if his life itself was being denied. So, no one will ever really know what made him commit such a horrific crime. The execution of Emergency Manual 34 is approved. June 23rd, 1983, Prime Minister. Director General Defense Agency. Whoa. It's still goddamn going! My good god, it feels like it's gonna stop and it still keeps going even more. Oh my good god. Well, it makes sense to them how they're bearing down even more about the whole, like, the goddamn thing even more, but still, my good god, there's so fucking much. It's incomprehensible to me almost at this point. I'm only picking up bits and pieces. Someone needs to give me, like, gives me a goddamn, like, documentary lecture just so it can all fucking ease in my brain. It's oozing out into one ear and out the other, like so. For logistical reasons, you may not bring any large items with you. You cannot carry any luggage. I repeat, you cannot carry any luggage. You may carry only valuable items such as bank books and cash. Please, do not use your own vehicle to evacuate. It will cause confusion. Well, I guess it's only for all the, like, only this for bank books, but the very second they brought bank books, I immediately got reminded of the missing bank book still. It was literally just literally just that was used, that Tip was looking for it just to set up, like, make this also hit more. Please do not use your own vehicle to evacuate. It will cause confusion. It was the middle of the night, and yet countless villagers were out and about. Some of them were locking their doors. Some of them were watering their plants. Some of them were piling up food in their dogs' dinner bowls. Small children were crying in fear. Oh, they can't even bring their pets with them either? Members of the town council were yelling angrily while counting up the villagers. Reportedly, the village had been cut off from the rest of the world as volcanic gas gushed out of the mountains. A number of policemen and military units in the village, add to the strong smell of sulfur in the air, dispelled any doubts the villagers might have had. The more religious among the elderly convinced that this is the curse of Rika Furude, who passed away the day before. They were certain that the Oyashiro-sama was enraged, and the door to hell had been opened. Soldiers wearing gas masks guided the villagers to the evacuation center. Why do you have all guns? These are to protect your homes at the evacuation. We're expecting looters. No one in Hinamizawa would do something like that. This is the first platoon. The evacuation is on schedule. Roger that. We'll send a platoon over. Excuse me, I need to bring along my grandfather's mortuary tablet. You may take that with you. Please hurry up. Make sure everyone in the village is here. Please come forward if you're unable to walk. Soldier will come and help you. Oyashiro-sama is angry because Rika-chan was murdered. Oyashiro-sama, please forgive our sins. Remember our emergency drills. Group leaders had to contact a town council member when everyone in their group has shown up. Miasma is coming out of the swamp. Oyashiro-sama must be furious. There are too many of us here. We'll never make it out alive. Let me die in this village. Don't worry. The helicopters and buses are on their way to transport everyone to safety. You're all gonna make it out okay. Okay, everyone, gather the forestry service. Wasn't there dead bodies there too? Stop. No, not the people from District 4. You're supposed to go to the community center and behind the post office. It's exactly the same as emergency drills. Please calm down and head to your evacuation point. Please move as a group. Every person matters. Everyone needs to stick together. You will get home safely. The villagers couldn't see the expressions of the soldiers' gas masks. They wondered what kind of expressions they were hiding there. The soldiers were, of course, lying to the villagers, knowing that they would never return to their homes again. One of the troopers cried into his masks, but the villagers never saw his tears. Please go back. You can't take your own vehicle to evacuate. The road ahead is cut off by a gas stream and it's dangerous. Can you smell the sulfur? Some people try to leave in their cars, so as to take large items with them. However, the quarantine unit sealed off all roads leading outside. The gas masked the troopers, and the smell of the sulfur persuaded them to return and obey their instructions. And everyone who tried leaving out, like, from the vehicles or, like, try to sneak out through the woods and honestly like that, they would do anything to power to silence them. They didn't have to do anything with Keiichi's case, honestly. Some of them tried to contact Okonomiya, but their phones would not connect. The lines were busy, no matter how much they tried. It simply seemed that the phone lines were overwhelmed because of the disaster. Some of the villagers had access to radios. They tried to figure out what the situation was like outside, but all they could hear over the radio was loud static. So, completely isolated from both ends, yay. It was the same with the television. They couldn't contact anyone outside the village, so they were totally isolated. And so they had nothing to rely on but the instructions of the police and the military. They are all like mobs heading towards a light, never doubting that they would be safe there. One old war veteran listened to the noise in the radio and muttered, "It's exactly how it sounded when the Americans jammed the radio waves during the war." Well, they have experience in that. Turned out he was absolutely correct. However, he turned off the radio when his son urged him to evacuate, and that thought exited his mind then. Oh my good god, I never thought I'd actually see a night view for the classroom here, my good god. The villagers had all gathered their evacuation points. Some of them were at the school, and some of them were at the community center. They were to stay in the building until the evacuation vehicles arrived. The soldiers told them to stay inside so they could keep track of the number of evacuees. So far, no one has actually gone crazy, though. Please close up all the windows to prevent the gas from entering. We'll be sealing the windows to be on the safe side. Your cooperation would be appreciated. Alright, let's help them out. People started to seal up all the windows and vents with the duct tape that was handed to them. They completely sealed every opening, even as they heard this quieting conversation of the soldiers. It was long past 3 a.m., but everyone was wide awake with fear. Well, it's probably better that I'm Keiichi, Mion, Shion, Sadako, Rika, and Reina, like, they all went out that way early instead of here and now. They were having an extremely long night. Coincidentally, the end of their night had almost arrived. This is all Shiro-sama's curse. Rika-chama. Here's Shiro-sama, here's Shiro-sama. Here's Shiro-sama demon away those kids of the Fruity Shrine that is fury. The Fruity Shrine was swallowed by the roar of the demons that day. The demons chewed up her guts while she was still alive. They all started saying that this gas disaster was caused by the curse of Shiro-sama. Rika's death and the mysterious disappearance of her friends. The two detectives were also a result of the curse. It just keeps on going. People started talking about being demoned away. They had no idea that Keiichi and his friends' short battle sealed their fate for that night. So if they managed to get over Takano's whole plan, then like everyone else in town would be fine, honestly. And if still the plan went out without a hitch, honestly, or they didn't realize what's going on, the entire town was doomed in any case. And whether or not the town's gonna go empty, whether everyone else got off free, whether they snuck out or they all just died, or they all... The more religious villagers had become convinced the children and the detectives went missing, because they volunteered to become a sacrifice to calm Shiro-sama's anger to Rika's death. They didn't know the truth. They couldn't know. Not one realized that Keiichi and his friends' efforts had all been in vain. And probably makes it even worse for everyone else involved, because after everything that happened with them, of Keiichi and the whole like Demon Club friend group, honestly, like doing everything they can to save Sadako, and like going against them, the Child Consultation Center. Then just finding out they went missing, then afterwards, after they found Rika dead, was a massive blow, honestly, to everything. And honestly, how can you
go and combine faith with that of, like, I guess, the most outspoken person in the entire village, who is, I guess, meant to be, like, the next generation or so, literally just died, like, or just went missing the same way, like, all those previous years, like how they was in the past. How can you get more faith from that, honestly? Indeed. In Hinamizawa, everything that happens is the will of Oyashiro-sama. But why did it have to be that way? Before the series of mysterious deaths occurred, no one really used the term the curse of Oyashiro-sama that frequently. In other words, who set them up? People in this village were set up to believe that the curse of Oyashiro-sama happens every year. They really are just too superstitious. Major, we finished gathering the villagers together. The last family finally reached their assembly point. We got everyone. Good. This is finally it. The curse of Oyashiro-sama will become a reality tonight. For enacting Watanagashi and Rika Furude, Oyashiro-sama is punishing this village. The curses of the last 5 years are culminating in the biggest curse of them all. This is not just a mysterious chain of murders. This is divine punishment from an enraged god. Let's begin. My god, oh my god, this music. This is the company commander. The men are requesting 1 minute of silence. Can you let them have that, Major? Do as you like. Takano gave him a disparaging laugh. The company commander crossed his heart and began to speak. Dear Heavenly Father, please guide these innocent people. The sacrifice will save the lives of many others to come. Please forgive us for committing this sin. Please forgive us for being here today. The company commander isn't Christian. In fact, he doesn't follow any religion. However, he prayed because he felt the need to ask someone for forgiveness. He wasn't even sure if he was saying it correctly, but he still prayed to God. He asked forgiveness for committing his sin and continued to pray. Takano speaking in a soft voice. She was talking to herself. For ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the good man of the house had known on what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered this house to be broken up. Therefore, be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not, the Son of Man cometh. One man heard her murmurs. That's from the Gospel of Matthew. Is it? My grandfather always said that to me. He was telling me to work hard every day, because you'll never know when you'll be rewarded. Is this a reward for you? Yes. Although you might never understand it. Yeah, it's just God complex. Literally, that's it. Nothing else. I think it's that easy to figure out. Unless you fucking are gonna say that I'm, psychologically speaking, you're above common people, honestly. But then that means I'm using common people to enact your own will, apparently, and not your own. So yeah, get off your fucking high horse. Excuse my rudeness, but I believe that the descent of God is a merciful thing. The thing we're saying is inappropriate for a time like this. He was trying to tell her that using that verse of the Bible is inappropriate for the occasion. However, Takano simply laughed as though she had heard something very funny. I'm sorry, but you have no right to judge. Tonight is the night where I become a god. The moment of silence has ended, and here comes the fireworks, for a lack of a more delicate word. And with the end of the silence, execute the operation now. The order was given in as hollow and reluctant a manner as an order can possibly be. When Keiichi went to the school, honestly, everyone was covered with tarps. He didn't know how everyone died. Now my deals are complete. This is a literal utopia. Here, I am a god. And the curse engraved here will be passed on forever.
People were packed into the classroom. They were afraid. I don't even think we ever seen the... Has the window to the classroom always been like that? Always open? Or I may be misremembering things. Was like current always there? The troopers closed the door to the classroom. The people inside had no idea why they were doing that. However, they didn't suspect anything at all. One man walked up to the door to open it, because with it closed, it was far too hot into the room. But he collapsed all of a sudden. His wife tried to walk over to help him up, but she also collapsed all of a sudden. Then, other people also started collapsing into the room. It really was a very odd sight. What would make for a good example here? It would be pretty amusing if they are all dominoes. However, they're human beings. People sitting by the window watched the strange event happen before their eyes. They opened those eyes wider to try to understand what was going on. My god is reawakened from a long slumber thanks to the Dammor, who curses non-believers in the sacred night of Watanagashi. Year after year, that god reawakened. The mighty Oyashiro-sama awakened, and so they regress to their primitive fear of the curse. The door creaked open slightly, and someone on the other side threw 3 spray canisters into the room. Oh god, like more poison or something. More people started to collapse, even those at the window. This wasn't something that was happening only in one room. It was happening in all the other rooms too. It was happening in all evacuation centers. People's dreams, their hopes, their futures were taken away so quickly and easily. And nobody doubts the curse of Oyashiro-sama, hercules revived from within the belly of its corpse. Now, resurrected into this world, we incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath. The cauldron of hell bursts open, overflowing, and those who flee will breathe their last breath. The final judgment, the curse, is finally realized. Oh my good god. All this kind of just kind of scripture, honestly, from this happening. It's effective. Unfortunately so. There was a commotion in the reception room by the principal's office. Someone figured out what was going on, broke the seal out the window, and escaped outside. Other people tried to remove the seal in their windows too, but they collapsed in a matter of seconds. And a few people left and escaped. What will be left behind when you die? The body will rot down to the bone and be crushed into sand. What more can you leave behind beyond fertilizer for the earth? So, they all went back and, like, literally everything with the bodies, then they moved out then and removed the evidence for. Someone escaped from the reception room. 4 people are loose. You have permission to fire. Shoot, shoot, shoot! My god. The soldiers shot the people who tried to escape in the back. The sound of the gunshots echoed in the silence. There was a noise filled with cruelty. They helplessly fell down to the ground. Their deaths were so pitiful compared to the silent deaths of those before them. The residential police officer was one of the escapees. He tried to shoot back at them with his own gun. His shots could be heard throughout the building. The soldiers ducked into those shadows upon hearing the noise. The officer seized his chance and ran towards the gate, but that was just a waste of time. Not only is the range of the automatic weapons they were using longer than the length of the schoolyard, as trained professionals, it would be nothing for them to shoot him from that distance. Really just putting a whole entire clip and magazine into his goddamn back, apparently. The villagers had no choice. Either die from the gas without realizing what was happening, or they find out about the mission and be killed. What happened? Did they fight back? Respond! We shot all the fugitives. One of the residential policemen shot back. Collect those bodies. Do not put them with other corpses. The soldiers walked over to the 4 fallen bodies. They need to make sure they were all dead, not just injured. I will remain. A name, a great undertaking, a curse left behind. My presence will be forever deified in this land, and those who escape today's curse will be in awe of it. They'll pass the fear into others. The memories of those herds of people will sublimate me to me, and I will transcend. I feel like this is what literally just Takano is like all just saying to herself, honestly, while this whole thing is going down, honestly. Just making this whole goddamn religious soliloquy of him saying, oh, Yashiro-sama is now but we're reborn. Again, ownership is transferred over, apparently. That's what it feels like it is. This is the first platoon. The forestry service building has been sterilized. 4 escaped. We took them down. This is the second platoon. Sterilization complete. No one escaped. This is the third platoon. More than 10 escaped. We're conducting a sweep. It'll be over soon. This is the 4th platoon. Sterilization complete. No one escaped. This is the 3rd platoon. We've taken out all 13 fugitives. Sterilization is now complete. Roger. Start counting the bodies. Make sure the total matches the original number taken earlier tonight. Takano was laughing to herself inside the van. She didn't physically see all those people dying silently, but she saw it anyway. Physically, I'm feeling it and almost conducting it like that kind of pose. She saw countless people dying without even noticing it. She saw it all in her mind. Takano waved her arms in the air. No one was watching her, but no one would understand what she was doing even if they were. She was waving her baton. I was already thinking conductor, honestly. Takano was pretending that she was the conductor of this silent funeral march. Major, the sterilization is complete. We're going to reconnect the phone lines. Sure. Go ahead. This is the Institute Concealment Unit. We've removed all the classified items and welded the entrance shut. We're currently flooding the underground facility. This is the Tropic Blockade Unit. Everything is proceeding as scheduled. This is the Communications Sabotage Unit. We've reconnected the phone lines. The telephone facility is back to normal. Takano was paying no attention to those reports. She continued to sing the melody of an orchestra. One operator spoke to her. You seem to be in a good mood. Yes. It feels so good. But you can't hear it. This hymn that glorifies God. Hymn? Takano laughed loudly, spreading her arms wide. Do a spin around in a circle. Why don't you just seal that deal? That's right. The hymn. A new god has transcended into this village. There was no god in Hinamizawa. Oh, you're serious? Someone's just a name. This is an old backwater village with no real god. But I brought a god to this place. Do you understand what that means? I bet you don't. How many gods in this world have the power to curse people? How many of them can challenge people? None of them. But I did it. She laughed as if she was the only one who could comprehend what she was saying. None of the operators inside the car would comprehend her laughter. Takano was satisfied to know that. Yeah, well, fuck you. I think I already understand what it means. Like, you're literally just one of, like, you know, you put, like, really manipulate people in the palm of your hand, honestly, and all that. And nothing more, honestly, of that. Besides that, that's pretty fucking pathetic. Just doing that and nothing else. And the fact it wasn't your own fucking goddamn actions that did that. It was mostly you manipulating other people, honestly, for it. It's not really the actions of, I guess, a true god, and look to the sound of what you're saying. A god is not a god without a curse. Gods are feared because they're curses, and they're worshipped because they're feared. So, the only reason people are fearing you is because you're just higher up in the totem pole with other people, I guess, underneath you. Like, you know, about respecting that authority, than nothing else. That's the truth about gods. If faith alone is what creates a god, there's no need for curses. The ancient gods all cursed humans. Then what is a god's curse? It's the proof that a god is real. Gods aren't gods if they don't curse people. I found evidence of the existence of a god in this poor village. I thought this was a message from heaven. Hinamizawa was without a god for 100 years, until the end of the dam conflict. I believe it's been my mission to restore the god's existence in this village. Heaven supported me and granted me power. I have raised the bud of a cursed plant with as faint seeds of coincidence granted to me by heaven. And now this budding curse bears fruit and hangs ripe. Do you understand? Tonight is the night of the harvest. This is the final curse of Oyashiro-sama. And from this day forth, Oyashiro-sama will be a real god. You may not see it now, but someday you'll understand. You'll see how grand this plan accomplished was, how long it will be told in history, how great I will become. God's curse. I make that curse happen. I am the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Worship me, and be fearful. I'm creating not only death, I'm writing history. History will speak of this curse, and my existence forever. Isn't there an entire, I'm a silent gagger on this, so that's not gonna work. I'm the curse itself. I transcended this flesh. My legend will endure forever, beyond my mortal life. My existence is eternal now. Curse yourselves, and curse your powerlessness. Realize how great I am. I am Oyashiro-sama. I am a god now. My flesh may die eventually, but I'll remain in this world forever. Oh my good god. Yeah. Look it up now. I am Oyashiro-sama. This is the curse of Oyashiro-sama. They'll worship, idolize, and fear me. When I move, they'll beg for no curse, no death. My work will be historic. My existence in the history of this curse will be told for ages. Secretly almost? Isn't the whole entire nation of Japan honestly gonna do all this? Or is your next plan next phase of the plan honestly for you to leak your existence honestly and that you're behind the whole entire plan actually? Then people won't really call you a good god then. But you probably wouldn't care about that, huh? I transcend beyond my body of flesh, becoming the curse. When this body decays, my work will remain in this history forever. Now, I've gained immortality. Oh, that's what you went for. Doesn't matter what it is. Just the fact you did all that, honestly, more and more. Humans, flesh is your curse. When your body decays, you can't leave anything behind. Your malice, regrets, fear. And you'll know my greatness. I have become Oyashiro-sama. Now I've reached the realm of the gods. My body is destroyed. My done here will be passed down forever. I've achieved eternal life. Legacy, then. Okay. You're literally just using legacy all for this, okay? Well, that's your plan anyway. It's just stupid legacy, honestly. Just the fact she did that. Okay, that's a fucking tip. This fragment's end. And the game is still going with this all scenario and everything being unlocked then. And scenarios unlocked in the tips reading room, the staff room and all that. Okay, 3 different slides for all that. The Great Hinamizawa Massacre. Had a chat with Ryukishio 7. Wait, what? We didn't do that yet, though. We didn't do that yet, game. We didn't do that yet, game. What do you mean that by achievement description? The fuck you mean by achievement description, honestly? Okay. Like, literally just, like, I don't know what else to say to more of that. Even if, there's a lot of things in my brain of, like, what, the government was doing and honestly all that, going out one ear and out the other, and, being regurgitated down my own throat, which is scratchy by hell by now. But, yeah, it pretty much just all goes down to her playing as all just legacy and just playing God, honestly. Besides that. I think, I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but, like, there's also the whole thing about, one of the most popular professions for like psychopaths honestly to take hold is like is like police officer, like mostly for men, like taken to that field, and for women it's also to be a nurse or a doctor, because then they'll have, I guess, be in position to be, I guess, literally the harbinger and like divide between life and death for some people, and they can like sustain people on that, like feel the power of like bring people like in cuffs from death to life again, or like have the power to actually put them to death with just one small swipe of a finger. Yeah. So it's not exactly that surprising I went to that length, honestly. Not that surprising, honestly. What was that last tip then? I'm gonna go to the staff room. Is it gonna be from Rika's perspective or I guess Rika finally managed to assemble all the pieces to her puzzle. But we don't know yet if her memories will pass on to her next life. Rika always loses the memory of her death. I don't know if she can retain the memories of what she discovered. What did you think? Did you have fun? Once you find out the answers, Platinum isn't so much fun anymore. You don't agree? I see. You still might find something different by examining some old fragments. After all, the time we have here is endless. We have to find something to play with, because there's nothing to do here. For me, playing with these fragments stops being fun when I find out what's inside. If you can tell me how to have fun with them, even so, that makes you pretty smart. Just seeing things you didn't notice the first time, honestly. Literally is my first thought. What? You want to know what I play with? I don't play. I'm just killing time. But if time is being killed right now, then time is not passing. And yet we saw Hanyo stop time, like, just for Keiichi to see he was about to die then. You can't kill time, because, like, time passed and he died then. Everyone else did. You can't really do that. I like to imagine what Rika could have done, in order to achieve the future she hopes for. Yeah, I sometimes I've been a bit overzealous, honestly, trying to figure out, I guess a clear-cut way of solving everything all like that, but if you're dealing with a person who's like both like just honestly just likes the torture of like of people, honestly, in all that case, then would you be able to even stop them from normal means, honestly, if they're gonna keep going like that? The only thing you can really do is, like, I guess either find someone higher than to stop them, or really just kill them outright. There's only like those two big options again. It's back down to those things, honestly. And since it took like almost everything they had just to get one child consultation center to actually save one kid's life, at least get them away from the uncle, honestly. Since they're kids, and even if some of them have some political ties, would that be enough to, I guess, find and also some mountain dogs, honestly? Yeah, technically speaking, there's like 3 of them have ties to political leanings, and like has some power with that. But would that be enough then? I like to imagine a world that would have been happy for all of them. You found out how these worlds are set up by looking at the previous ones, right? I like to analyze what would need to change in order for Rika to win against Takano. You want to see what's on my mind? Too bad. I'm not showing that to you. Oh, you're not going to show this to me at all, or never showing that? Or are you going to show it to later? Big distinction right here. In that world, Rika and her friends survived their struggle and broke through the fate of June 1983. It's just my imagination. It's not for me to share with you. I'm sure the world that Rika is about to create is better than anything in my imagination. You're really just bringing up the whole thing about the AUs, honestly. There's gotta be like at least one person who wrote down the almost perfect route ending for all this, right? Slice of life, angst, drama. It's still happy ending by the very end of it. Keiichi struck on June 19th in 1983. I'm sure this now-ended world will remain one of Rika's brightest fragments either way. No matter how much she struggles, if she actually overcomes her fate, it'll be the most brilliant fragment of her story. I'm sure the life Rika lives makes her a better story than my boring imagination. You wanna know what happened to Rika? She made a decision to redo her life once again with Hanyo. She's trying to live her life with all her might. That's what she learned from this world. Even if Rika doesn't remember anything that happens then, Hanyo will tell her afterwards, honestly. Guess technically, would that technically be the miracle then? That's what she learned from this world. Her next life has already begun. I do wonder what that life is like. You say as you don't know. I'm going there now to check. Do you want to come with me? Well, I guess we want to know the answer to that. Well, go to the next installment, you gosh dang it. Detective Minagoroshi read all the tips. Huh, okay. That's all of those. And then the staff room to learn about the inner workings of the pieces, honestly. What is the big old theme for this one, author? Hi, this is Ryukishi07. Thank you for playing Higurashi and the Cry Kai to 7 Minagoroshi. This time around, the scenario was almost like the answer page in a book of riddles. Basically, the appendix, honestly. Or maybe the scenario was like a side dish we enjoyed alongside the scenarios up to now. The fucking side dish, did you say? The fucking side dish, did you say? You can take it how you like. I still can't believe, like, what? I guess it was probably not that, I guess, hard to guess. Like, this will have, like, most of the answers, and the rest of it will be, and the final installment will just be, the struggle itself, and, to see how everyone gets to, I guess, their happiest ending. I just hope you enjoyed it. I was very nervous about releasing this scenario, because a mystery is only good when it's still a mystery. This scenario marks the end of that mystery. To be honest, I didn't want to release this chapter for a while. You want to perfect, I guess, the final one? That makes sense. Sometimes I'm still just tinkering with old stuff, honestly, before I feel it's just right. Just right. However, way too many similar stories are being published with no answers at all. A book of riddles means nothing if there is no answer page in the back. Or, maybe the whole point of them is, like, for some stories and, like, paintings and all that stuff is, like, for how the viewer interprets it, honestly. I told that concept a bit, where I just gave clues, honestly, and all that. Or, like, at least to the main character story, like, even if they don't know what the true answer is, at least they figured out what they actually want to be true, and they lean to that. If they will never know. Or if they could know, honestly, and if the truth actually is what they think it is, the most horrible truth, they don't want to make sure it happens in the real world. They'll do everything in their power to go against it. A book of riddles means nothing if there's no answer page in the back. Coming up with an answer when you have no way to see if it's right or not is a little sad, I think. If there are no answers, you can't get any joy of reading a book of riddles. I regret to see that there are way too many stories out there that don't offer this kind of joy. Well, there's that, but like you don't like try if those stories like don't like already like try like showcase at least that kind of feeling where you're probably not gonna be satisfied with all the things that can be by the end, then that's on them. If you have like a mystery story where like you say or like try to hit up front that not everything's be explained, but like the most I guess the biggest things will be, then yeah, sure. I think it'd be fine then. You just gotta make it clear, like hinted around in the themes or anything like that up front in some way. Or it's like the main struggle for the characters or anything like that. Let's get through that. I regret to see there are way too many stories out there that don't offer this kind of joy. That's why I decided to release something that you can compare your answer to for the series. Oh, so he was planning to not make a definitive answer sheet, honestly, for the series, but just make another scenario, like doing all that. That's what I think he's gonna do before I guess I wonder if he's actually gonna do that unless he's probably just gonna make another scenario that gives all the rest of the clues or like does all that. But since they get more popular than he thought it did, he decided to make a more definitive, I guess, crowd-pleasing entire answer thing, honestly. Since this world is a rather irregular presentation, there may not have been many people who reacted to reach what might be called the right answer. Not entirely. But it's not really about whether your answer was right or wrong. It's much more about how many questions you raised in writing the story and how many answers you were able to find. Thank you all very much for the solutions you sent me. They are wonderful theories, and some were thought out so much more than the actual story that I frequently thought about making the right answer. Wry laugh. Look at that, see? Also, your support has given me courage to finish writing the 7th chapter of the series. Thank you very much for supporting Higurashi. Finally, I'd like to apologize about how I portrayed the Child Consultation Center. Yeah, I know what it was like in 1983, but Child Consultation Centers are not mean places like it depicted in my story. I made the characters look so unfeeling. In reality, the government today is the #1 hero for us civilians. In fact, those involved with child welfare and youth education are all extremely passionate and selflessly devoted people. I'm sorry for giving such a negative image in this chapter. Next chapter, Matsuri Bayashi, is going to be the last one of the series. I'm overwhelmed by the pressure of writing the last chapter of Higurashi and the Cry, which turned out to be such a long story. Oh, you're telling me? I was fucking overwhelmed when first, like, trying to maybe entertain the fact of maybe let's playing this, honestly. It was goddamn stressful. I think I mentioned at the very beginning of it, honestly, with all those, with my terrible fucking audio. Fucking god, college dorms does not make good microphone audio quality. I hope you'll continue your kind support. Thank you all very much. 07th expansion, Ryukishi 07. I guess there's like the 8th chapter and then the epilogue then. And I hope the actually epilogue has the whole chapter thing as well, because I might have to do the whole entire like long hour-long thing all over again, like this 6-hour thing long again. I only reserved these for the final stuff for this episode because I'm committed to the fucking promise I made. But if I do other series like this, I'm pretty sure I would goddamn die. Honestly, my mouth and all that is so fucking scratchy. The only time I made a small break was like in between of it because my recording software and all that only just goes up to like recording 3 hours. Honestly, that's literally the farthest it can go. Honestly, I probably shouldn't put a lot of strain on it anyway, so it's better to do that little break. Honestly, but yeah. Well, I guess that's everything for to 7, and I do probably need to think about or like think more about the whole government and political aspects. Honestly, I guess that's technically the reason why I'm not a big fan of giant conspiracy stories unless they try to tie in very heavily to I guess the struggle of what's happening to the main characters, the emotional struggle, honestly, or else like everything just gets out of scope for me and I just can't follow along with it. There's like some games which follow along with that, which at first I actually loved how they presented it, but then later on I couldn't exactly follow too well with it, and it's probably like what's happening here, but probably just it's going into the scope of what I can properly understand and like I put in my own scope of what's horrible is happening. But I think I generally got a broad understanding of what they're trying to say here. Hopefully though, probably just like the little nuances, intricacies about the whole thing with Japan. Making sure like Hinamizawa and all that has to be completely killed over and completely gone and all that is all out the window. And actually and it's actually kind of interesting that we don't doesn't seem like to be anything from Akasaka actually looking through everything again. Or else was the whole thing with Akasaka and like Oishi like together? Like Oishi was the one who actually like egged Akasaka on to actually investigate what's happening in the town and all that. Was that the big and only reason why? So like Akasaka just like just like make good on what happened with the promise of Rika and just like, decided to go back on it, or like didn't know what to do without anyone else's help, and decided to just stay home and try to forget about it, regretfully or not. Be kind of a bit sad, honestly. Can't really like imagine him. He'd probably do all that by himself, but like, I wonder if there'd be anything left from actually like meaningfully figure out what happened if like they did a giant cleanup job. And they flooded it's in the basement of the Erie Clinic, I'm assuming, from the sound they keep saying flood the basement area multiple times. and what if the Erie Clinic shut? That would probably make it weird for him if he's looking at an entire town to realize that one building is welded iron shut, and then I'm still a bit completely weirded out the whole. They got rid of they concreted the swamp over, probably so they probably I guess civilians and all that, or like other people, wouldn't take anything from the swamp, I guess, and maybe try to find proof that there was no gas coming from there. That's probably another reason why, if it wasn't evidence stuff, like just to hide even further that the volcanic gas disaster never really happened. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's probably mostly that, honestly. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And hmm. I probably need to still think, I guess, bigger on more of like I guess the big I guess the one of the big mysteries happened in the third installment, honestly, of what happened to Tepe's body actually with a gun. Like still firmly again in the realm of Mountain Dogs actually removing his body from there and all that. But then again with what Sadako said about Uncle being there in the morning still. Either it means like she literally just imagined like Uncle was still there in the morning, or like someone's like masquerading as that. And since Sakana still has the whole thing of like manipulating people and having a god complex as well, it wouldn't be too outside the realm of possibility to have someone, I guess, pretend at least for that morning, then to I guess, disguise themselves as Tepe, honestly, and still do that. Which again, still is absolutely horrible when I first thought about it, and still feels like it could be reasonably possible here. Very unfortunately speaking. Hmm. Hmm. I probably like maybe there's like a lot of different things to like consider here, and like I probably still do like the first four installments way more than this installment, mostly just because of the whole thing of like me not be able to grasp and grapple anything around. I guess all the more larger and broader concepts of the government being used to cover ups and all that, going on to all of that, and about multiple layers of things all happening all at once, just spewed out at you from the screen, honestly, through the words of the text, honestly. It's a lot to comprehend, honestly, all at once. All at once. But oh boy. Well, Rika and Ko and everyone else did their absolute best to save Sadako, and then to try to stop, I guess, Takano's plan from destroying the town. And they did their best, but it didn't work this time, but they always have another shot, honestly. Whether Rika remembers what happened when she died and recognizes Takano's face, like suddenly in the middle of the day, honestly, living her life peacefully, honestly, and then she sees Takano passing through the street and just like points at her like, I know what you did. And just runs home and starts making a giant like Home Alone plan, honestly, with everyone to literally just storm the place or like trip her up, honestly, to save Tomotaki, honestly, somehow. Hmm. Probably be the most like I guess most interesting part to see, honestly, to how they're gonna save Tomotaki actually, if they're gonna try to save everything they can, except for her, honestly. Yeah, they're probably the most interesting about of it all. And they have like pretty much like the entire like length of one single giant installment of figuring things out. Would be like the very beginning is them Rika trying to like convince everyone else, or like everyone slowly trying to remember things all over again. Like how was mentioned, like how was like built up over and over, like over some time for this installment. With Keiichi then remembering something from when he went crazy with the L5 or the past, and then Reina and Shion as well with those two. It makes all much more sense. And there's probably a bunch of stuff that I didn't realize or like anything like that, and I guess the question arc installments about smaller details like that. And there technically might be some smaller stuff that that was majorly hinted at in the last question arcs. I mean, that's answer arcs. I mean, the last few of them, like the last two. I guess even in this one, maybe like in the earlier chapters, honestly. And oh yeah, my throat is very scratchy, and I've been talking for over a long time now. A lot. There's a lot to consider. My brain is stuffy, full of cotton. My mouth is completely dry. I think we're gonna end this off here. Oh boy, it's gonna be fun to see the final installment, and then
to see how everything like works well in their favor, like how close they manage to get to full on happy and to make sure no one else in the town like dies from the whole thing. Oh boy, and just now makes me wonder how Takano even got the entire got into the position that she did. Besides that, becoming a nurse and also a soldier, it makes I guess a government general, that it makes sense for her character. But I'm just wondering if she displayed those kind of almost crazy characteristics where she like really masked over them and like hid those emotions or like those feelings on it from everyone else until she got what she wanted, or she let her motivation all that laid bare for all her colleagues and the mountain dogs, honestly, at that. But I guess whether we see some little small more bits of characterization for her and how it all transpires the mountain dogs, I guess we'll all see how this whole series will end. We'll find out all for next time. So, have a fun time watching as I am playing this. Hope to see you next time, what time that may be. And I hope you fantastic day.